measuring a distance in miles. These are all linear distances. None of this stuff is proven curvature, bro. The only thing that you have is a crane of the ellipsoid, which you have a radius value, and you are making corrections to that. So you're using physical flat Earth you're using physical measurements, which you are calling angular, which is actually referencing the surface to be basically horizontal at least. You don't want to say flat. That's cool. A horizontal at least. Yes, you don't want to say flat. I'm not going to say flat. You don't want to say flat, but it's at least referencing a horizontal baseline with a vertical intersecting with that in order for you to get your angle, which is basically referencing the ground to be horizontal. But you want to sit up here and say that it's flat because you have an ellipsoid mathematical point with GPs.
He's not. Can I talk, dude? Like, come on, man.
Fine. Great, that's fine. You can do that. Where did you get the ellipsoid from, bro?
Joe, can you hear me? We gotta respond to each other, and so what happens is it's not. They tried the non-ellipsoid. They tried the sphere, Joe. They tried the sphere. It didn't work. Only the ellipsoid worked, Joe. The flat Earth didn't work. The sphere didn't work. Both those models did not work. You want to know what model worked?
What? You need to be more. You need to be more specific. How didn't it work? Like worked with what?
Yes. There were no more error when they used the ellipsoid. The errors disappeared.
Errors compared to what?
Environmental errors. Like the theodolite is perfectly precise and accurate, and so whenever the environment or the gravity or the atmosphere changed, they were able to determine what gravity.
Wait a minute. What gravity?
They were still able to determine the accurate position to vertical deflection of vertical.
Okay, listen. What environmental change and what gravity? You talking about? We talking about refraction?
Yeah, so like they had these baseline chains, which was like these 1,000 pound like really long chains, and they had them on sea level. And so when I talk about deflection of vertical, like they pick that one as the vertical, so it's kind of like the pole of the baseline of the entire trig survey. And then from there, it can measure the deflection of vertical for the rest of all the other verticals on the survey, and so they can compare the angle, the differential between the angles of all the verticals across the continent of India, and then you can formulate and calculate the curvature from there because you're looking at arc seconds of curvature.
Compared to what?
Well, in terms of comparing it, it's compared to the geometric model, like the geometric vertical.
So you're comparing it to a model.
No. They're all it's measurements, but what we do compare.
How did they measure two verticals? How did they measure two verticals? How did they measure two verticals to be intersecting?
Well, one was the geometric, and then the vertical, which is just 90 degrees to starboard, and then the plumb line was the vertical.
How did they measure the distance between the length of the two verticals? At various points along the verticals.
Length of two verticals at various points along the vertical. What does that mean?
That's how you'd establish that they're not parallel, that they'd have to intersect if extended out indefinitely.
Right, that's what we figured out. Like,
how?
From the baseline. And
it don't seem like you figured. I mean, why you keep saying we?
The baselines and using baselines.
Who specifically figured it out? I mean, we could play that game too. Because you saying we? I know you ain't doing. We didn't do anything. You didn't do nothing.
William Lambton. Yeah, we didn't do shit. We let the people
actually. Exactly. You ain't do nothing. But I don't know where y'all guys always talking about we all the time. That's just annoying. Yeah. But I'm not my bad, T-Dub. I didn't mean to stop you. Go ahead, T-Dub.
Yeah, the human race has the ability to do both. We can celebrate all our achievements together.
You didn't do nothing. Where that? Put it in there right now. That something that you did personally.
She bagged your mom last night.
Put it in the chat what you did. How you measured it.
She bagged your mom. Okay, Joe. So I was able to do research about what humans have done before us.
So you personally didn't do anything. You did research to look up what somebody else did.
Right. So I personally did research. That's something.
Great. So you didn't do nothing.
I did research.
So you keep talking about you didn't do anything.
I did research. I did something.
No, you did nothing. I did too. That don't mean I did something.
I did research, bro. I'm a fucking millennial. I know how to go to the library and shit. I know the Dewey Decimal System.
I did research as well. Do that mean I went out and took measurements and everything and make claims like they mine?
So, like, you're welcome to go and take a theodolite out there and start taking trig surveys and telling me what you get. I would take your angular measurements and compare them.
Because you read about it. You ain't do nothing. Like, you guys just say that because y'all
James Thomas
check
Walker.
this out, bro. Okay, listen, I'm gonna let T-Dub go ahead and finish his point. I hope he ain't lose it because it was a very good point, and I can continue down that path, but I don't want to go down that path with you. But you guys ain't do nothing. You and that guy in the background.
Well, I was waiting for him to say reciprocal zenith angles. But I don't know. Talon, did you really look into this at all?
Bro's cooking you guys while he's cooking dinner.
Yeah. Boy knows. Meat's back on the menu. We got turkey and stuffing. Put pants on.
Yeah, you're only a month late, a couple months late.
I mean, is we still waiting, T?
At least, right, Joe, I do like your questions of having an independent reference. That's literally what we've been talking about.
Yeah, where'd the independent reference come from?
The stars. Shit. Next thing I'm working on is refraction values for 20K. It was too late last night when we started going on. Refraction values.
You guys talking about horizontal angles or vertical angles in this whole discussion?
It wasn't refraction values. We have the refraction values. It's the conditions, the specific values of the conditions necessary for yielding those refractive index values. Right?
I mean, you don't know what he's talking about.
It just sounds like you're effectively asking me for like evidence that supports my claim, right? Like to be like the value.
No, that the conditions. So specifically, what conditions are needed to exist environmentally in order to produce the type of refractive index that you are saying is responsible for the Earth looking and measuring flat, right? And then providing the proof that those conditions actually existed in the specific instances where you will claim refraction is responsible for the Earth measuring and looking flat.
You really think that's a coherent question, dude?
How is it not? It's just really just another.
You're basically like, because again, you're asking me for like weather reports from like the 1860s. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
It's not a coherent question. but it's definitely relevant to the point that you made. So did you make a coherent?
Moving the goalpost. It's moving the goalposts because now we went from specs to like how we measured, and now we're talking about whether or not the refraction values were accurate on the day that they took the measurements. I mean, they took thousands of memeasurements, dude. You're not asking for like specific like parameters of the refraction levels of the like good degree of humidity on the temperature the day of the February the 21st of 1861.
That's not even refraction that you even described.
That's literally
listen. Hold on for a second. First off, you're not even describing refraction because you don't know what the fuck it is. And then number two, you brought up these. You said that there are conditions that has to be met that we have to account for. You brought that up in order to take physical measurements out there. You brought that up, and you're saying that you guys actually utilized a model, which made that you had a model actually created, which you was trying to tell us that the model wasn't created. You tried to tell us that the model came for the measurement. Now you're telling us, no, we already had a model in place, and now we need to have these measurements explain the model. But because we actually had a flat Earth model for some reason, you had a flat Earth model, but the flat Earth model didn't work because of the conditions that the Earth had. You said all that. Not so. Is he asking a question about something that you said out your mouth, and now you're saying that the question is not coherent? It's because you made a point that's not coherent.
I never said flat Earth model.
Okay. You said that you had made measurements, and you said it is not matching up with the flat Earth. What do that mean?
Okay. Yeah, that's what I mean, because it's a curved Earth.
Great. So that means that you guys have a model in your head that the Earth is flat. It would be this, correct?
Physical measurements that the Earth is curved.
Great. So you already have a model in your head. If the Earth is flat, it would be this. It would do this. It would look like this. Because of the conditions. Right. Because the conditions. I'm not done yet, bro. Because of the conditions, right? Because of the conditions of the Earth, the things that we know about, or the atmosphere, or whatever you're talking about. I mean, I guess you said refraction, and then you said gravity. And then I said what gravity? This is what you brought up. So if T-Dub is asking you a question about it, he's not moving a goalpost. You are.
Yeah, I answered the question.
What was the answer, bro?
It's been answered.
Was refraction? That's all you said, bro.
No, I'm saying that they corrected for refraction when they took the measurement.
So they corrected for refraction, and that's what got the ellipsoid?
Right.
Okay, show me where they corrected for refraction and they got the ellipsoid, and that's where the model came. Saying that they took the measurements.
They got an accurate angle. They got an accurate angle measurement.
First off, they can't get an accurate angle measurement on the curve, bro. We already went through that. Stop it.
Yeah, they can get an accurate angle measurement. They have a 1,000-pound theodolite.
A theodolite is not a curved measurement, bro. Theodolites only measure perpendicular. Stop it.
Angles, an angular measurement.
Yes. Perpendicular, yes. Angles, yes.
Angular.
Need a horizontal baseline in this first instance, yes. Yes, we already went through that. Stop it. So even then, you're debunking your own point. Even then, you're debunking your own point because you're saying that the theodolite is actually taking measurements of the Earth being flat, but you're going to say, but the Earth is not flat because of refraction.
Hey, Reg Joe, it's a refraction-proof theodolite because it's heavy.
Correcting for refraction because they know the refraction.
How did they account for that? How did they account for that?
Because they took it they made sure to take measurements early in the morning or late at night, and they knew.
So there's no refraction early. There's no refraction. So is that how you measure refraction?
Yeah,
time of the day.
Yeah. There's low to high. I can't remember which is which, but one is low and one is high, and that's how. And they know in high refraction to account for high at night, and then for low at low. It's like whichever one.
No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works at all. That's retarded. It's literally a retarded thing to say.
And then you're not talking about refraction, bro.
They did.
You're not talking about refraction, bro. You know that you're not actually talking about refraction. You're talking about like the grain optics, the grain system.
Yeah, it was a great theodolite. You got to remember, it's a 1,000 theodolite.
So the theodolite measure for refraction. That's what you're saying?
because the theodolite is super accurate, and so they know that any like change in the measurement is due to refraction. And then if it was low, or because if it was morning, that means the refraction was low, or whichever one. And so they could.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Change compared to what? Change compared to what?
Low to high refraction.
No. You're saying that the theodolite is super accurate as far as measuring angle, correct?
Right.
So you're saying that there's
errors in the measurements were due to the environment.
Listen to what I'm asking you. You're saying if it's a change what? Theodolite don't have nothing to do with refraction, bro. So change what?
So that, like, okay, for example, let me tell you, let me say. So, like, when they were listen to me. Okay, no, I can explain, Joe. There's 2 points. They're trying to measure. One's got a mirror on one mountain. The other mountain they're on has the theodolite. They take the measurement in the morning. Listen, they take the measurement in the morning and they get the theodolite and they get the angle. And then they take it at night and they get the angle. When those two measurements are different, when one in the morning is different and one in the morning, one at night is different, they know it's not the theodolite that's making it different. Like, it's not the theodolite that's changing from the morning to night. It's the refraction because of the light and the atmosphere.
Like you keep saying, it's different. Changing due to what?
Like it would be different. Like, do you understand that they took the same theodolite in the same position on the same, but at different times, the measurement would be different.
So you're saying they're just guessing what the refraction is. When's the correct? How are they measuring for refraction? Like, you're just making up bullshit on the spot right now. It's embarrassing.
He just came up with this 5 minutes ago.
DJ, he's been using ChatGPT to debate us for the past couple of days, dude. Come on, give him some credit.
Debating with anybody, I'm explaining.
You don't get credit for that. You don't know anything about refraction, bro.
He's on Mattoon channel right now about to hear. He's repeating word for word with dumb shit Mattoon say out this.
No, excuse me.
I'm
explaining how the globe works.
It's not the globe. You want to flat Earth measurement right now. And now you're saying
you're the one who keeps saying flat Earth measurement. It's some kind of brainwashing. You should be saying angular measurement.
I'm not done talking. You're getting triggered every time I say this measurement is actually flat. Would you agree that it is? Would you agree that it is? Would you agree that it is?
I do not agree.
Now when I pointed out that it is flat, horizontal, straight, because you do a lot of straight lines in order to get an angle measurement. You're saying that the angle measurement isn't correct because of refraction. Okay, where did the theodolite account for that? Because you said the theodolite
calculation. You calculate it. You use the math.
Why you need to use math in measurement?
Because that's how you calculate a curvature.
Great. So you need to calculate what for curvature?
The degree.
So the degree, and you need to correct it for curvature. Same thing I said earlier.
Well, you want the correct degree of curvature, right?
Right. Remember, you was trying to say I didn't know what I was talking about when I was talking about your model. The same thing I said earlier, right?
Okay.
Right. And you are accounting for what again? Because it would be the same thing.
Accounting for what? I'm accounting for errors.
Errors based on what?
In the measurements, based on refraction and atmospheric changes.
You already said this is super accurate due to the theodolite being super accurate.
Right, the theodolite is accurate. The environment changes.
So based on what, bro? Don't be an asshole.
What do you mean based on what? I just said it.
Based on what reference? Based on what reference that is calculated? You already said curvature. It is not actually curvature. Because that would be totally going away. Based on what? I give you that.
It's curved Earth measurements.
Hey, hold on just a second. I just want to ask Talon. Hold on just a second, Reg. Reg, hold on just a second, man. Okay, so what you're saying is that theodolite is a very good quality theodolite and it's very accurate. And if it doesn't match the prediction, then you know it's because of refraction. So you say there must have been X amount of refraction in this observation, and then you account for that so it fits your presupposition.
Point.
It's not a presupposition, it's the algebra.
Now you just admitted that the presupposition was that it was.
You're not presupposing because you have the measurements. You have the angles.
That's our point, bro.
Because when you have the angles, you know it's the same theodolite with that it's going to be the same. That if there were no atmosphere at all or no like changes in refraction, that it would be exactly the same at the same time, at the same place,
without
at the same day.
What would it be? And don't be a dickhead and say it wouldn't be flat.
Because they do it. They don't just do it like 2 days in a row and then leave. They do it like for a month.
Supposition, what would it be? And don't be a dickhead and say it wouldn't be flat.
You got to be more specific. You can't just say what would what.
So without that presupposition, because you're saying that they're calculating or correcting due to that reference point, which would be the ellipsoid mathematical model, matched with the geoid mathematical model. So, but without those two, it would just be an angle measurement?
No, the angle measurements match the ellipsoid model.
It matched the ellipsoid model because you got to correct to it, correct?
Right, you want to correct to the actual curvature to understand the true
shape. So you're correcting to that. You're using math to correct to it. It's not a measurement.
You correct and get that.
So without correcting, it would be what?
Incorrect.
No. Without you correcting to that mathematical point, and you just take the measurements,
it would be incorrect and inaccurate. It would not be accurate.
Why not? Why wouldn't it be accurate?
Because it is not corrected for refraction. You're ignoring changes in the atmosphere and the environment.
Wait a minute. You just told me earlier when I asked you flat out, I said, hey, is the theodolite a measurement of refraction? You said no. But you said the theodolite is totally accurate.
Measure refraction. No. That's the thing. It's like modern theodolites actually do this automatically, but the old-timey great ones, they don't measure refraction. They measure perfectly exactly how far, what angle the position is, but then you have to correct.
Hold on, you made a claim, bro. Where is it explained that these new modern theodolites measure for light bending?
No, they correct their total stations. They have computers that do it automatically.
So they're calculating it. They're not measuring it.
Correct.
Right. So it's not them actually measuring light bending. They
still have all the light. They're just lightweight, but they still do all the compass things. They still measure and then calculate.
So in other words,
there's a setting on the tuning stations called auto that applies to VGS 84 automatically. It's stupid. I mean, this whole thing is stupid. You are correcting for a model that you made up in your head. It's like I can make up a triangle Earth and then just correct for it. It's dumb.
Thank you. I mean, thank you. He gets it.
What were you saying? I missed it.
Oh my God.
You're just making shit up at the moment, right? You should probably be banned just for being a liar, just for lying and just making shit up.
I'm going to work in 2 minutes, but
go off to work, man. I'm sick of your bullshit.
Yeah, he been lying for like a whole hour now.
Hey man, you gave him hell, dog. These guys don't understand math. This guy literally said, "How does math have to do with measurements?" Dog, you're not winning.
Yes.
Bro said, genuinely, how does math have to do with measurements, bro? I'm dying.
Where do you even get the numbers from, bro?
Yeah, no.
Right. When you're measuring, you're doing what?
Listen to me. I read this on the internet. Nah, this is...
I got you. When you're measuring, you're doing what, bro?
Bro, that's the thing. Like, if I have, like, how...
Hello? When you're measuring, you're doing what? Hello?
I don't know. I guess you're right, dude.
So you don't know, so you're talking shit about something you don't even know about, right?
Dog, I don't know how to explain that to you because that's like asking, like, why does the rock hit the earth? Why is the earth the rock?
What's the difference between calculating? Right? What is the difference between calculating and measuring?
You got me there, bro.
Yeah, because you don't know that we actually talk about the method of measuring. We're not talking about, well, there's no such thing as measuring, basically recording numbers so much, taking a measurement. We're talking about what you actually doing, going out in the world is doing. Because measuring is part observing as well. Calculation on its own is just a mathematical concept, right? Which is supposed to describe something that you actually observing. So if you're saying that you have a model that you didn't observe, and then you're going to say that we're going to use this model that I didn't observe, which is only a concept, and we're going to use these measurements to prove this concept, it is basically using a model, taking a model that you already have first, and try to take something in the physical world to prove that model to be true, which is the begging the question fallacy. That's the only thing that we pointed out. So no, nobody in here said that measuring, it doesn't have anything to do with math. Silly. And there's definitely a difference between just calculating and coming up with models and concepts versus going out into the physical, natural world and measuring.
Measuring, but I measure in like English words with my mouth.
Ain't so bright, are you? It's funny that I explained it, and when I asked you straight up what it is, and you didn't have no fucking idea what it, right? So that means you should like shut the fuck up.
Dude, I'm not sure.
The calculation is based on perfection. If you have like a 10-inch steel bar and it has a PSI rating, you can calculate how much pressure would take at 100 inches, but until you measure it, you don't know if that's actually what it'll be.
Nah, I think this is just semantics, and I think this guy's just genuinely cooking you while he's cooking the turkey.
No, the difference between a calculation and measurement is real. Right? Like you could calculate if the turkey's ready, right? Like you could calculate, hey, we'll put the turkey at, it's a 10-pound turkey, 20 minutes per pound, 200 minutes. That's all calculations. But you still stick the thermometer in the turkey to see what temperature it is, to measure the temperature.
He literally said calculation, measurements have nothing to do with.
Don't follow the recommendations on the packet.
Dog, I don't even know how to process that, because then, like...
Yeah, it's 15 minutes a pound. Don't do 20, you'll burn it.
What the fuck is going on?
I mean, dude, I'm really not about to go back. I'm really not about to take you back to elementary school to explain this. Just shut up.
Oh, please. Don't do that. You know, like, I'd see if you had, like, an education, like, you had, like, a master's, but, like, obviously, no.
Did you want to get in, Jedi? You wanted to say something, Jedi?
You don't have any degree.
I don't even know what's going on there.
And when this guy literally said he measured it himself, he literally did research, you guys were like, no, because I read it on the internet. Semantics, dog. Semantics.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that at all.
He literally told him research didn't exist.
No, he didn't. Hold on. Dude, that's why I said you're not listening. He didn't say that. He didn't measure it himself. That's why I called him out on it. All he said is, I'm a millennial and I did research. I said, dude, I just literally proved to you that I done way more research than you, because everything that I said out of my mouth come out of you guys' textbook. And everything that he said out of his mouth, he just totally made that bullshit up. Literally. And even T-Dub had to correct him on point. Literally.
Dude, if you read the textbooks, you know the earth wasn't flat. Like, if you...
And the thing that he was talking about, the thing that you're laughing at, the thing that he was talking about right now, me and T-Dub was the one that explained that to him. He had to go back on ChatGPT to confirm it. So, did he do the research? Or was it
he knows what's up?
He did the research, and then he just basically had to backpedal off what we said to him. So he basically was piggybacking off of our information that we brought up, which was accurate. And then he wanted to basically pretend like he knew something about it and only had these ChatGPT points without any evidence supporting anything what he's saying whatsoever. And then when he was supporting something, it was something that we already described to him and came up with a counterpoint to it. So it's just kind of like, oh, we're talking about, let me put it in elementary terms. We're talking about Dragon Ball Z and say Goku do the Kamehameha, whatever. And we say how Goku did it to Vegeta. And then you come out of nowhere and go get the goddamn picture of Vegeta getting his ass wiped out by Kamehameha. And then you're going to say you did the research. But I'm the one that brought it up to you. So did you do the research, or you just basically just listened to what I said and came up with an argument?
Yeah, I listened to what you said. But I know I'm like comparing it to what I know, and that's how I know like you're wrong. But like, see, the difference between me and you is that you. Yeah, see, like, he can just kind of talk confidently, and that's what makes him like. That's the difference between me and you.
Contention with the word "no" when you say that you know something. Okay.
Yeah, I know, but like I can't talk like you guys and talk like confidently like that guy does. That's the difference. I can't do that.
When you mean no, what do you mean?
Bro, I'm literally just a listener, like everyone else in here listening.
Sorry, you seem to be talking an awful lot, and I was like addressing what you said.
Yeah, what the fuck, dude? Obviously, because like a 6-year-old could tell you this, dude, but you guys wouldn't let a 6-year-old do that. So
I'm still trying to figure out what you mean by no.
I don't know. I don't know how to explain to you. This guy, like, I don't know how to explain like math.
You talk like
this is the 1600s.
You talk
this is
like
the 1600s.
No, but you speak as though you think that we never thought the Earth was a globe.
You honestly, bro, it was probably someone who told you. Like, I can't even process that because, like, if you knew that,
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I was a worser glober than you.
That's so cap. That's so cap. That's so cap. That's so cap. That's so
Really?
cap. That's
How would you define a glober? Before you spaz out, how would you define a glober?
Nah, dude. I think it's just the ego thing, man. But you know, we're not talking about like that guy was.
Do you not give a straight answer to any question that's given to you?
That guy, guy who was cooking you guys. Yeah, he needs to. With me, I'm not even saying anything. I'm just throwing words around.
Guy was cooking us guys. Who's he?
The guy who was cooking in the kitchen. He was cooking you.
Is he gone? Guy. Is he still here?
No, he left, bro. Because this guy literally was saying math doesn't exist. This guy was saying numbers are fantasy.
So if he was cooking us, why did he run out the room? Because he couldn't rebut any points that we made, and we had responses for everything he brought up.
Well, if he was cooking the people in here, can you explain the whole recipe from beginning to end to us? Go ahead.
No, he doesn't understand. He's just here to listen.
Jedi, it was Talon, and he was just absolutely like just making shit up and butchering every single thing that he was saying. But this moron in here that was listening to him that has no idea about anything that was being said in the conversation or what any of it means, thinks he was cooking just because the guy is a globe earther. So Talon was saying that you can measure refraction by the time of the day. And there's less in the morning and more in the evening. So depending on what time of day it is, that's how you'll know how much refraction there is. And that's what they did when they measured the globe.
No, he said the theodolite did it.
He also said that modern theodolites measure refraction, but the old ones didn't measure refraction. But he said because they weighed 1,000 pounds, the old theodolites were really accurate. And they were so accurate that when the measurements didn't match the predictions, they knew how much refraction to account for to match them. Yeah. And that's how they measured for the refraction.
Yeah. He was spouting the same stuff for about 3 hours, give or take.
Oh my God, it was worse, Jedi.
I can imagine it's Talon. But we got this guy advocating for him, saying he was cooking us. Okay, that puts everything into perspective. Oh dear.
Well, when I was listening and when he told Joe, Joe, I'm trying to have an honest conversation, I almost shocked when Talon said he was trying to be honest. Damn.
What was dishonest?
Talon, it's like a common theme for him, just to mess around and make stuff on the go during the conversation. Oh, they accounted for refraction because it was morning and they calculated that. Yeah, sure.
I mean, I don't think Talon even know what refraction is. I think he got it confused with something else. And I don't know why they. I mean, the only point that I was just trying to why don't you guys just give up the whole, you could get curve measurements with angle. I mean, why don't you guys just give that up? Like, that wouldn't even be like the first point that I would even try to concede to. The point that I would try to go, but at least when I was and like I said, I was a Glober myself, and I think I was a pretty good dickhead at it. But at least when I was a Glober, I will always try to find where the globe was proven in its first instant before I even go into measurement. But I know that you have to go into measurements and do it. But I would say like, oh, well, you know what? The tangent is actually justified because we know it's a globe because of this observation, because of that observation, which would take me into Narnia. So, I really don't understand on why you guys did, because if you're only using angle measurement, saying he's only using angle measurement, and we have to correct these angle measurements using the ellipsoid because we know it's due to refraction. I said, well, that's a new one actually to me, because I never knew that the theodolite even measured for refraction or correct for refraction. So that's a new one to me, but I never even heard of that argument. I mean, usually they try to away from it, but
he's only half wrong.
I don't know why they want that so bad. Like, why do they want the angle measurements to prove a globe so bad?
You have to. The only way to plot a curvature is with angles, dude. It's the only way. There's no other way. So, for example, take any object that is curved, that you know is curved, and try to tell me what the curvature is without using angles. Good luck.
Yeah, but you would have to tell any object that is a curve, right? That any object that is curving, you have to have a physical observation showing that it's curving first in order for you to basically take a measurement or a correction in the first instant. So that's the measurements that's the thing that I would be trying to prove first.
No, you don't.
Why not?
That's not. Because all you need is to pick any arbitrary baseline as a reference and then pull measurements and angles from that arbitrary baseline to multiple intersection points on the other surface, and then recognize that there's a rate of change of slope, and then you have a curvature.
Great.
So you need...
Great. So the next question will be, did they take any arbitrary baseline and measure the entire for that curved surface to be a change of slope in continuation for a radius value?
Okay, that's fine. Maybe not, but that's different than saying...
That would be you.
Okay, that's fine. Hey, Joe. I get to finish my sentences. Okay? Thank you. Okay, you're correct in the last part that you said, but in the first two sequences, you weren't correct. You have to use angles to measure curvature. You can't do it any other way. Well, unless you template. You could do a template. So you could match a pre-existing curvature, like let's say a French curve, like it's an artist tool, and you could put it against a curve and then you'd be matching. But if you're going to measure it raw, you'd have to use angles somewhere along the line. It can't be otherwise. Do you understand?
Dude, check this out, AI. I want you to listen very closely. That is not my point that I am making. I am not about to play these Nathan OP games with you guys in here. That is not my point that I am making. The point that I am making, and I need you to listen very closely. The point that I'm making, in order for you to basically say that you are measuring angle, but the surface is actually curved, you're going to need substantial observations and substantial evidence to prove that the curve is curved in the first instant. You can't take a mathematical model, such as an ellipsoid, and have that mathematical model correct for a G, and then say, well, these two mathematical models, we're going to correct for them, and then we're going to utilize these local measurements, which is horizontal.
Nobody disagreed with that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, nobody disagreed. Yeah, nobody disagreed with that.
Okay. Now, if you're going to say...
But you changed...
Okay.
You changed what you said, dude.
No, I didn't. I said, I don't know. I'm trying to go for the angle measurements I don't know why they trying to go for the angle measurements in the first instant and say this is using these measurements is going to basically measure it for a curve. Can't do that, bro. It's not a curve measurement.
Oh my goodness, brother. You can measure an unknown curve, dude. It's physically possible. Now, if you say I already have a preordained model of my expectation of a curve, and then I'm going to mathematically transform my measurements to that curve, then yes, you'd be correct. That would be an error. But if they're just taking raw measurement, okay, which to be fair, when you critique them, you find out they aren't. But if they were just taking raw angle measurements, they could prove that a surface is curved. That's the only way you could do it, beyond seeing it in its totality or using a template.
Because if it's not measured to be flat, then it's curved.
Where's it not measured to be flat and it's curved?
Before he answers that, Joe is in the right spirit. Because when he explained himself correctly. I'm just pointing out that when he first started talking about it, he was just loosely, now we understood what he was saying, but loosely he was just associating angles and excluding them from curvature. Now we knew what he meant, but I just give him the opportunity to clear it up. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, but I was just saying exclusively angles alone. Because listen, well, I know what you meant. If I'm gonna put it in a long version, if we can say, well, we're gonna use triangulation, or which is basically angles, and we're gonna measure these angles and use them in the local scale, and we only using them in the local scale, and then say, well, it's actually going to make corrections the ellipsoid or make corrections to a mathematical, because we know that it's actually a globe, then that would be incorrect. That would be an error, right? And this is what the globers usually try to hold. Now, if they making a claim, such as people like Bev, where they say like, well, actually we did take the elevation angle measurements, and we actually measured elevation where the dip continuously to a radius value, I would like that evidence, please.
Yeah, you'd have to have multiple floating points that are measured from the same raw baseline. And then you have to plot those floating points and see that they make a rate of change of slope consistent with some type of curvature when you plot them out. But that's not what they do. When it comes to the plotting, they intentionally do a mathematical transform to plot it to the expectation of the curvature. Which is, we know that because, now, Reg, real quick, we know that because, just like Comey admitted, they alter the plumb lines to match their assumption of the celestial sphere's integration to the surface. Which is exactly what you see in the diagrams when you look it up in the textbooks. That is what they do. All right, but I think we beat that to death, so I think that's fair. So hopefully Bacon Sauce has something interesting to say.
Because their instruments are correct, their measurements, their methodology for using the instruments are correct, right? They're going to stand by that till the cows come home. And the celestial sphere model is correct beyond a doubt to them. Right?
He does.
Those are their two standards, right?
I have one correction. Perfect, not correct. Perfect.
Perfect. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, and listen. And to your point, AI. Check this out. When the guy was first talking, and I don't want to beat this to death. I said when the guy was first talking, I said yes. I said all that would be correct. I said I would give you the angle measurement. I said as long as that you admit that you are using right now locally, you are measuring horizontal locally, even though it's a change in elevation. Whether it's a change in elevation or not, when you're measuring anything at distances, your measurement is actually being taken at distance. It is horizontal. Now, you would need an independent, right? You would need something that is independent to basically show that it's actually a globe. Now, if you have any measurements showing that you have an elevation change continuously where you will have a radius value behind it, right? He said, well, I'm going to go to the celestial body. It said, or the celestial sphere. I said, well, no, you would only need to prove the tangent. line that is underneath the tangent line, right? So you would need to prove that change. Now, I'm not going to just say give it to him. He should already have that, because if I'm trying to put the globe back without Glober, I always say like, well, you have different direction, and the elevation do change horizontally. Same now as Bev say, but you will have multiple horizontals. I agree with that. Right, you will have multiple horizontals, right? But if you don't have to change continuously until you come up with a radius value or that circumference that you're talking about, then you don't have the actual proof or the physical proof or a physical observation due to measurements that you actually can describe a globe with. You only have a mathematical model, that you guys actually have GPs on, and those are math points, and you will only use that for physical local flat earth or physical local horizontal measurement from where you are from the GPs that you guys have with this mathematical point from the celestial bodies and the stars. That's it. That's why I say I don't know why they want to go there if they don't have that. I would want to go somewhere else. Go back to boats going underneath the horizon or something. I would go somewhere else if you don't have that. If you don't have it there, I would go somewhere else.
Yeah, but he said it a bunch of times. He said, what did he say? He said something to the effect of, I know I have to correct for it, because if I don't correct for it, it doesn't come out right. Because I know what I'm expecting. It's like, so how'd you get it in the first place? If you didn't have what you're supposed to do later.
Hey, I kept asking him, I said, correct for what?
Bro, real quick, bro. It's like John Connor. His dad banged his mom, and then his son sent his dad back to save his mom. Yeah, I get it
now. Yes, because that's the way he makes it sound. The Talon makes it sound like, okay, they took the measurements. They had no ellipsoid model, right? Which they did, but he's saying it like, no, Everest didn't, right? Everest took the measurements, built an ellipsoid out of the measurements, right? And then used the ellipsoid to be able to tell that the measurements were incorrect, that there was errors in the measurements. That's the way he makes it sound. Like, that's the way it came across to me anyway. That's what I got from it. Like,
it's like a bootstrap paradox or first cause fallacy, something along those lines.
Globe model's riddled with those. Foucault's apparatus, Coriolis, gyroscopes.
Or is it called it's called ex post hoc ergo prompter hoc. There you go. The cart before the horse.
I call it the unicorn fallacy.
Sorry, I'm making a little bit of noise here for a second. Putting away the super sawzall. So that was actually a pretty entertaining back and forth. The only problem is that some of your guys' mics overblare each other. You, the one speaking, can't tell the other person speaking, and the people that are listening just hear you, the person that's overblaring, is muffle.
Yeah, it's my mic. I was trying to clear the floor for him. I was trying to like, hey man, not do that, but
Well, I mean, to your point there, somebody who doesn't have a mic like yours has to be the one to do it, because when you try to do it, they can't hear you. So someone has to recognize it's happening and then step in on your behalf.
Yeah. But you know, that's why I said I try to set up. That's why I only say things like, "Hey, well, it's a direct question, man. It's not really for you to like monologue, because I don't want to cause the audience chaos. You know, because if I say, "Hey, what is this?" and then you say yes, and then I get to talking again to finish my point, then you know, I'll be like, "Hey, it's a direct question, man," and I just go ahead and let a monologue anyway. But it's like 3 different people, so.
Speaking of that, should we hear what Bacon wanted to say? I think he was going to prove us all wrong and validate the globe and make us cry.
Yes, I like some beef bacon. Go ahead.
Oh, maybe he left. He's got no staying power.
I think Bacon was talking earlier, but he left.
Well, you know what? Before he left, he said the globe has a lot of those, referring to the bootstrap paradox type justifications.
That wasn't Bacon, that was me.
What? Oh my goodness, dude. I apologize.
No worries.
Now that you spoke again, well, no. Now that he spoke again, now I can tell the difference. But when it happened, the two had talked so close to each other, like I just thought it was the same person still talking.
Oh, okay.
Bacon, percentage, same thing.
What? That's haram.
It's not haram if it's beef bacon, though.
It depends on how it's slaughtered, but yeah.
Listen, dude, if your harem is full of beef and bacon, you might want to, find some prettier chicks.
I don't think Bacon was staying here more than 5 minutes.
What do they call whale meat?
A Jenny Craig social mixer.
They could do them presentations on I think every Tuesday. They could do like a presentation on Earth Awakening like every Tuesday or something. He probably wouldn't be in here anyway. I think Monday or Tuesday, him and Jesse be presentations they be doing. But to your point, AI, that is the only way to get it. I was being like kind of a dickhead. But that's cool for calling me out on, since ain't no Glober in here.
All survived.
Move the conversation to something else. Like, come on, tell me about gravity again. Ain't Elon going to Mars? Tell me about that. You guys don't have it with these angle. It just piss them off even more, I guess. Well, these fucker, you think I can't beat them with angle measurements? Okay. Talk to me about NASA, bro. You guys can't beat me with these angle measurements. What? Okay, I got you. These angle measurements. Triangulation. Look, GG. Yeah.
All they got to do is just change the name of a quote unquote curved triangle to something else. Be like, call it a spoogly doogly, and then they can just skirt around the whole definition problem.
Right. A spherical.
See, I thought they were called kites or vectors. That's what I thought they were called.
That would make more sense for them to call it that, since they say it's due to gravity. That's how they,
Well, let me ask this question: If a triangle is fundamentally missing a portion of the definition, then it's not a triangle, right? So, for example, real quick, the spherical triangle, right? It has 3 points. They are connected by lines, but they're not straight lines, right? So then you would say, okay, that's not a triangle. It doesn't fit the definition, right?
Right.
So if that's true, then if you have another 3 points, right, but the hypotenuse and the vertical don't intersect at a point in space, right, like triangles do, because it's 3 points connected by 3 straight lines, which means they must intersect at that point, then that would also not be a triangle by the same logic, right?
They're not connected. What do you mean?
Well, I just mean, like, if you some people, they say you're using a right angle triangle for celestial navigation, right?
Oh, yeah.
And they'll be it's missing parts of the definition of a triangle, and it's borrowing categories from real triangles and conceptual triangles. So parts of the triangle are conceptual and parts of it is real. So it actually doesn't fit the definition of an actual triangle. And so just like the spherical triangle doesn't, if you want to hold true to that, you'd also have to hold true to the other one, isn't?
But no, it's not. But the thing is that it is conceptual. The line of sight is conceptual because you're not getting actual distance. If that's what you mean. But in a sense, it's a conceptual triangle anyway. I mean, the only thing that is actually being measured is your location distance from the GP, which is a mathematical.
Sure. So you could agree. Yeah. So you could agree that you can have a conceptual shape that you use and you apply numbers to, and you use the math for that shape in the concept stage, and it actually gives you real world results. But in the real world, that shape doesn't actually exist.
Yeah, but the conceptual shape must be within the definition. The conceptual shape can't be without the definition. So a curved line cannot get you.
Right. Yeah. If you're making a conceptual triangle, it needs to be a triangle, not a vector or a kite or whatever else you want to name the other thing.
Right. So it's not like a natural. I mean, I said the same thing to Jedi. I said it's not a like it's not a physical measurement like if you to do it with a tree or a mountain. It's a conceptual measurement because you're using your line of sight to parent positions. But you're only trying to get the physical distance from the GP, which you can say is a little shaky because the GP is a mathematical point from the line of sight that is on these guys, what they call it? I forgot what they call it. I mean, he's only giving you a physical distance. I mean, okay. But I get what you guys are saying about it. It's not an actual triangle; it's more of a conceptual. That's what I would say about it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And if you leave it at that, that's fine. But some people make the claim. Some people make the claim that those two lines actually intersect in space at a particular point, and that the star is at that point. That's a problem.
Yeah, I would like to see how it's conceptually interception, but you don't know the physical distance of where the star is. So,
all right, I gotta go on mute because it's bedtime for the tenants.
You say the infinite line is intercepted. I don't know, but you would still need the physical distance to the star. The line must have a length that is physical. So, I mean, a little shaky, a little bit nitpicky. But it's totally not, oh, well, all the lines be scrabbled. If that ain't a natural triangle. Matter of fact, I think I talked to Whitson about this before even Jedi. Yeah. I think I did talk to Winston about this. Winston and Winston, Humble, Righteous Force, George. Talked to a few people about that for like a whole 2 years. So this is definitely not nothing new. This is like more, I think, what, 2003, 2000, no, I say 2000, 2000. He was talking about this. Yeah, my bad if I over talked to T. I know exactly what AI very good. And the dude totally like annoyed me when he was like, "We did this and we did that," and I totally like talked over G. I ain't mad, but I just hate when people say, "Yeah, and we did this and we did that." went out and did this. Like, you didn't absolutely nothing. You is sitting in the house on the computer. That's what you. We millennials, we did this. You a millennial? I doubt you even took a bath. Ain't no way in hell I'm gonna sit up here and believe a guy went out and took a measurement of some earth and he won't even jump off his computer and jump. Did we get a job? Did we do that? What's up, Peter?
What's up, guys? What are you guys up to?
Not much.
Cooking Glovers, I'm guessing.
Kind of, you know, being a little nice today, though, actually.
They're gonna cook themselves.
That point. What's up, Matrix?
This is no Matrix. Yeah, no apology needed there for me. Reg, tripping out. Probably was the one talking over you, trying to get in. And I'm guilty of it plenty of other times anyway, so don't worry about it, man. It happens.
I'm all good, mate. Discord was a bit laggy this morning, so yeah, I wouldn't. People are talking over each other.
Yeah, yeah, we was both guilty of it, I guess. Yep. T-Dub had a real good point though. He was walking up down it, and then the dude kind of triggered me. He was just being like real arrogant and just telling T-Dub, we did this, and we already did. I was like, I hate when they do that, man. You didn't do anything. Like, really? Did you? I guess that last guy, y'all got him. I guess what he like to troll or something.
Oh, did I just miss out on someone getting wrecked?
Oh, it was Talon getting wrecked, but he was kind of wrecking himself, really.
Oh, can we change his name from Talon to Teflon?
Tampon.
Oh, man. He's a slippery bugger to nail down, isn't he?
Yeah, but we
not
kind of
really. He was just cooking. He was cooking himself, bro. He was saying the dumbest shit. He was just making stuff up on the spot. He was saying that you measure refraction. You measure refraction by what time of the day it is, and that's how they measured refraction when they surveyed the Earth or whatever. It's just making up bullshit. And he's like, oh, like just one thing after the next. He was just bullshitting.
If that's the case, and you measure refraction by the time of day, currently it's 43. How much refraction should I have?
You have to ask Tampon about that one, bro.
That's funny. Oh, man.
He was saying there's like early in the morning, that's when it's the best. That's when it's low refraction. So if we show him the 8-foot black swan, the super clear one, that was done at sunrise, first thing in the morning.
So, just out of curiosity, how does the nighttime one go?
Oh, it's heavy refraction. He was saying they do their measurements in the morning, and then they compare it again at nighttime, and then they know how much refraction there was. It's just the dumbest shit. It sounds dumb even repeating it. Doesn't make any sense at all.
Wow.
And here's the one that's really funny. He was saying that they got modern theodolites that already measure and take account for refraction automatically.
Yeah, he said they measure, modern theodolites measure refraction. What they do is they account for, like, they can automatically account for what they consider standard refraction, which is just completely guessing what the refractive index is doing. It's the dumbest thing.
No, they measure it with a clock. Remember, it's a time of day. So pretty much, they measure it with putting the clock on.
The clock. Refraction clock. That's so funny. But this
now, if the lights came along with 2 scopes on them, one IR and one standard, and you could compare the difference between, say it was some kind of computer algorithm or something that compared the difference between the two, I'd say, yes, they probably could check how much interference there is. But since they don't,
this is what he was saying as well. He was like, when they surveyed the Earth back in the day and worked out it was a globe, they used these big giant extremely accurate 1,000-pound theodolites that were so accurate, and he said that they knew that this is how they accounted for refraction, right? Because he said the modern ones automatically can measure refraction, but back then they didn't. So this is how they accounted for it. Because the theodolites were so accurate, if the observation didn't match the prediction, then they were able to calculate how much refraction was present.
So based off a pure assumption, this prediction, we actually had him on last night, and 20 was ripping him a new one, squeezing all the dumb shit claims out of him.
Yeah, so just like textbook reverse engineering. Like, it doesn't fit the globe model, so there must have been X amount of refraction present on this day. We use like a refraction slider. And that's how much refraction there was. However much it was off, matching the globe, that's how much refraction there was.
Check that post I just did. I posted a refraction calculator.
Oh, God.
It's a double-layered joke, maybe triple-layered.
Yeah, I get it. That's hilarious.
Oh man, I get it. That's hilarious. It's funny because this is what he believed, bro.
Damn, that is a multi-layered joke. I like it.
It was what he was explaining, right? So
But it's crazy, man. Like, all they have to do is pretend like they know what they're talking about, and the other globe earthers that don't know anything about any of this stuff are so impressed. They're like, "Oh, that guy was cooking you guys."
he literally was just repeating the same nonsense.
He was just butchering everything he was saying.
He was making up shit on the fly.
Yeah, exactly.
I know what he was doing. He was reading ChatGPT, half repeating it while we was talking, and then he was so eager to get in there. He just didn't have an understanding of what he's actually reading, so he didn't even know what he's talking about is already explained. And then once it came down to him being questioned about what he's talking about, because he came out, read that fast, I guess he just came up with this shit off the fly. I guess he's thinking like these fighters dumb. They're gonna believe it anyway.
Was he still hyper defensive even though he was reading shit off of ChatGPT? As he was last night.
He had a hissy fit at Reg Show at one point.
Really?
Yeah, he was yelling and screaming for a bit there.
Wow. Well done, Reg.
Oh, hey. Speaking of that, somebody just volunteered to do a dubstep drop remix of Donald C. freaking out.
Oh, thank you.
You got it, bro. You just volunteered. Thanks.
Remind me when I get home. Anybody, I don't care. Remind me when I get home. We've got to grab some clips. Yeah.
Donald C. He came back in here.
This was a while ago. He was being called out for, like, he said, back a long time ago, he said, like, I have the evidence, but it got stolen. And then he changed the story to, I have the evidence, but my house burned. And then Indio called him out for being a liar or something like that. And then he's just completely spazzed out. Like Tourette's syndrome or something. Instant nuke or something.
Was that the one where he flipped out that bad that he distorted his microphone and we couldn't hear what it was?
Yeah, that's where the bass drop drops.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, you got to clip that one.
I think it is. I think if you just search Donald C. Freakout, it'll come right up on our main server. Dude, searching search terms in our main server, it's golden if you need to find things, especially old convos or the way people used to argue things, or even sometimes videos that you lost track of.
Oh, yeah, you didn't listen to that. So he was claiming that him and his buddy did some measurements of some race.
So what?
I said, was the dude claiming Donald C? Was he claiming him and his buddy?
No, just him.
Oh, okay. It sounded like in a clip he was saying him and his buddy.
Oh, well, you know what? I only remember it just being him, so I could be wrong.
Yeah, but he didn't do it anyway. He could have changed it up.
Yeah, like the first time it was him and his buddy, then the next time it was him and his wife, then the next time it was he was never married.
Fuck the flat earth. No one agrees?
Yep, you totally agree. You can move on, bro.
What up, my G?
Yeah. There you go. Indio don't even get him room to be on. he like you flat out like he didn't even give him a room to make the line. He just said me and my buddy. You and your buddy ain't do nothing. Like one of those like no nonsense cops. They bring you in the interrogation room, like, yeah, you try to make them. No, you ain't. You know you ain't doing it because they lay it off in front of you. Here's a video with you stealing the candy bar. I totally wasn't in that store. Here you is in the store. I don't got time for that.
Man, anybody ever cut a hot pill? That's a lot more complicated than it looks at first glance.
My dude. So check this out. So he said he took these measurements 20 years ago, and his house got robbed. Oh. That's hilarious, man.
Hello, niggers.
Okay, you can get out of this channel, dude.
Why?
If any of you want to know, is the guy Satanist who said that shit.
Why are you snitching, brother?
Snitching, dude. This is being live streamed to YouTube. We don't need that garbage on here.
Yo, what up, YouTube? Me and my psycho family, they all believe the earth is flat with no evidence.
Bro, what is your problem?
What do you mean, what's my problem? What's your problem?
Bro, just say you're done for, buddy.
Alrighty, bye. Hey guys, I'm back.
Been that long, I can't remember how to ban him here, but I've got his number, his user ID if someone wants to do it. Plain and truth.
I'm reporting that guy right now.
I'll try, see if I get it right.
Hello, Flat Earth, Flat Earth Alaskan Malamute. Are you there?
Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, Matthew Learns. What's going on, Matthew?
Not much. What do you plan to do this year?
I'm going to school right now.
That's pretty good.
For the next 3 months, I'm going to school. Just doing, basically training for a job I already know how to do.
That sounds kind of inefficient. But, oh well, sometimes jobs are like that.
It's because it's unionized, so they require me to follow their program, which is it's whatever.
Yeah, makes sense.
Anyways,
so tell me what you like about the flat Earth. Oh, just
I like the logical consistency it has with the way they look at the world, the way they what else? Before I started coming in here, I used to have a lot of fallacious thinking.
Mm-hmm.
But
so learning critical thinking, you're saying?
Yeah, I think the people here taught me quite a bit about critical thinking.
Yeah, I'm a fan of critical thinking. It's not often displayed much.
Yeah, and especially I'm a millennial, okay? Especially my generation and the ones after, they lack a certain type of thinking that the older generations have.
Yeah, but I think it can be learned, so I think there's hope.
I'm pretty sure you were here, but there's a guy named Talon who is just using ChatGPT as his argument for the globe.
Didn't think at all. He just
parroting.
I don't know what he was doing. Maybe he just uses ChatGPT for anything he doesn't know. He just doesn't think at all with his own mind.
That's one thing I don't like about technology.
Yeah, it can make you lazy.
It's very good, but a certain aspect of it, if used wrong, takes away your thinking capabilities.
I like math and science, so I think these discussions are interesting.
Yeah, I went to school for 3.5 years for math and physics. I never learned how to do long addition and long division. I've needed calculate even in subtraction too. I've needed calculators for it all my entire life.
You didn't learn that in elementary school?
Well, obviously it was taught, yeah, but I don't know. I just used the calculator. I never felt like learning it.
Yeah, tools can be handy, but we can rely on them too much sometimes.
What about you? Why do you come here? Because I know you're a Glober, but you come in here a lot. You're a lot nicer than the others too.
Oh, thanks. I don't know. I think it's an interesting topic. I'm a teacher, part time, and so I like talking about things and making things easier to understand. I think it's interesting to hear how people think and why people think certain things. So, yeah. I mean, usually I'm doing something else or working on something different. It's just interesting to listen to. Like I'm eating a bagel with cheese right now. Sorry. Or were you asking why I'm still a Glober?
Can you say it again?
Or were you asking why I'm still a Glober?
Yeah, why are you still a Glober, sir?
Because I think for all the observations that we see, that the globe Earth still has the best explanation. Like for sunsets, moon phases, seasons, that kind of stuff.
I've seen you in here a bit. Don't you agree that the Earth measures relatively flat compared to what you would expect from the model?
I don't think it's possible to directly measure any curvature, so I agree with you there. But I don't think that it's possible. It's big enough that it's hard to see the difference between perfectly flat and the globe Earth.
Do you not think using lasers to measure the water is sufficient enough, or
it's
long-distance observations?
Yeah, but the problem is that you can tell just by turbulence that sometimes the position of those things change. So it's hard to guarantee that the laser is not is perfectly straight instead of bending a little bit. Because remember, you'd only have to bend 0.007 degrees per mile in order to match the globe Earth. In order to match flat Earth, it's 0.000 instead of 0.0007.
Yeah.
But so like looking at the horizon, I don't think it helps the case for either side. That's why I say, simple questions like, it's dark now. Where is the sun? The globe Earth has a pretty good answer for that, but the flat Earth, I think, has an insufficient answer.
Yeah, but just because the globe Earth has a how do I say it?
Just so sorry.
Because, I don't know how to say it. Just because the globe Earth, the model, it predicts where certain things will be. That doesn't necessarily make the ground a ball. The globe, so we look at globe model.
Have you seen this globe model?
Yeah, you're right about that. So when we look at the observations, the globe model describes why they are where they are and has a good explanation, is what I'm saying.
Nah, no information. Just a story. There is no globe model. I haven't seen a globe model. Have you seen the globe model, Matthew Learns?
By model, I mean a system of explanations and ideas.
Oh, so not a scientific model that has been tested. Okay. So no model.
You're the one that said no model. I said that I assigned a list of ideas and explanations. So maybe I'd say this one has the best explanation.
Yeah, so not a scientific model.
Where do you think the sun is? Right?
In the sky.
Yeah, of course, but I'm saying above where?
Above the Earth.
Just up. Like
above the Earth.
Look up, there it is.
Well, I live in California, and I look up and it's not there. It's dark outside.
Yep. Sometimes it's not close to you, sometimes it's close to you.
But it's always above the Earth?
Oh, all the time. When is it not above the Earth?
Well, if you go outside and look from a relatively high hill, you can see stars all the way around, and so it's not there. So how come I can see stars instead of the sun?
Have you? I know you read. I know you read Genesis. It's been divided, right? Daylight being divided, and the sun just rules the day.
Yeah, the sun was created as, or its purpose was to rule the day, and the purpose of the moon is to rule the night. But the moon is in the night almost as much time as it is in the day, right?
Yep. But did you see the sun at night?
By definition, I do not know.
Okay, so, but it's in the sky is always above the earth, is it not?
Yeah, it's above Perth right now, Perth, Australia. I think somewhere around there.
Yeah, above the earth. Somehow you think it goes under earth as well.
Right, because I see it when I watch the sunset over an ocean. You can see it go lower and lower, and then it's chopped in half by the ocean, blocked by the ocean. Then eventually it's 100% blocked by the ocean.
Is it touching the? Is it touching the ocean? Does it look like it touched the ocean, or does it look like
it touches, but it doesn't?
It's just it doesn't, right? It looks like it just hovers above, but it never goes under.
Yeah, but the ocean blocks it after the sunset's over. You can't see the sun anymore.
But when it goes away, does it just like vanishes, or does it seems like it goes all the way down?
It depends on how clear it is. If it's hazy, kind of disappears in the clouds. But if it's clear, you can see it sort of being chopped off bottom up as it sets.
I got videos of actual clear skies, and it just it looks like it almost hits the ground, but it doesn't. It has a space in between, and then all of a sudden it just vanishes, and then you get that green glow.
Yeah, I'm talking about what I've seen with my own eyes. When have you seen the sun rise or set over the ocean? I can show a picture.
You're saying when people record it is not valid?
Oh, I've seen the pictures of the glare getting smaller and smaller, but I would want to see a clearer picture so you can actually see the outline of the sun and see where it is.
So also when you driving a long straight road and you seen the lights, seems like they go down towards the horizon. But do they really go lower, or is it still the same height?
They're still the same height. Due to perspective, they get lower and lower and smaller and smaller.
Why? Because it's further away?
Yeah, because those lights are getting further and further away.
But they're not setting.
No, I mean, you can see the lights going farther and farther, eventually get far enough that you can't see them.
Kind of take the same thing. It kind of does the same thing that the sun does, doesn't it?
No, the sun stays the same size as it sets, like the same angular size.
And it's more
it's
medium.
The same distance the whole time.
Just more medium, but I mean, actually, sometimes it even gets bigger, doesn't it not?
Not really, no.
Yeah,
I've noticed that sometimes visually in the sky, the sun will look bigger. Same thing with the moon. Sometimes it will look bigger or smaller.
Especially it's easier to see that effect of the moon. Like when it's first rising or setting, when it's against those distant hills over there, it looks huge.
The same thing happened with the sun.
Right, but I'm saying, I'm not talking about how big it looks or how small it looks. I'm talking about if you measure it, it's about half a degree of angular size.
Yeah, but if that's because, again, I mean, you can definitely tell that that's just like some kind of lensing effect. But you can definitely see that it does change the size, or it doesn't look the same when it's kind of hazy, doesn't it not?
Oh, when it's hazy, you can't see the edge. I'm talking about when it's clear enough, you can actually see where it really is. You can see the edge of the moon or the edge of the sun.
Like if you look at the sun, right, kind of, it looks huge. But if you get a sun, a sun filter, and look at the sky, does the sun look the same as when it looks without it? The sun filter?
Yeah, with the sun filter, you can see the actual edge of the sun. Depending on the atmospheric conditions or what kind of camera you're using, you'll get more or less glare. If you don't have a sun filter, it can be huge.
Right. Well, I'm just talking about a telescope. But yeah, you get a sun filter, you can see the difference between the actual sun and what we perceive that it's the sun.
Yeah, I'm talking about the angular size of the actual sun. The actual moon is about 0.5, half a degree, basically.
Right. So
it doesn't change much.
Yeah. So you can't really say that when you're looking at the sun, you're actually seeing the actual size, whether it changed size or not. You can't tell the difference because the light itself is so bright that it gives you a false perspective of the sun. Does it not?
It can if you're trying to take a picture of it. I'm talking about if you have it properly filtered, then you can see the actual size, and the actual size doesn't change, and that's due to perspective because the distance isn't changing. It's easier with the moon. If you go out tonight. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
There has been measurements of the sun, according to that I've seen, that it does changes in size.
Oh, really? By how much?
Don't know. If it changes size, it changes size. I remember the size.
No, you said. No, I'm sorry. I thought you said measurements. So what were the measurements like from?
Yeah, like I said, it was just pixels in the screen. But again, it was definitely a change in pixels.
Well, it's a couple days past the full moon, but if you go out tonight and watch the moon is going to stay the same angular size all night long. Trinity, I'm not trying to jumble anybody's minds. I'm just trying to explain why I think the Earth is a globe still. I'm not trying to obfuscate anything, trying to answer clearly and concisely. We're not using hopscotch message. We're talking about specific things. We're not all over the place. We're talking about angular size of the celestial bodies. Then we were talking about what happens when they set, that type of thing.
Yeah, still couldn't produce a scientific model for the globe, though, right? That was our first topic.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure what you mean by scientific model. By model, I just mean a set of explanations.
It's explanations. If due to science, that means those are tested and with experiments. It's different than a just so story or a colloquial explanation. Are you talking about a colloquial explanation?
Yeah, I'm talking about colloquial explanation, the basic idea of why we see what we see in the sky, how satellites work, how satellite TV works, and GPS, like all these things, long distance flight patterns, all that kind of stuff. Explains those well.
Oh, okay. So just all right. I mean, if you're just saying about the way people are just telling you the story of how it works, I guess if you want to believe it, that's fine. But with actual explanations, experiment, it wouldn't have to be a believer tested and actually shown to be true. It's a big difference.
Yeah, so for example, tonight's moon is going to be the same size all night long, and I think that's because the moon stays the same distance all night long due to the laws of perspective. I'm unwilling to accept the flat Earth explanation the moon is coming closer and closer, then going farther and farther as it sets, because it doesn't look like that. It stays the same size. It's not changing distance at all. I mean, not at all. How about within 2%, I'll say.
I mean, could it be something in the air that makes it do that? Would you think?
That's a good guess. That's a good explanation. The counter argument to that is that the constellations don't bend and warp throughout the night, so we don't think that the air is changing the sizes of things up there, because Orion's belt is always the same size, or Cassiopeia, and all the constellations don't bend and warp.
Oh, you're saying the lensing effect.
Yeah, the lensing effect doesn't affect the constellation, so there's no lensing effect. I mean, maybe within 10 or 20 degrees of the horizon, things get weird, but I'm talking about where we can see really clearly up in the sky.
Yeah, but you can't really tell me how far is the moon to tell me exactly that it stays the same angular size.
Right. What I'm saying is that it stays the same distance. I'm not saying what distance it is. I'm saying the fact that it stays the same size within 2% means that it's the same distance within 2%.
Okay. I mean, if you want to believe the Jessel story because you want to believe in the globe, that's fine, man. I mean, that's
I'm basing it on observations like the constant size of the moon tonight, that kind of stuff.
Something that you can't measure or figure out whether how far it is or anything like that, or something that's between us that's actually causing things. Whether you like it or not, whether because you say there's the stars ain't doing this or that. I mean, we don't know exactly what's is actually doing. We're just what we perceive and see.
In order for that to be true, you'd have to say something like there's some medium changing the size of the moon, but it has no effect on the stars for some reason. Like the air changes the size of the moon, so it's the same size, matches exactly, but somehow has no effect on the stars. I'm sorry, I don't buy it.
Yeah, what were you talking about? They actually do have like some kind of changing in perspective of the way they don't they when they go to the horizon kind of warp away instead of actually staying the same parallel as it was supposedly moving.
I suppose things might change a little bit as you get close to the horizon, just because it gets fuzzy down there, and there's a lot of air. That's what I'm saying. Above 10.
So
like I said, above 10 or 20 degrees above the horizon. That's what I'm talking about.
So then there isn't or isn't a change? I'm about to, well, it was one or the other. It can't be both.
Right. So above 20 degrees, neither the moon nor the constellations change in angular size all night long. While they're above 20 degrees, let's say. By more than 2%.
Well, tell me, when have you actually looked at a star from day in to day out? Or the other way around?
Oh, I'm just saying that all of the stars have their right ascension and declination, and they don't change location, so the constellations remain the same. That's how you can find them in the sky. Like star map, we only have one star map. We don't have to have like
their
Randy Warby star map.
I'm saying their appearance. What you were saying.
Yeah, you know Orion's Belt, those three stars, they're the same angular distance apart from each other, no matter where you are on Earth.
But those are just points in the skies. They're not as big, so you can tell the difference.
Right, the angular distance between those three stars is what I'm talking about. That size, it's bigger than the moon, by the way. I mean,
yeah, but they're not all together like the moon. Like it's one whole thing.
Right, it's the shape in the sky. Those are constellations, but I'm saying those constellations don't get bent or warped by any so-called atmospheric lensing or something. Trinity says Polaris never moves. Well, there's something. Polaris has a proper motion though, so it does move. Trinity, you said the Polaris has not moved significantly, but we don't see any references to it as the North Star in ancient Greece because it wasn't there. So it has moved a bit. I mean, it doesn't move quickly.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I just got a couple questions and concerns.
Go for it. One at a time.
So with like the flat Earth rabbit hole, how can you tell that there's not a lot of government involvement with the movement?
You're asking how would we know if there's a government kind of like encouraging people to be flat earthers?
Yeah, kind of close. Or more so the fact that, do you believe that there's like controlled opposition when it comes to stuff like this?
Well, not unless they're responsible for the surface of water being flat.
Well, I saw someone say the Gov is actually censoring it. Well, the only gripe I have with flat Earth is that there's too much information about it. Like you could
It doesn't
easily
matter.
look up.
It doesn't matter who tries to censor anything. The Earth is right outside your front door. You just go out.
Like if I look up flat Earth, hold on, like I could find so much information about it, but if I look up like 9/11 plane physics being broken, it's like heavily censored. So it's like more like the correlation of like, how do you know that you believe in something that's true?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It matters a lot.
Who or who isn't trying to censor it?
What's wrong with there being lots of information? Anyways, it's for you to read and decide what you want to think.
Yeah, the flat Earth stuff does come from Freemasonry. I'm glad that someone pointed that out.
Well, does it? So the Freemasons are responsible for the surface of water being flat, are they?
Well, I mean, if the surface of water is flat, why do waves curl?
Yeah, right. When it's acted upon by wind, yeah, it's not so flat. The point is, it's not curving.
So water, you're saying that water is always at a flat level.
Overall, it's not curving around to become a sphere, right? It's not wrapped around a dirt rock, right?
I thought the Earth's gravity pulled it towards the center of it or something like that, especially like in Antarctica.
Cool, so that's what makes it flat then. So it was the government that makes it flat. Then it was the Freemasons. Now it's gravity that makes it flat.
I'm not a flat earther. I'm more of a hollow earther, if that makes sense. Like I'm about to show you. Like I've done a lot of research about Antarctica and a lot of, they did the final experiment in Antarctica.
I just think you might be a bit confused about as to why people here in particular might say
I'm very confused.
Is flat. Like it's some sort of idea based on distrust of the government or something like that. Like flat earthers don't have any empirical evidence, no observations, no measurements, nothing like that. They just have this idea, right? They're not basing anything they say on physical reality itself, right? The way it's experienced, the way it's utilized. Nothing practical, right?
You do realize that, sorry, this is a response to Platter. But you do realize that Operation High Jump is a real documented operation. Like that's not like, yeah, I posted like a drawing, but like you could show me like there's no model for the flat earth. Like I never understood that.
That's because flat earth is not a model.
It's reality?
Yeah, it's what you observe and experience, yeah.
Cuz like if the earth is flat, is it more so that the earth isn't a planet but we live in like a realm, like Minecraft kind of?
Right. Good. Yes, exactly. This idea that like there's worlds within an ever expanding vacuum void, right? That's false.
But let me see. Oh, what's this? What do you observe in this photo?
We see lights in the sky that we identify as being planets simply because they have different motion to the other lights, like the stars. So that's what distinguishes them from other lights in the sky.
I've also like researched about how like the Catholic Church used to push flat earth disinformation to make the Bible look less reliable. Flatter, this is just an observation. I just wanted, it's not like prove, I'm not here to prove or disprove anybody.
Historians agreed that the ancient cultures, which are responsible for texts like what we identify as the Bible, had a cosmological worldview where they live on a motionless plane covered by a firmament. That was their cosmological view. It's well understood by theologians, academia. That was their worldview. That's what they passed down traditionally through text and oral.
Reptilians are very real, though.
You mean snakes exist?
Snakes? Well, the snake used to have legs in the Bible. So I wouldn't be surprised. Sorry, that gif is funny as hell.
But no humans are reptilian.
Well, why is there a lot of like what's up with Saturn and like they worship Saturn and stuff? And there's a lot of symbolism behind Saturn.
A lot of different.
Like if you
go, the ancients worship the planets, but we don't anymore. I don't.
David, like, nah, he talks nonsense. David Icke is a fucking reptile himself. Have you ever seen what he looks like? We're not here to prove anything.
I think he's a mammal.
David Icke was a British broadcaster, like, and stuff.
Wasn't he like a soccer player or something?
No, he was an announcer.
Was he?
Yeah.
Sports announcer.
But yeah, so like, what if you found out that flat Earth was like a psyop?
No. Flat Earth is what you experience when you go outside into the world, into reality. You ever been to a lake?
There's a lot of reptile symbolism, even with the medical. Like if you look at an ambulance, not to cut you off, but like when you look at an ambulance, there's a snake wrapping around a rod. But flat Earth is what you experience. That's your claim. Well, you know how like a bed curves?
An observation.
You know how like a bed curves, like the mattress?
No.
I actually have a government.
Beds,
I have a lot of government
and mattresses are usually designed to be horizontal.
So here's the most real UFO photo you'll ever see in your life. Very clear. What else? Let me see. I also got documentation about interdimensional beings. And then I'm about to post the government file about Nazi UFOs and Antarctica flat Earth stuff.
So you're saying the clearest photo of a UFO ever was in 1969, even though nobody had cell phones, hardly anybody carried cameras around, but now there's billions of people that have a very high definition camera in their pockets, but we still don't have any better pictures? Is that what you're saying?
Actually, I could provide a lot of modern pictures and video archives of UFOs. I'm glad that you challenged me on this. Here's the CIA. Here's a Hitler file saying he's still alive. Hold on. But yeah, I'm about to post a archive of the best UFO footage you could ever see.
Wait, he's still alive? He was born in 1889. He's still living? Wow.
No, that file is from the 60s. He's obviously dead. But as you can see, this is a picture of him in 1963 with a CIA operative. And in the file, you can see on the top, it says CIA.gov, and it says Adolf Hitler is still alive. Now, this is not the UFO channel. Well, UFOs is connected to Flat Earth and Agartha. So here's the Turkey UFO incident. It's like crazy. Hitler made the UFOs. What do you think inspired the Nazis to make UFOs? Oh, here's some here's some like funny, speaking of Osama, these are like very fake actors and plants of Osama that I got from the government and the FBI. Now they claim
another channel that would accommodate you with this.
I'm not sure. I thought this was a conspiracy chat too.
No, it's not.
Is Flat Earth not a conspiracy theory?
No. How is it?
Because it requires saying that there's a conspiracy of NASA and governments that keeping the flat Earth a secret.
It's pretty hard to hide a lake.
Yeah, this is like
Are they stopping people from witnessing large bodies of water? Is that what they're doing?
Yeah.
Why do you think most people are Globers? Because they were told and educated, indoctrinated that way, right?
Yeah, you were told about Flat Earth too. I mean, we're all this information is spoon fed to us on all sides of the spectrum. Like the information.
Someone just told me to consider an alternative. Like they inspected the alternative view and the evidence provided, and was willing to change my mind.
That's okay. Well, I have to get going. I have to go to bed. But thank you everyone for the time and the respect mutually.
Yeah, nice chatting with you. Come by some other time.
Yeah, I know that I brought up some silly stuff, but I had to get out my system.
No, it's okay. Fun to talk about stuff.
Jesus is king.
If you'd have caught me like 10 years ago, I probably would have entertained it all.
Did Bigfoot exist 10 years ago? That's a good question. What is the firmament? Well, if space is water, like if that separates like the water barrier from Earth, it's kind of funny to me that NASA uses underwater to like practice space travel. I'm not sure if it connects, but I found that interesting.
Well, the term comes from the Hebrew word for expanse, large area, right? That can be a surface, or it could be space.
I believe in space.
Yeah. Looks like we've dwindled down to but a few. Where'd everyone go? And regardless of worldviews, I mean, it's to do with its shape or its geometric structure. I think a lot of people are looking for something more than what life offers in this modern day and age. Right? Like, so instead of it just being a dead, empty, void that we're living within, with a few objects scattered here and there, just this one rock ball that we know of with people living on it. It's got to be more, right? There's got to be more to it than just that. Right? It's a sterile, dangerous environment. Where we're born, we live, we die. Not being able to take any memories with us, just die. Right? So we entertain ourselves with the notions of like the supernatural, science fiction stuff, aliens.
Well, we ourselves are supernatural. We have a mind that is not our brains. Our brains are causally connected to our minds, but we ourselves are spiritual beings.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, that really doesn't do much for some people when they don't feel special.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
I mean, there's nothing about their life, right, and then their responsibilities. Unless you have a family really, like, having children really, like, changes you in that respect, right? Like, and having family that loves you, parents that love you, like, dearly, or other family members, But then there's the responsibility, right, of this pressure upon you to achieve and survive by maintaining what for millions of people, billions even, just like a dead end, dreary, mundane, repetitive, monotonous job, right? That they don't really have any interest in. It's a means to an end. How many people are really seeking the career that they want and are really engaged in what interests them, and it makes them an income. There's probably quite a few, but for a lot of people, it's not like that. So to hide the to alleviate, and take the pressure off people. Seek things like spirituality, like ideas that there's something more to this world, right? Than that, and the things that are depressing. Some sort of hope, even if it's not like a god, it could be like to do with aliens.
Hey, Matthew, are you involved? I mean, it's okay if you don't want to disclose. Are you involved with modern day debate at all?
I've seen a couple of the videos. I'm not involved though.
Okay. Do you know the whole lore that they had a moderator there that got in some legal trouble?
Recently? I mean, the guy who was like doing his PhD or something, like the main moderator?
Yeah, that guy.
I don't think I've seen a video in like a year. What happened?
Well, so apparently some flat earthers at the time had said this guy's very weird. He's saying some cringe things. It's inappropriate the way he's talking about children. Okay, they've maintained all the bans of the flat earthers who said that, even after the legal, it's been adjudicated in a court of law. Do you think it's appropriate to maintain those bans? Just curious. I'm just trying to pick your brain.
Maintain the bans of what? Of which?
Say some flat earther said, "Hey, you've got a moderator who's saying some very weird and cringe things. You might want to check this out." Then they just straight up banned the flat earther for saying that. Like, hey, there's some smoke here. There's a lot of smoke. There's a lot of smoke here. There might be a fire. Rather than look at it, they just banned any flat earther who said anything about it. Now that's been fully adjudicated, the guy's sitting in prison now. Do you think they should undo some of those bans?
Absolutely.
No, probably so.
You're
saying the moderator of modern day debate is in prison now?
Yeah.
It's news to me.
So basically, this is what happened. Sure. So some of the guys came here to this server. They kind of did like a raid this couple days ago, but maybe like half a week ago, like 5-6 days ago. And they kept trying to get people from here to go onto modern day debate. I'm like, no, we're not going to go over to modern day debate. We're not going to go there. Okay, there's reasons why a lot of flat earthers are already banned on that server. We tried that years ago. It didn't go out well. So if you want to talk to us, you know where to find us. We're not going to go on modern day debate anymore. Even more after all these weird things that happened. And then they said that we are banned for cause. Banned for cause. That it's our fault. Now that, basically, I said, what was our fault? What was it? Not to get in so many terms, but I just want to get you to pick your brain on that because I didn't know how involved you were with modern day debate. So apparently they're going to uphold the bans despite the moderator that we said is acting weird and saying weirdly weird things. Like Richard Dawkins level weird. They're still going to uphold those bans and still continue to come here and try to poach members to go over to modern day debate.
What?
Yeah, they're not going to stop. Yeah, here, T-Dub, I'll message you the relevant content so you're in the know.
So you're talking about...
I'll post it in mod chat so everyone else can see it too. Heretic knows about it too because him and Quad were there when the whole thing went down.
Okay, so you're talking about a Discord server. I was talking about
the Discord server,
the
Modern
YouTube
Day
channel.
Well, it's related. It's related to the YouTube channel. The YouTube channel has a Discord server associated with it.
They conduct their streams in Discord.
Sometimes
stream it to YouTube. Yeah. Oh, okay. Not all the time. Okay, right.
I didn't know that. I only have seen a few of them on YouTube.
Yeah, it makes me want to boycott them. Yeah, maybe I'll
we should
that server.
We really should. Yeah. So here, I'll send. I'm getting the content to send it to you. I think I should polish it up a little bit before I post in the admin chat. This is the one right here. I don't even want to say what he's been accused of because of how loaded it is. It's a second blog, a second post by the police report review there.
Well, so they're live streaming right now on YouTube, Modern Day Debate, and there's the main moderator dude is there. Doesn't look like he's in jail.
Oh, this is the one from before. One of the moderators that they had before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Plather, not the James guy, the Ozian or Uzian, whatever his name was. Yeah, we probably don't want to know. Yeah, I didn't read your whole message to the end. I had hoped that we would just never hear from these people again after this happened. Like we just parted ways, and they would leave Flat Earth alone after this, but they won't. They just won't stop. So it doesn't matter how many times Witted owned them in live streams. None of this matters. They're just not going to leave Flat Earthers alone. So now it's just time to say, hey, your moderators are criminals. The worst type of criminal. Adjudicated in a court of law. Because the problem I had was they kept messaging saying, you guys are scared. You're scared to come on this server. No, we're banned. We're banned. They banned us. We're not scared. We were banned.
Yeah, what a piece of shit, and they're pieces of shit too. If they don't lift those bans after these were justified in you're just calling out for caution. Hey, what the heck?
Yeah, it was just caution. I said some of this stuff this guy's saying is dangerous. It's weird. It's cringe. It doesn't belong in this topic. And they just would ban you. They'd be like, what that,
Yeah. Wow. Well, it's kind of...
Yeah, and I had hoped at that point we just would part ways, right? We okay, no thank you. You don't like us. We don't like you. And this is what why I say a lot of times too, that a lot of these anti-flat earthers, they invent flat earthers as so someone they can punch down at. someone who's more disgusting than they are. And this shows you what they'll do, the extent they'll go to invent a flat earther to make their group of people not as bad as they are.
Well, if they've disassociated themselves with him now, it's obviously due to like what's occurred, right?
Yeah,
right. But
now
that's
they'll say it,
that's
but they won't. But they won't undo the bans, though.
right. I know, but to me, that's a sign that it wasn't because they ignored your caution and banned you, and now won't unban you. Right. It indicates to me that it's just a matter of reputation and not morality, or right and wrong.
Yeah, they'd rather cover. They'd rather cover themselves and pretend like nothing happened. They try to bury the story, which is fine. It was fine with me. Bury it, but don't come around a year later and try telling me I'm scared to go to your server. Like, did you forget what you did?
Yeah, that's weak. No.
It's pathetic. It really shows you that they are just that incensed. They're so into their anti-flat earthism that they don't even care about right and wrong anymore. To them, whatever they do to stop flat earth is completely justified.
What is your rebuttal if someone asks you, is the equator a circle?
It's not a rebuttal. You just tell them no, the equator is not a circle. The equator is a line in the sky that matches the sun's movement at a specific time and date.
Good evening. All right.
That's a fact.
Are you talking?
That's a
Are
straight
you talking
fact.
to Bevtards? Because that's a Bevtard question.
That was like what was the guy's name who did that all the time? Elder Bear. Was it? Is that
Elder
the guy?
Bear, yeah. Fallen Friends, okay.
Yeah,
But the correct answer is not. It's not that we don't know what shape the equator is.
Equator is a line in the sky, pathed out by the sun at a specific time and date, and that statement is true, even if globe. So someone who's arguing against that is at some point in heresy with their own model.
So I can say it's not a circle.
Yeah, it's definitely not a circle. 100%. It would not be a circle. Right, Matthew? Do you agree with that?
On both the globe Earth and the flat Earth, the equator is a circle.
Holy shit. Okay, how about in the sky or on the ground?
Look at an AE map.
Okay, on the sky
on the ground. The equator is on the ground.
Okay, I give up, dude. Like here, I thought you were being sensible.
A position on Earth.
It's not on the ground, dude. There's no ground position for the sun. The sun is in the sky. The sun's not on the ground.
So, Crit, you're right about it being based on the path of the sun on like the equinoxes. But it's basically the GP of the sun. It's a line in the sand on the ground.
Yeah, but it's not always the same spot. It varies throughout, like, even year to year. It's not exactly a pinpointed location that you can just draw on the ground and here watch the sun path through this area.
I don't know where you're getting that.
Well, this is where I'm getting it from. Why they say Stonehenge doesn't work anymore. Because the sun had changed variations throughout the centuries. or like the Aztec temples that used to be built in a certain way so the sun would rise at the top of the temple. That doesn't exist anymore because the sun's path across the ground is not on the ground. It's in the sky.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm going to say that I think that the equator is all the points are equidistant between the actual North Pole and the actual South Pole. So I would say that it doesn't change. The magnetic poles move, but the geographic poles don't, as far as I know.
How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing tonight?
Doing all right. How are you?
I gotta wake up at 5:30.
It's pretty early.
Is Matthew Learns here?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm just laying in bed right now. What about you?
I'm about ready to go to bed too.
Have you started teaching your second semester?
No, not till Monday. Well, Tuesday, because Monday is Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Nice, dude.
Okay, now I'm going to bed. Good night.
Yo, get out of here if you're gonna do that.
Fuck you, you fucking loser. Oh, what you can do about it? You ain't gonna do shit. You ain't gonna do shit. You ain't gonna do shit. You're a fucking loser. You ain't gonna do shit.
He does realize everybody can just mute him, right?
Well, the thing is this is being live streamed to YouTube. I'm just gonna send the live stream to the mod mill and they'll ban him.
Ooh, I'm so scared. Ooh. Fucking weirdo. Ooh. No, your YouTube can go fuck itself, by the way. Ooh. This guy is fucking live streaming a dead voice chat. Like, either you're bullshitting or you're fucking pathetic. Either way, go fuck yourself.
You sound pathetic. You talk pathetic.
Nah. You're pathetic. You're the pathetic one. Fucking this guy. Oh, you're live streaming. I don't give a fuck. You're jealous I'm beautiful. And I have great vocal range. You're jealous, I know. Just admit it. Admit it, you're jealous of me. Go ahead, admit it. Yeah, exactly what I thought. Shut up.
What a loser. Hello, Mr. Bojangles, are you there?
I do exist, yeah.
What's going on, bro?
Just chilling.
You're a flat earther, right?
I mean, I don't try to argue theoretical science with people.
What?
It's all theoretical science, man.
You're talking about the glib science, right?
All science.
Even that comes from the scientific method?
I mean, just because something is repeatable does not make it fact.
Right?
It just means it's repeatable. Like a loop in music. Does a loop in music make the loop now fact?
The metaphor is not really that great.
I'm just saying.
I understand what you mean, but the metaphor
theoretical science
doesn't. Yeah.
None of it's that great.
So what are you doing, man?
I'm just pondering the universe.
I gotta be up at 5:30 in the morning.
I only have weekend responsibilities.
I'm lucky I don't. Unless sometimes I gotta drop my dad to his girlfriend's on the weekend.
Oh, dads nowadays are so fun. Why can't any of you drive anymore? Mine's the same way. He's just old. Like, all right.
What are you, a bad driver?
No, I'm a great driver. He just, I don't know, medical shit. He can't get his license anymore. Has to be driven around like a dependent.
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
And you don't like the theoretical physics they teach you in university, like quantum mechanics or any of that shit?
It's all theoretical. It's not like it's not something to like. It's just something that is an endless discussion that's really not going to get anywhere because everything is theoretical. I mean, I entered saying, yes, I exist, which is philosophically theoretical. We can argue about existing for all of eternity. Exactly. You can stop yell snoring anytime you'd like. That was very violent. And it's hurting the live stream's ears.
Yo, is he knocked out? I guess I'll mute him. Damn, he is knocked the fuck out.
The Earth is not flat. Shut up.
Yes, it is.
He's either knocked out or taking the fattest rails of coke in the 24/7 flat Earth.
The Earth is not flat.
Message him real quick. How do you know? The best go away. Oh, he left out. Okay. Wait, what the heck? Where did he go? I think I said the Earth's not flat and dipped. All right, GG. I guess I didn't have to provide anything. Just left. Yo, Mr. Bojangles, were you the one that was talking earlier? Before that guy came in?
Maybe.
Are you a Glober?
I mean, it's a globe, a peach, a hot dog, a snow globe. There's a lot of theories.
Bro, what? Let me hear the theory for hot doggers.
I'm everybody. I mean, it's just shaped like a hot dog. Who cares?
Yeah, but how do you know?
It's not about how I know. It's about why I argue. Who cares?
Why do you argue?
I don't.
Said you. Wait, why don't you care?
I simply keep asking you who cares.
Well, I mean, you're in here. You don't care about the
proving I can manipulate somebody who's trying to manipulate people into being manipulated. See, you even asked me the question I asked you to ask me instead of coming up with your own question. I was just trying to mind my own business over here. What do you want?
No, I'm just curious because you chimed in earlier, so.
I did. I said theoretical science is theoretical, and flat earthers can't prove to me that there's two laser pointers in the sky heating up a part of a CD or a flat blob or a hot dog or a snow globe or whatever the fuck they come up with this year.
What laser pointer are you talking about?
Right. Hey, what's the atmosphere? I like to ask this question while I'm here.
That's just gas, right?
I don't know. I asked you what it is.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
a
gas.
big retard. I don't know anything. So it's gas.
It's a combination of gas, yeah.
So what is then what is space?
I don't know. I don't claim space.
Oh, you don't claim space. Like you don't claim like your drug addict mom or like your president or some stupid shit like that. You're just gonna ignore whatever the fuck it is outside of the atmosphere. You just pretend like that doesn't exist.
I just know that it's not an area of lower pressure like the globe side claims because that would be gas pressure or a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure, which cannot exist.
So you think a vacuum is just lower pressure?
Is that not the definition of a vacuum?
No.
What is the definition of a vacuum?
Being void of particles.
Yeah, which would be low pressure. It's like saying, what is something that's cold? It's something that is void of heat. Yeah, which is just cold.
So,
which is everything.
Are you one of the ones?
Not be void of it.
Are you one of the ones that believes there's like a case around the Earth?
Well, that's the only thing that's been proven that can have gas pressure or a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure. That's the only independent variable that has been verified through the scientific method capable. Yeah.
So wait, are you, Lats? Are you saying that the yeah? Are you saying that the container has been proven?
That's the only independent variable that has been proven capable of.
What year was it proven again? What year and by who was it proven?
I guess the year whatever gas laws came out. But it's always been.
What year was that again?
Present, I guess since the dawn of time.
So it was proven at the dawn of time that there was a case covering the Earth?
Well, yeah. Has there been a year where entropy has not been occurring? Can you point to me?
I don't know what that has to do with
occur?
I don't know what that has to do with the Earth looking like a snow globe, my dude.
Well, I never said it was a snow globe. I don't know the container shape. I don't know its material. I just know that it's something physical, right? Because the only thing that is capable of pressurizing gas or gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure would be something physical, right? I just don't know what that physical thing is.
Yeah.
That's the only variable.
Let me get this right. You're something of a scientist, correct?
No, but sure, go on.
Oh. You're not a scientist. Then why should I care what you think about, the atmosphere or whatever? Just some random guy.
I mean, if a scientist tells you that you're a girl, are you going to believe him?
If I have ovaries and a womb and
okay then. So somebody's
verify
so
that.
somebody's credentials don't matter, right?
So it doesn't matter that you're just some random person on Discord, whereas other people
just like if some random person that's a scientist was to tell you, or somebody with a PhD told you that you were a girl, it's the same thing.
Why would they do that?
It's the same, like if a homeless kindergarten dropout told you that the Earth was a globe, can he be right?
Only if he's holding a globe from the kindergarten class.
Okay, so it's not the credentials that makes the person correct. It's the content.
No.
Right?
But you're not you're not like a reputable source.
If a scientist was to tell you that the Earth was flat, they could also be wrong, right?
Yeah, but logically, I just don't see why I should care. Just because you think that the Earth has a container around it.
You know that credentials don't matter. But the thing is, if there was something physical containing the gas that we breathe, which is the only thing that's been proven through the scientific method, that means that there is no moon missions. You cannot leave Earth. You cannot send probes out to deep outer space, right?
How do you know?
Because if there is something physical containing the Earth, which is the only thing that's been capable of pressurizing a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure, then there is no leaving the Earth.
Do you really think so?
It's not that I think. It's the only independent variable that has been proven through the scientific method capable of pressurizing a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure.
Yeah, but you're just saying that over and over again.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter what I think, right? I could think that unicorns are pressurizing the gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure. It doesn't matter what I think. The only thing that's been proven through the scientific method is something that's physical. unless there's another scientific experiment that can prove, right, like another cause for the effect of gas pressure gradient. It's just like with water boiling, right? We know that there's a cause. Heat can cause water to boil. But back then, they didn't have vacuum chambers. We also know that another cause for the effect of water boiling is lower pressure. Lower pressure can cause water to boil, but we didn't know that until later on. So unless there's another cause determined through the scientific method that can pressurize a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure, all we have is the independent variable of physical containment or barrier.
So there's a case around the Earth. Has anyone touched it?
Proven so far. I don't know if anybody's touched it.
Let's say you just proved it. I'm just asking.
Well, we don't have to go there to prove it, right?
Go where exactly?
The container.
What's it made of?
I already told you that I have no idea what it's made of. I just know it's something physical. That's the only thing that's been proven through the scientific method so far. Unless there's another claim that has yet to be tested.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
some people shoot.
Unless you have.
When you see like videos of people shoot rockets into space, you don't believe in that. All of that's out the window.
Well, it's not a matter of belief. It's a matter of knowing. I know that there is something physical so far because there's nothing capable of pressurizing a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure that's been proven
you keep repeating
so far. Yeah, because that's what outer space is. That's what they tell us it is. It's an area of lower pressure adjacent to a gas pressure gradient.
No, it's a void of particles. It's literally just no particles.
Yeah, just like something cold is something that's void of heat, right? It is lower pressure.
No, it's not.
Like if I was to say that something's cold is void of heat, that's your claim. That's the globe claim.
No,
is that
you're the one that's claiming it's lower pressure. I'm claiming that it's not. I don't have to prove a negative.
I've never been there. That's what the globe claims.
You've never been to space. You've never been in space.
That's true. I'm just going with the claim that they gave me. Just like with the radius value of 3959, right? I'm just going with what they gave me.
Okay. So do you think
the Earth is measured
space
flat?
Is an object?
That's how I know that the globe is not a radius of 3959 because it would be dropping at 8 inches per mile squared, approximately. Right? So the Earth doesn't do that. That's how I know it's not that. Just like how I know that we're not adjacent to an area of lower pressure. Because if we were, then the gas would vacate and we would all be dead.
How consistent is your epistemology?
Consistent enough.
How so?
Because the Earth is measured flat.
No, it's not.
Do you have Earth curve measurements?
Well, I'm making a negative claim. You're the one that claims that it's flat. I'm looking for proof.
Well, yeah, we have Eratosthenes. We have the surface of water. We have lasers, all proving that the surface is flat.
So we have a Greek guy. Okay, we have, just to be clear, we have a Greek guy, lasers. Anything else you want to throw in here?
Well, yeah, none of those things measured a drop over distance that would be proving a curving surface.
Okay, let me ask you this. Have you ever observed a lunar eclipse?
Yes. What about it?
When did you observe that?
Well, like 8, 9,
when you were
10
8.
years ago.
What
a long
year was
time
that?
ago. Bro, I have no idea. It was a long time ago.
You don't know? Okay. What did you see?
No. I saw the moon go dark and then lit back up again. Yeah.
Did you see the Earth's shadow?
Well, Well, I don't know that it was the Earth's shadow.
You don't know that it's the Earth's shadow.
Wait, how do you know that it's the Earth's shadow?
Because it's projected onto the moon, onto the surface. It's visible with the naked eye.
Yeah, but how do you know it's the Earth's shadow that's occluding the moon?
Because, like I said, it's visible with the naked eye. It's just empirically... It's right there in front of you.
Well, yeah, if I see the sun move across the sky, I could say that it's a giant firefly. And if you ask me how I know it's a giant firefly, I could say because I see a giant firefly. That doesn't prove that it's a giant firefly. So how do you know that it's an Earth's?
But then I could just say that's an absurd claim because we're talking about the sun.
Yeah, I can also say that the Earth's shadow on the moon is an absurd claim.
Why?
How do you know?
Because it's an empirical fact.
How is it fact? That's what I'm asking you. How do you know that it's the Earth's shadow being cast on the moon?
Because it's an observable phenomenon.
You're just seeing the moon being occluded. Even if it's not being occluded, you're just seeing parts of it missing. How do you know
that's
it's because
what
of the Earth?
A lunar eclipse is by definition?
Yes, I know what it is. But you're saying that it's because of the Earth's shadow. How do you know it's the Earth's
That's what it
shadow?
is by definition.
Because if I say that the sun is a giant firefly, I just say that it's a giant firefly because I say it's a giant firefly.
That's nonsensical.
If you ask me for proof and then I just say because it is, it's the definition of the sun. It's a giant firefly.
But the sun isn't a giant firefly. It's a star.
You don't know that. Why? No, it's not gas. Same reason it's not a gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure.
Okay, what is it?
I don't know. It's a light in the sky. I will gladly tell you that I don't know something, right?
Okay.
I just know that it's not.
Then it sounds like you don't really know very many things.
Correct. I don't know a lot of things. And I will gladly admit that. Like, I don't know how to sew
Then why
very
should I care about your opinions?
Because we can test the things that I say, right? Like if the Earth is curving away at 8 inches per mile squared, according to the radius value that they've given us, 3959, you can test that yourself.
Okay.
And also with gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure, you can actually test that yourself.
Okay. Why should I trust you at all? You think that the sun is a firefly.
I'm
That's
asking
what you
you
just
not
said.
to trust me. I'm asking you not to trust me. I want you to do these things for yourself. I'm telling you right now, for the record, there's 2 YouTube bots in here. Do not trust me. Please. I'm like begging you not to trust me. I want you to do these things for yourself, to see for yourself that the Earth is not curving and outer space is fake.
Yeah, that sounds retarded.
They're recording me at 10:12 p.m.
If outer space is fake, we have no reason to have an atmosphere. Thus, everything you've just argued for the last, like I said,
can have
45
gas.
minutes is pointless. Thus, your theoretical
The only thing
science
that's capable of pressurizing a gas pressure gradient or gas pressure adjacent to an area of lower pressure would be something physical. That's proven through the scientific method. The mainstream claim of gravity pressurizing gas or gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure has never been proven. If you want to be the first, be my guest, please.
What could I show you that could change your mind?
Well, for Earth curve measurements, it would be drop over distance at approximately 8 inches per mile squared, proving a curving surface. Right? Like, for example, if you were to take 2 rulers on top of a basketball, it'd be something similar to that, right? At every centimeter, after you place the ruler on top of the basketball, you will see that it drops a certain amount. You need something similar to that to prove that the Earth is curving at the rate that it's supposed to, with a radius of 3959 miles. For gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure, you need an experiment proving that gravity is capable of pressurizing a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure. That's it. Just use the scientific method and measurements.
And you don't think people have already done that?
That's what I'm asking for. Where is it? Because so far, through all of recorded history, when we measure the Earth is measured flat, curve is calculated after the fact and corrected for. Second, gravity has never been proven to be capable of pressurizing gas or gas pressure gradient adjacent to an air level pressure. If there is an experiment proving that, can you please show me? And I'm not asking for you to do it yourself, right? I'm asking you to just cite somebody that's ever done it. Just one person. I'm just asking for one measurement or one experiment. Because so far, every single time we get a Glober in here, they say that they have thousands of experiments proving that outer space is real and thousands of measurements. I'm just asking for one.
Okay. If I could give you empirical evidence that the Earth is a sphere, would you accept that?
Yes, if it's a measurement of drop over distance, proving a curving surface.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to upload it in the chat. I want you to read it, okay? But I know you won't because all you want to do is sit here and play.
No, I've been waiting for I've been a flat earther for 2 years now. I'm still waiting for
Can you read what's in the chat? Can you read the title of what I just put in the chat?
Yes.
What does it say?
Okay, the roughly spherical shape of Earth can be empirically evidenced
just
by
read
many
the
different types of
title.
observation. Empirical
does it
evidence for the
say?
spherical shape of Earth.
Okay, what does that mean to you?
Well, that's why I need to continue reading. Right?
No, I'm just asking, what do those words mean to you? What does empirical evidence mean?
Well, I would hope that it's something true, right? That comports with reality.
No, empirical evidence is not just true or something that comports with reality. It's something that's observable, okay? Observable from experience.
Yeah, perfect. Awesome.
Now,
So let me
what's the next
continue
part?
reading.
What is this spherical shape of the Earth? What does that mean?
That the Earth would be a sphere with these supposed evidences, right? So that's what I need to continue
I just want to be
reading
sure
for.
that you comprehend what we're reading here. Now, can you go ahead and read that for me?
Of course, I would be glad to. The roughly spherical shape of the Earth can be empirically evidenced by many different types of observation, ranging from ground level, flight, or orbit. The spherical shape causes a number of effects and phenomena that, when combined, disproves flat Earth beliefs. These include visibility of distant objects on Earth's surface, lunar eclipses, appearance of the moon, observations of the sky from a certain altitude, observation of certain fixed stars from different locations, observing the sun, surface navigation, grid distortion on the spherical surface, weather systems, gravity, and modern technology. Which one do you want to go over first?
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
All of that. What does that mean to you? How do you interpret those words?
Mark, maybe what you should do is
what I want to go over.
Document. Yeah, maybe you should open the document, Mark, and go through the individual evidences that have been proposed here one at a time.
Okay. Let's go to modern technology. Let's go to modern technology. Can you read
let's do modern technology?
Can you read just from the modern technology paragraph?
Of course. Observations of Foucault's pendulum, popular in science museums around the world, demonstrate both that the world is spherical and that it rotates. So now I'm going to ask you, how does it demonstrate?
Just keep reading. Just keep reading. A pendulum is a very primitive kind of technology, but keep reading.
Okay, the mathematics of navigation using global positioning system GPS satellites assumes that they are moving in known orbits around approximately a spherical surface. The accuracy of GPS navigation in determining latitude and longitude, and the way these numbers map onto locations on the ground, show that these assumptions are correct. The same is true for the operational, GLONASS system run by Russia in the development, European Galileo, and Chinese Beidou, and the Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System.
Hey,
lads, keep going?
Just a quick one.
What's up,
Do
dude?
pendulums
just keep
operate?
going. Just read
Hey,
the
Mark, hold up a
paragraph.
sec. Hey, lads, do pendulums operate correctly on a moving surface?
No.
Oh, sorry, Mark.
I think he wanted to skip over the pendulums. He wanted to go into GPS. Is that what you want to do?
Satellites? Let's talk about the satellites. Keep reading.
Okay, so what about the satellites? Are you going to have any input here? Or you just want me to just keep reading?
Why don't you just keep reading and let's talk about it?
Mark seems to think that you reading this out is proof of curvature. There's no measured curvature in that article because, Mark, believe it or not, you're not the first person to drop it on us.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the measured
So,
drop
Mark,
over distance, which is yet to be provided.
What he just said about the drop over distance?
Okay, then forget about using your GPS. Then don't ever use GPS again because it's not reliable.
I don't use it now.
Because it assumes that there's a spherical Earth.
You're assuming we all run around with our faces buried in a GPS just to walk around the block. We don't do that.
I can't with Matrix. So anyways, lads.
So yeah, anyways, Mark, we don't walk around with a GPS in our hand.
Use your head.
Mark, listen. What did I just say about the GPS?
You're just trying to play this game.
Mark, what did I just say about the GPS?
Where you can essentially logic.
Mark,
it doesn't matter.
Start listening.
You told Mark it doesn't matter, but I have an iPhone and an Android, and they both know exactly which way I'm facing and exactly where I'm at in my yard right now. So yeah, let's not.
That's great.
Let's pretend like that's some magic voodoo shit that just fucking happens. But go ahead.
What was that?
Well, that's my point. That it's not magic or voodoo.
You have arbitrary points, right, plotted with GPS, and then they are applied to a spherical transform.
Correct.
That's literally all it does. It's easy.
It's easy. Oh, so you could have created it.
Just like you. You could have too, Mark. But just remember, what Lad says doesn't really count. Because you're not interested in what he says.
Can I ask you a question, Lat? Do you hear messages like in TV shows or like broadcasts? Do you?
What's that got to do with your evidence to prove the shape of the ground?
Wait, what about the messages? What does that have to do with anything?
I'm just asking, like, just generally, do you ever see like secret messages that are given to you?
Why would he see that, you clown shoes?
Like maybe someone on the television
How would I see a secret message?
Like, or hear something that you interpret as being
Mark,
a secret
what's
message
this got to do with the shape of the ground?
If the message is not meant for me, right? It's kind of like
I wish you guys would pick a shape of the ground that's supposed to be flat.
Well, we don't claim a shape. We're just describing the surface.
Right. You did claim a magic barrier, though, between us and nothing.
It's an antecedent relationship, Mr. Bojangles. You globers need containment.
I started off asking about the atmosphere.
What is that? Globers.
What is it?
You globers are the ones that need containment in order to validate your space, not us. We're not the ones running around going, hey, space this, space that, and all this other sky bullshit. Okay, you've got me muted. I'm just going to sort that little problem right out. Mark, you can turn me back up right now. So yeah, Mr. Bojangles, you guys are the ones that need containment, or we've all got problems.
What I seen was Latz stating what he required, and Mr. Mark here provided, I wouldn't call it a citation, it's he's just hurled the whole thing at us, yeah. None of it actually shows anything that Latz asked for. There is no actual measured drop over distance anywhere in this document.
There are literally images of a ship going over the horizon.
There's literally no measurements, Mark.
There's
like AJ just said.
Measurements, yeah, and then we've got all these other observations in here that
how would you measure
a flat Earth? Something such as an angle measurement to the sun, or the angle measurements by supposed Eratosthenes. Surface navigation again.
So you know that objects disappearing bottom up is not exclusive on a curving surface, yeah? I'm sure you've been in here long enough to know that. I don't even know why you would bring that up.
I'm bringing it up because it's intuitively reasonable to assume that it goes over a curve.
Okay, that's fine, but we can actually
I brought up an even more intuitive example that you didn't really address, which is that we see the curve actually during a lunar eclipse. We see it.
No, we don't.
Like for ourselves.
No, we don't.
No, we don't. We do not
at-
see the curve of the Earth during a lunar eclipse.
You can literally see.
You see a dark
shadow of the
on the
Earth
moon,
on the moon,
and the assumption
and it is
from
curved.
you, Mark. You see a dark shadow on the moon, and the assumption from your behalf is you believe it's caused from the Earth. That's what you believe.
Yeah, so maybe Mark can then explain the Salnelian eclipse, which is again a lunar eclipse that
Mark,
doesn't appear to have anything to do with the Earth.
which direction are you looking during a lunar eclipse?
Which direction are you looking?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay, I'll just answer it for you. Then you're looking up, right? Which is not the Earth, because the Earth would be down, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so how is it that you're observing Earth curve when you're looking away from the Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an ingenious response. I never thought about that, actually. You're looking up, you're not looking down.
Yeah, correct.
So
You're
what
looking
is
away
it
from
then?
the Earth. You're the one that just said that you were observing Earth curve when you're not looking at the Earth. To observe the Earth curving, you'd have to be looking which direction?
At the Earth, Mark, you can do it.
You think you could see the curve of the Earth with the naked eye?
Well, yeah. Well, you can measure it, right?
Retarded. That's where the mental retardation factor comes into
Oh,
play.
wait. So what is the boat disappearing over again?
Let's take this notion that we could possibly see.
Wait, hold on, real
And
quick. What
listen
is
to
the
the
boat
back
disappearing
pedal,
over
lads.
again?
Wait for the back pedal, lads.
Yeah, so anyways, let's take
There
the
it is.
notion that we could possibly see.
What is
Hold
the
on, I
boat
have to turn you
disappearing
down.
over?
The notion that we could possibly see
What
the
is the
Earth's
boat
curvature
disappearing over?
mental retardation. I'm sorry to tell you.
Mark, what is the boat disappearing over?
Like, that is retarded.
What is the boat disappearing over in your paradigm?
I'm gonna go ahead and turn you back on.
What is the boat disappearing over in your paradigm?
My paradigm. I don't have a paradigm.
Yes. What is the boat disappearing over? Are you afraid to answer? Like, what's going on here?
No,
Is it not
I'm just kind of
curved?
done with the conversation.
Okay, so in your paradigm, the answer would be curve. Yet you're saying that you cannot see curve, yet it's disappearing over a curve that you can supposedly see. Can you not see how that's contradictory?
I said with the naked
Does that
eye.
not bother you? Yes, that is with your naked eye. Can you not see boats disappearing bottom up in your paradigm with the curve?
Yeah, that's a good one. No one's ever said that before.
Okay, are you going to answer anything or are you just going to... Hello? Earth's too big to see curve, yet boats are disappearing bottom up with the naked eye. Like, that's very contradictory. I'm
There's
sure you can see that
literally
yourself,
there's no
yes.
point in debating someone who belongs in a mental institution.
Says the one that just made a contradictory statement.
He's done, lads.
Okay,
You cooked him.
then I contradict myself.
Well, you did. Did you not?
He's going into sook mode because he's realised he's stuffed up.
I mean,
Go get on screen, Mark. You'll be right.
I wouldn't
It
want to
sounds
debate
like
me either, but I'm just curious
you
why you
wouldn't want to
contradicted
debate yourself. Oh, you're like a really strong debater.
I wouldn't put myself at the top, but I'm decent.
Who's at the
I
top?
can point out somebody's contradictions. Oh,
Okay.
Matrix. Matrix is pretty good.
Matrix is not
AG is
good at
pretty
debate.
good. FE Batman's pretty good. AG's in here pretty good.
I have to tell you,
DJ, Cyclone, Jedi,
the entire
Indio,
concept
they're all
of
good.
debate is a facet of mental retardation.
So that's why you're in here
Because
trying to debate
practice
us.
itself should be undermined. Seriously
can you
engaging with you
explain
people
to
is
me-
stupid.
So can
You've
you
cooked
explain to me
yourself,
then
Mark.
why you
He's
just
talking.
contradicted
Hey,
yourself?
lads, he's talking about debating, but yet he's in here
Because I
trying
can
to
do what I
debate
want.
us.
And even
Yeah, no, he wants to talk
contradict
about
myself.
he wants to talk about meta after he contradicted himself. Yeah.
You probably have to take the L, Mark, and come back tomorrow.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind you coming back tomorrow or a different day. Because as of right now, I'm just going to keep asking you why you're saying that it's too big to see a curve, yet you can see boats disappearing over a. Dot.
What is it? Why do we
Well, I'm
see a
waiting for you to
horizon?
answer.
And wait,
I'm
why
waiting
do
for you
we
to answer.
even
What is the
see a
boat disappearing
horizon?
over? What is the boat disappearing over?
The horizon.
What is the horizon?
The limit at which you can see.
Caused by?
I don't know. I don't know what the cause is.
Would that not be Earth curve? Where it
Not
drops away
necessarily, no.
from your
You think the
observer height?
horizon is the same as the curvature of the Earth?
Okay, so what is the boat disappearing over?
The horizon. I just told you. You're literally going in circles.
Yes, I have to go in circles because you're not giving me a straight answer. Like, you want to keep just tiptoeing away from the answer because you don't want to be proven to be contradicting yourself. Like, you yourself, you know that these are recorded. You know this. I can
I
just
don't
go back and
care.
pull it up.
No one views
Yes, I know you
these.
don't
They
care.
get like
Otherwise,
Oh, yes, he does.
views on YouTube.
That's why he's
Like
sucking,
literally,
Mark.
no one watches
He's
the
sucking.
recordings. No one cares because
Yeah.
everyone agrees that the Earth is round.
Who cares? If everybody said you were a girl, does that make it true?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, just come back tomorrow, bro.
Okay.
Come on, dude.
Contradict what I said.
Yes, if everybody told me that I was a girl, that does not make it true. Just like if somebody pointed at a tree and everybody said that that tree was a dog, that does not make it true. Because we have a definition of a dog and we have a definition of a tree. Just like we have a definition of a boy, we have a definition of a girl. So if everybody said that a tree was a dog, that can be incorrect. Yes?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, that
Sure.
would contradict the law of identity, right? Because we have
Oh, the
definitions for
law
these
of
words.
identity.
Yes,
And
we
what's
have definitions of
identity
words.
again? Yeah.
It's what something is. Definitions of a word.
And does something change over time or does its identity persist?
Yes. So if we have a tree will be a
Yes.
tree,
It can't be
and a dog
both.
is a tree, right? A dog is a tree to you?
That's
Can a dog be a tree?
ridiculous. Yes.
How so?
Because anything in this kind of logic can be anything at all. In your worldview, anything can mean anything. Because it's a
Okay, so
schizophrenic worldview.
Okay, so Earth can be flat then, right?
In your worldview, yes, because it appears to you as flat. But
No,
but in
it's
this kind
measured
of
as flat.
logic,
It's
in this kind of
measured
logic,
as flat.
anything. Yeah, that's what
Something
you
can
say.
appear to me
That's
to
what
be
you say to cope
squiggly, right?
with
Like
the
the
fact that you
horizon
don't
could be
understand.
squiggly. The horizon could be zigzaggy. It could be a double helix for all I care, right?
It
You
could
can see
be
it as
anything
curved.
for you.
But how do we know what it actually is for both of us?
You don't know
Because if I see
you
the
don't know
horizon as
things in
double helix
themselves. Let
and you
me
see it as
ask you a
curving, how do we know
question.
which one's correct?
Do you think you can know the noumenon?
No, a noumenon?
Do you think you can know the noumenon?
I don't even know what you're saying, dude. I'm gonna be so real with you right now.
Are you a phenomenologist?
You're not either, Mark, so stop asking big worded questions before you confuse yourself again. Go back to your boats over the horizon.
Are you still
Tell us
there,
about
buddy?
that. See, look at Mark. He just realised he got his ass handed to him 9 ways from Sunday, so now he wants to discuss everything but the shape of the ground.
Is that true, Mark?
Is what true?
That you don't want to talk about the Earth anymore?
Let's talk about how we know things are true. That's where we ended up. That's where we ended up in this discussion.
Are measurements
because
a good way to tell
we
us
are
what's
not
true
going
or
to
not?
convince each other. We're not going to convince each other either way.
Well, I'm not trying to convince you. You have to convince yourself. That's why I've been telling you not to believe me. That's why I want you to do it on your own.
You didn't really answer my question.
I'm telling you since the beginning of the conversation to not believe me.
Why didn't you answer my question?
Which question?
Do you believe you can know the noumena?
I already told you I don't know what that is. I told you I don't know what that is. This is my third time telling you I don't know what that is.
Have you read Immanuel Kant?
If it's related to your noumenon, then I'm going to say no. Because I don't know what that is. The fourth time telling you.
Okay. Have you read Leibniz?
If it's related to the previous thing that you just said, then no.
Have you read Isaac Newton, the Principia Mathematica?
No. What does it say?
You've never read those. Okay.
Well, yeah, educate me. What does it say?
Let's go back a little further. Have you read Plato?
Wait, can you tell me what it says?
Have you read Aristotle?
I think we could recreate Pangea using tectonic
I'm
manipulation.
asking you to tell me what it says. Can you educate me, please?
You want me to recite the books for you?
Yeah, can you give me like a summary of it? Like, what does it say? Since you read the entirety.
Of what?
He's had enough time to Google it. Come on, Mark, stop making claims. They're just hollow. It's horrible. It's disgusting. It's making us sick.
Yeah, we can't recreate Pangea using tectonic manipulation. It doesn't work.
You're Mary, not Mark. Slightly different.
Yeah, anyways. Yo, what's up,
anyways,
Mary
Mark.
Maloney?
Yeah, Mark.
What's up?
How about, Mary,
Do you believe the Earth is flat?
Mark, how about, Mark, you were just called out on something and then you've just backpedaled again. Stop being a slimy little weasel. I know you're coping over the ships going over the horizon because you said that there wasn't one. But you dragging yourself around, you know when dogs have got worms and they drag their ass on the ground? That's you at the moment. And you're just clutching at everything to make the worms feel better. So seriously, Mark, he's just called you out and asked you about your Mathematica Principia and you've just jumped to something else. Because all of a sudden you've realised you probably haven't read it yourself. So stop making just these dumb claims, dude.
All right, then. Well, that was fun.
Hey, so anyways, Lats, have you read Plato?
No, go ahead and tell me about it.
No. Have you read Aristotle?
So that's another no
go ahead
from
and
Mark.
tell me about it.
You should try to educate yourself. It's
Sounds
not
like
my
Mark
job to
should too.
educate you.
Can you educate me on it? Can you tell me about it?
No. Like I just said, it's not my job to educate you.
Okay, so why are you asking me about it then?
Because I'm trying to understand how stupid you are.
Says the person who just contradicted themselves about 7 minutes ago, yeah.
So maybe we should talk about the Principia and Newton's idea of gravity.
Principia, not Principia.
Yeah,
You dumb fuck.
Maybe we can talk about that. Yeah, and Newton's idea of gravity.
Okay, have you read the Principia?
Well, I'm still waiting. You're the one that's claiming it. You brought it up. So can you tell us about it?
I'm not talking to you.
Well, can you tell us about it? I'm still here. You're the one that brought it up to me. Asked me about it. So can you tell me about it?
It's not my job to educate you.
Okay, so why did you even bring it up? If you didn't want to talk about something and you brought it up, what relevance does it have then in this topic?
Hey, Lats, one thing I do want to talk about, do you ever hear voices that aren't there?
No.
You don't? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mark does. He has trouble sleeping because he hears my voice all the time.
You seem like you would.
He's probably going to start hearing mine pretty soon, too.
Well, I often hear the voices of people who aren't all there, such as yourself.
Right.
Right.
AJ, aren't you probably like a father? Don't you like probably have kids that you should be taking care of instead of worrying about this?
Well, he can do whatever he wants. He has free will, just like you do.
Okay,
You're sitting here as a Glober every day, right?
Mark's mom, it's getting late. Mark needs to go to bed.
I'm not a Glober. I'm just a healthy skeptic.
Okay. Sure, dude.
Instead of talking about the subject. That speaks volumes about your character, Mark.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's typical for Mark because he can't argue for the Globe, so I don't blame him. I would be doing the same thing if I was in his shoes.
Yeah. No, you got me. I think you're actually right. The Earth is flat.
Well,
Do
I
you know
don't
how
want to be. I'm
stupid
telling
that
you not
sounds
to
to
believe
an
me.
ordinary person? When
Oh,
you're
I
not
don't
on
care how
your
it
like
sounds. It's just like
Discord
if you were to tell
server.
somebody, right? Like if you were actually a girl, but you look like a dude, like it'd be kind of stupid to tell somebody that you're a girl, right? But you can actually prove if you were one, right? So it doesn't matter how stupid something sounds. If you can actually have proof for it, there you go.
You just sound
easy.
so stupid right now.
That's okay.
But what
It
if
doesn't
you were
matter
actually a
how.
girl when you're actually a guy? And what if you only looked like a girl and you're actually
Yeah, I'm pointing
a
out
dude and
how
there's a way to
stupid your
prove it?
arguments are because you're appealing to authority, consensus, right? Using all these fallacious arguments, and I'm just reversing them,
You're
giving something
using
that's analogous
fallacious
to you.
arguments to try to prove that the Earth is a globe when everyone knows that it's flat.
Well, everybody doesn't know that it's flat.
I know.
I'm telling you not to
I
believe
know.
me
And
for
you
this next
guys,
time.
what you should do, you should start campaigning in the streets. The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. See how far you go.
For what? We're just gonna get
The
people
Earth
like
is
you.
flat. You guys should be college professors, obviously, because you've discovered the scientific fact about the world that no one else knows.
It's not
They don't want you to
scientific,
know.
numbnuts.
You guys are really
Category
the
error.
scientists here.
Do you still believe this is a scientific endeavor, Mark?
Damn, forget about Isaac Newton.
Yes or no,
Lance,
Mark?
you're a genius.
Mark, do you still believe this is a scientific endeavor? Yes or no? Marky
Probably
Mark.
has you muted.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. You might want to inform him to fix that.
Hey, Mark, you gotta unmute Matrix if you haven't muted, brother.
I've been listening to Matrix the entire time.
Can you
He's
respond
a
to him,
delight.
please? He's asking you a direct question.
No.
You keep asking us questions all the time. We've been
Matrix
polite
is
enough
too
and
high
cordial
IQ
enough
for me. He's too high
to
IQ. I
answer your
simply can't
questions.
deal with. Yeah, I
Can you at
can't
least
deal
be
with his
cordial and
facts
polite
and
enough
logic.
to answer our questions back to you, please?
Dude, Matrix, when Matrix talks to me, he's like a Jedi that slices through my arguments with his
No, I'm not
lightsaber
Jedi.
of
That's
truth.
another dude.
He's like a samurai, well practiced and patient.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you.
Always
Matrix is very
striking.
good. Can you at least be polite enough
He's a
to
master
answer his
debater.
questions? Since I've been polite enough to answer your questions.
No, I can't deal with his facts and logic. They're too
Well, yeah,
powerful.
I know, but can you at least attempt to?
Nope. No, I'm sorry.
So no, you don't think this is a scientific endeavour. I'll take that. So what did you just say it a couple of minutes ago?
Dude, when he speaks, it's just like it's like transcending. It's like I don't even know what to say. You got me, dude. Yo, what's up, Cube?
What's up, dude? There's like gay kissing in chat.
And your little boyfriend Mark just got himself banned.
What?
Was that Mark's boyfriend?
What?
Your boyfriend that's posting up two dudes kissing in the side chat. That's your boyfriend? He seemed to know you pretty well.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure, okay. Just like how you claim that you can't see curves, yet boats disappear over a...
Yeah, I don't know,
something
man.
that you can't see, I guess. Okay. Okay, well, that's fine. Anyway, you have something else for globe measurements?
I just don't think there's anything I could show you or do or say
my
that would
goodness.
convince you otherwise.
Drop over distance measurements, proving a curving surface.
Do you want like a mathematical proof or something?
No, that would be calculations. I want measurements, incremental measurements over distance, dropping, right? Just like I told you, like if you were to have two rulers on top of a basketball, every centimeter or every inch, whatever measurement that you want to use, away from where that ruler is touching the basketball, you can measure a physical drop with distance, proving a curving surface. Because if I see a squiggly horizon, you see a curving one, T-Dub could see a zigzaggedy one, Lao Tzu could see a double helix horizon, how do we know who's correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to measure the floor.
You're gonna measure the floor?
Yes.
Dude, what?
And the next question I'm going to ask you is, how is the floor measured?
Yeah. So anyways, let's go back to this idea that
flat,
we
isn't
can't,
it?
that
I know you
the
want to
ship's
sidestep
argument
away
is
from
wrong.
this. Yes, like I had stated earlier, about 15 minutes ago, that bottom-up obstruction is not exclusive on a curving surface.
So your basic argument is that we can't see the curvature, and that when I claim that we can see ships go over the horizon, go over the curve, that's a contradiction.
Yes, because you're saying that you can see the boats disappearing over a curve, yet the Earth is too big to do what? See curve.
See the curve, right? But in the first statement, the word
Okay,
curvature.
so do you not see how that
Are you
is
gonna let me respond?
contradictory?
Yeah, but you're
Yeah, I'm asking you a
equivocating
question
about.
about the thing you just said to me.
Yes, but you're equivocating. In the first statement, the word curvature refers to the curvature of the horizon due to Earth's spherical shape.
What
In the
is
second
the
case,
horizon is on the Earth.
when we talk about the ships, we refer to the effect of the Earth's curved surface. Earth is too big for us to see the curvature on the horizon, but we can see ships go over the horizon due to the curvature of the Earth's surface.
So you're seeing a physical curve, yet the Earth is too
Cannot
big
be
to
seen
see.
on the horizon.
Okay, so that would be a physical curve that the boats are
can't be
disappearing
seen.
over in your paradigm.
It's too big to see.
But you're seeing boats disappear over what?
They go over due
That
to
is
the
something
horizon.
contradictory, which would be Earth curve.
No,
so it's too big to see curve, yet you're seeing boats disappear over a curve.
Okay, so explain to me why you see a ship go mast. Why the last thing that you see is the ship's mast.
Yes, you can see bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface as well. Would you like to see proof in the side chat?
Sure. Sure, man.
Okay, so you can see at 24 minutes after the hour, Matrix had posted something up for you. I will also post up a video of my own in the side chat for you. Even though you're probably not going to watch it.
Is it a YouTube video?
Yes.
Oh my god. Are you...
Oh, where do you find NASA lives at?
Post
Where do
your
you find live
YouTube
streams of the
videos,
Earth?
man.
Hello?
You have a
Where do you
YouTube
find NASA live
brain.
streams at?
Dude, you have YouTube brain.
Yeah, where do you find NASA live streams from outer space?
You can find them on anywhere on the internet.
Okay, so where do you find NASA live streams? Does NASA post on
go
YouTube?
around finding NASA live streams or something.
Does NASA post on YouTube?
Sure.
Do professors
So what?
post on YouTube?
So what?
Okay, so
It's still
just because
fucking
something's from
YouTube.
YouTube doesn't make it wrong, right? Because if somebody on YouTube, if a kindergarten dropout homeless guy was to post on YouTube that the Earth is a globe, can he be right?
Oh my god. You're not really getting it. It's like the point is flying over your head. The point is that you have a YouTube brain. The point is that you have brain poison from YouTube.
Does that make sense to you? I'm going to ask you again. If a kindergarten homeless guy, right, dropout, was to post a
that
video
would
on
not
YouTube
be a
saying
very
that the
reputable
Earth
source.
is a globe,
That would not be a very reputable source at all.
can he be right? Can he be right?
He could be right, but he's not a reputable source.
Okay, then, so we're looking at the content that is provided, not
No.
the
But what we
person
should be looking at is
providing the content,
form,
right?
the form of the argument, not the content of the argument. We could make arguments for all kinds of things that are valid and sound, but the content is untrue.
Okay, so hear me out. If there's a 3-second video of a kindergarten dropout homeless guy posting up a video saying that the Earth is a globe, is he right or wrong?
A sound argument is a true argument. An invalid argument is an unsound argument.
Can you tell me, is that a reputable source?
I'm just asking if he's right or wrong. It doesn't matter where the information came from.
I don't
if the
know
information
if
is
he's
correct,
right
it's
or
correct.
wrong. Let me ask you, is he a reputable source? You just said he's a kindergarten dropout posting on YouTube. Is he a reputable
source? So if he says that the Earth is a globe, is he right or wrong?
I don't know.
Do you think the Earth is a globe?
I don't know.
You don't know, yet you're pushing that the boats are disappearing over a what?
Over the horizon, which is clearly visible.
Which is what? You said it was a physical...
When did I say anything about physical?
You said it was curve.
Non-physical.
You said it was curve. Earth curve. So you're saying that you don't know that it's curve anymore.
No, I told you I'm a healthy skeptic. Okay, I'm just trying to look at... I'm just calling balls and strikes.
That you don't know the answer to anymore?
It's getting quite late. Can you just answer my question? Is a kindergarten dropout who posts on YouTube, is that a reputable source?
Like I said before, it does not matter where the information comes from. We're looking at the information.
It does not matter where the information comes from.
Reputable.
That is correct.
subjective?
Because a crackhead down the street could tell me, right?
But is a crackhead reputable?
That this milk that he's about to give me is expired, right? Can he be
whether
right?
or not an argument is reputable, why would you ever listen to a crackhead?
A crackhead could be
Because he could also be right.
Yeah, but you would never listen to a crackhead because he's
I'm about to drink. If I'm drinking like a gallon of milk outside of a 7-Eleven and a crackhead tells me, hey, that milk's about to expire.
Okay.
Can he be right?
Would you rather listen to a crackhead or a scientist?
It doesn't matter where the information comes from. I just told
then you're
you that.
retarded.
Scientists can be a crackhead. Hey, scientists can be a crackhead.
You're retarded. You don't know whether or not you should listen to a scientist or a crackhead.
You're talking about subjective things, and Lats here is trying to.
Oh no! You don't know whether or not to listen to a crackhead or a fucking scientist, dude. Like your
saying a scientist can't be a crackhead?
Wrong.
Are you saying a scientist can't be a crackhead?
Okay, so I'm pretty sure your mom's not a scientist, but if she told you to look both ways before crossing the street, you're still gonna listen to her, right?
Dude, you lost me when you said that you wouldn't listen to the scientist over the crackhead. When you said,
I never said that. I'm gonna look at the information
you have no
provided
idea
by both.
what you're talking about.
I'm gonna look at the information provided by both because we have documents of doctors saying that cigarettes were good for you. So it doesn't matter if they have a PhD, right? They can give you wrong information. Oh, he dipped, of course. And he didn't even look at the video I posted up. Lao Tzu posted up one too. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Sky Free. That's my boy. Oh, man. I was supposed to go to sleep for work, but man, I couldn't. Oh, well. Guess I'm pulling an all-nighter. What you got, Talon? You got anything for us?
I'm playing Diablo 4 right now.
Oh, no, don't worry about it then. It's alright. You can play Diablo 4.
That was just a Splurgen Glober. He's just Splurgen. Just couldn't handle it.
No, you're good, dude. He just contradicted himself.
Just believe in the earth is flat.
No, it's measured flat.
So I like that whole ruler across the earth direct measurement thing. Like, how does that find like the shape of the planet though, like the surface?
We can do it over water, for example, right? Like with a laser. You just
like with, let's say we float
horizontally.
Okay, so like where would the laser hit? Like let's say we shoot the laser across the lake. Like what are we expecting?
Well, it doesn't even have to hit anything. Let's just say you just shine it over water. The water should be dropping away from that laser at inches per mile squared, approximately, in accordance with the radius of 3959. And if it's not, you can come up with your own conclusions after that. It's pretty simple.
So, what if it is curving?
Well, then can you measure it?
Yeah.
Okay, so where's that measurement at? Because when we shoot lasers over water, the water's not dropping away from the laser at inches per mile squared.
How many? 18 miles per...
8 inches per mile squared.
8 inches... Well, do you know how, like... So, like...
Yes, it's a parabolic approximation.
How do you know that the laser isn't... Like, how do you know that the Earth isn't dropping 8 inches over a mile?
Because the laser's firing.
Are you measuring the laser every inch for the entire mile? Like, do you have rulers going from one and do you have like 5,280 rulers laid out?
Check this out. You could do that, or you can shoot a laser like this. Let me see if I can post you up this
what does that
picture. Give me
do?
a second.
Like 8 inches over a mile isn't
That
a
would
lot.
be a direct measurement of drop over
It's not even a
distance.
whole
So,
foot.
for example, at every mile, you can measure from the laser to the surface of the water, right? And then measure, oh, it dropped 8 inches here. At the next mile, you're going to say, oh, it dropped even more here. At the next mile, you're going to say, oh, it dropped even more here, even more here, even more here at the next mile, so on and so forth. That would prove a curving surface. And if it dropped 8 inches per mile, then you'd be like, oh, why is it sloping? Right?
Yeah, well, that's what they figured out, like the inch per mile slope.
Yeah, so that's the direct measurement that we're
inches
looking
per
for.
mile. When you say inches per mile, you understand how like subtle that is, right? 8 inches per mile, like
Yeah,
any amount
inches
of
per
inches.
mile, that would be like your driveway.
I mean, you could say like 50
That's a
inches per
slope.
mile, and it would
We're
still be
looking
like
for
nothing.
per mile squared.
Yeah. So like,
Yeah, it
how
would
much?
be
How
like
slope?
nothing, but it's
Yeah,
still
I was gonna say like
measurable.
So how fast do you think the drop over distance? Like, let's say you're on a scooter, right?
8 inches per mile squared.
And you're on
because
a
we're measuring the
ramp.
Earth.
And you're on a ramp that's sloped 8 inches over the course of an entire mile. How fast do you think like you'd be going? Like, how long do you think that ramp would be? I mean, it's
Well,
a
if
mile
it's
long.
8 inches per mile squared, right, you're going to notice a drop at a mile. You can measure it. You start off at 0,
like,
and then at a
that's what I'm
mile,
saying,
you can notice that
if you were
the
on a
ramp would be
ramp,
dropping away for you at 8 inches. And you go to the next mile from that same laser, right? You can set that laser up on a tripod.
yeah, and it would
Right.
drop 8 inches, and the laser would be 8 inches lower than the original position.
The problem too with this type of hypothesis or whatever you want to call it is that you're shooting a laser across the ocean, but the water doesn't really make up the Earth part of it. Like the ocean is deep.
Well,
so
if
can't
the
be flat.
ocean is over 70% of the Earth's surface, if we measure the water to be flat, then that's a big problem, because when NASA shows you a picture of the Earth, that blue part is supposed to be curving.
The measure to be flat part is what I can't have a hard time with when you say measure to be flat.
Well, you already told me like 2 days ago that we measure the Earth with polygons.
Correct.
So,
but we found angles for a slope and a drop over distance, not flat.
Well, yeah, there is no drop over distance with those polygons. The Earth curve is calculated after you've measured the Earth flat.
Angular.
But anyway, we can talk about this
ocean-
picture that I just posted up in the side chat. In the side chat, I
If the
posted
ocean-
up another laser test that you could do. Right? So, for example,
if the ocean
if you were to
lowers
shine
its level,
a laser,
so
if
that
you were to
means
shine a
that's
laser at the horizon, right, on a curving surface,
it would form a tangent.
For a 6-foot observer, the laser should be at roughly 3 miles away. You can angle the laser up just a little bit so it barely skims off the top of the Earth at 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. So what's going to happen is you're going to set that laser up on a tripod, okay? And you're just going to paddle out to where the laser would just barely graze across where the laser would be closest to the horizon from that tripod at a 6-foot observer height. So what you're going to do, you're going to notice that if the Earth is curving, the laser is going to be slowly dropping until you reach that point where the laser would be closest to the Earth. And then once you pass that point, you're going to notice that the laser is going to be raising in elevation again.
Yeah, but lasers only go up to 10 miles.
It's actually
okay. That's fine. That's why I said 3 miles, right? For 3 miles, because that's a 6-foot observer height. So you're going to set the tripod at 6 feet, angle the laser down at 3 miles to where the laser would be touching the curve of the Earth. So you can actually physically paddle out, right, over water. You can paddle out and watch the laser approach the water. And then once you pass that point where the laser would be closest to the Earth, you're going to notice the laser is going to bend back upwards again because the water would be curving. So you're going to notice this crazy effect happening because the Earth would be curving, right? The laser would be dropping down and then bending back upwards again because the Earth is curving. My picture's a little exaggerated, right? But you can still observe that same effect with a 6-foot observer height laser pointed at the horizon, just above 3 miles.
That's way out of scale. That's the incorrect scale.
I understand that. That's why I said it's a little blown up, but it's just to understand the point. But you can perform this yourself.
Deformed.
All you need is a 6-foot observer height, and you can even drop the observer height even more. The curve would be even closer to you if you don't even want to pedal out that far yourself.
But that's too short of a distance, and it's on water.
Why would it be too short? The Earth is curving omnidirectionally at all points, right? The Earth's curve
Because if you wanted like a really like accurate measurement from like across the surface to get a good angular measurement of like the surface of 2 positions and then triangulate a 3rd position,
is the Earth,
you want to be like 30
is the Earth
to 50
curving at
apart.
1 mile?
You want to be like 30 miles apart, not 1 mile, not like 5 miles.
Does the Earth not curve within a mile?
Only 8 inches.
Okay, so does the Earth not curve within 2 miles?
Yes, it does. Only 16
Okay, so does the Earth curve within 3 miles?
Only.
Wait a sec. Hold up. Pause.
What's 8 times
16 inches?
24. So you're only at 2 feet, and you're already 3 miles apart. And you're at 2 feet of curvature. Feet of curvature.
Okay, so that's where you're going to angle the laser down. That's why I said you're going to notice this crazy effect based on the picture that I posted up in the side chat.
No, but think about the
You're
drop
going
over
to see the laser
2 feet, and
bending down.
You're trying to measure a 2 foot. Can you hit like a 2 foot target from 3 miles?
That's why you can have somebody out, right, in the water. Because either one of 2 things is going to happen: either that laser is going to appear to bend back upwards because of the curvature of the Earth, or that laser is just going to dip straight into the water.
Because like the curve isn't even visible on water for like 10 miles. You got to get to like 11, 12 miles to even get like over the curve. So you're still like basically.
We're not trying to go over the curve. We're trying to get that laser to skim over the top of the curve. So like I said, either one of 2 things is going to happen. Either that laser is going to go straight into the water, or that laser is going to bend back upwards again because of the curvature of the Earth.
Up is a concept, Lats. It's not real. We made it up. We made up. Up is literally made up.
What? Curvature of the Earth is made up?
No, up. The concept of up is a concept. It's not real.
I understand. That's why I said it's going to appear to bend upwards because of the curvature of the Earth. I'm not saying it's physically bending upwards. I'm just saying it's going to appear like it's bending upwards.
Yeah, but you're always on top of a curve.
That's why the person from the other side, right? Like if you have somebody based on the picture at 3 miles away from the laser that's at 6 miles, you can have them be like pointing that water directly, or pointing the laser directly into the water and say, hey, raise that laser up just a smidge, like 0.5 degrees. And then if that laser doesn't start bending upwards for that person at the horizon for that tripod, that's an issue for the globe. If that laser continues to hit the water, that's an issue.
Why is it an issue?
Because it's showing that it's not curving.
Why would it show that it's curving?
Because if you keep continuing to point that laser downwards, and it's going to keep hitting the water. Because if you notice for that person standing on the curved surface that I had put on that little paint right there.
Well, it's also going to refract, and it's going to curve in the refracted atmosphere.
Can we just make sure that you understand 8 inches per mile squared?
You understand like the depth of 8 inches over a mile?
I'll put some pictures in the side chat that show the curvature.
It's just that you said over 2 miles, that would be 16 inches.
Is that even right? I don't even know. That's like, because that gets to math, so.
Just real quick, me and Lotzi posted up at 51 minutes. At 51 minutes after the hour, we posted up some videos where bottom-up obstruction is not exclusive on a curving surface, so you can watch those if you'd like. Anyway, go ahead, continue telling.
100 feet or so from the observer.
Yeah, only being 300 feet away from something and then being against the ground is just deliberately getting well, it's fine. At least you guys did like update your remote control boat video. I do like that. I appreciate that very much.
I mean, I'm looking at all these pictures online of like
the thing about this,
ships
okay, so, I mean, even with
disappearing
this,
over the horizon. So I'm not sure
So the
what,
problem
what's
with, like,
improved.
Oh, that's also explained by the globe side without the curvature. So the globe side themselves have another explanation for bottom-up obstruction, which doesn't involve curvature
but
at all.
dude, the boat, you can see the boat the whole time. You can, dude, the whole video. You can see the boat. The boat's not obstructed, my friend. That's a problem with these RC boat videos. You say like, oh, you can see bottom of obstruction, but then the boat never gets obstructed because it's not. It's only like 20 feet away.
Okay, you can watch my video.
You're not gonna see like 0.00.
If you have such an issue with that video, you can watch the one that I had posted.
The scale is so small, though.
It's like millimeters of curvature on that lake. That's why it's like just teensy. That's why you see just the teensy little bit of the RC. Like that's why it's like all water because you're only like 3 inches off the ground. You can't see anything. You're like a fucking ant.
Okay, so you can watch the one that I posted. It's showing that you can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface.
I mean, it's just like an optical phenomenon, and like it just gives us like the idea of like there's a hill ahead of us of some kind. 10,
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Bottom-up obstruction is not exclusive on a curving surface.
No, it is like a huge feature of a curving surface.
Yes, I can agree with that, but it's not exclusive.
It's one of the best. No, but it is like definitely a feature of a curve.
Yeah, yes, I agree with you.
Okay,
but
great.
it's
So
not
then, like, when you take one that's like 8 inches per mile, you need to be like 12 fucking miles
squared.
away. Right. Well, it's a curve because it's a globe, so it's like a curve in every direction. Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
So that's why I'm telling you to refer to that picture that I had posted. You can perform this test yourself. Take a laser, you angle it down towards the horizon where it would touch, and you just tilt it just ever so slightly upwards.
Here we go. Found it.
And you could paddle out.
See, because like when you actually
do this test yourself.
So check out this video. This video is actually how like because they know where the bridge is, and so they can know where the boat is, and he's far away from the boat to just be able to see. Because it's like, dude, it's like ankle deep, right? Like when you take like a big boat and you like run it away from, and you put it like, you have like a nice Nikon, and then you see how far away the boat is. Like it doesn't disappear very quickly. Like it does eventually have to like get over.
Yeah, it's not supposed to just. Okay, bro, we know the size of the Earth that they tell us. We know this.
So it's like curving water. Because if it was flat,
okay, so that's what I'm trying to get you to prove. Because we know that this can be an optical phenomenon.
Of water curving away from us. Because that's like a main feature of curved surfaces is that when they curve away from you, you can't see over the hill.
Yes, I agree.
Because like we kept having to take portions of the Earth, and so we weren't sure.
But it's not exclusive.
Sure if, the whole Earth was explored or not. So yeah, it was a pain in the ass.
Yes, I agree with you, but it's not exclusive. So
but the argument is
either on flat.
It's irrelevant whether or not it's exclusive. And also, the video that you provided did not show bottom-up obstruction.
It sure did. I mean, what video were you watching?
You could see the boat the whole time. You could see the RC boat the entire time. The video was
Oh,
on.
that's not the one that that's the one that Lao Tzu posted. I posted a video above his.
None of the RC boats on the lake have ever shown.
I posted up a video above his, like literally 2 seconds before his video. If you want to watch it,
or like 20 feet.
What he means when he says it's not explosive.
I posted up a video right above Lao Tzu's video. Like maybe 2 seconds right before his.
Imagine a world in which light curves 8 inches.
Are you an imposter, Peter? You're not the Peter.
You would observe the same effect, right? On a flat Earth where light bends 8 inches per mile squared, don't forget the squared part, you would observe the same effect. True or false?
The same effect of what?
That your global brain believes is due to curvature of the surface could be due to the curvature of the light. True or false?
There is refraction, yeah. The light does curve.
Forget refraction. I'm trying to illustrate the point of what he means by it's not exclusive. In a universe where the Earth is flat, contrary to your belief, and the light bends 8 inches per mile squared, you would observe the same effect. True or false?
True or false? What do you mean true or false? Like, are you making a claim of whether or not something is true?
This is a thought experiment for your global brain, okay? You've been coping the whole day. I've been listening to you cope so hard. So just show that you're intellectually honest. In a world where the surface on which you stand is flat, but the light bends 8 inches per mile squared, would you also observe boats disappear bottom up the way they do?
Okay. Yeah, because like things disappear from the bottom up on curves 100% of the time.
That's what he means. It's not exclusive, all right?
So what? I don't care. I don't have to it's not like it doesn't matter if it's exclusive or not. If you can do it on flat surfaces.
I don't have enough alcohol.
Every time that you're on a curved surface and something goes away from you, and then there's going to be bottom up obstruction. 100 and 10,000% all the time. Like a curve guarantees that there's going to be bottom up obstruction. So every time something goes away from you and you see bottom up obstruction, like the boats always fucking do, 100% of the time, every time a boat goes out, it has bottom up obstruction. It guarantees that
on a globe of a certain size, there would be
that's what curves do. Is they make things disappear from the bottom up.
To demonstrate,
like you can press your head against a flat surface, and it'll present, and it'll something that's far away will appear to have bottom up obstruction, but it's more due to your head being against the floor, and so you can't see. So it's really the reason why there's bottom up obstruction on flat surfaces is limited to your distance. So if something was perfectly flat for tens of thousands of miles, then you would be able to shoot a laser across it for tens of thousands of miles, and it would be exactly the fucking same all the way across. But that definitely doesn't happen on the globe because it's a globe, and so the laser will eventually shoot off the edge, and you got to bounce it off a satellite to get it to go around the curve.
I know, but if the light were bending 8 inches per mile squared, then what you just said would not be true.
That's why you have to account for refraction. So if you in order to hit the satellite, with satellites, the airs we put it up high enough. We put satellites up high enough in.
What the heck are you talking about?
Way, lasers don't have to bend. We don't have to account for refraction as much. But for radio towers and stuff, sometimes I can't remember which ones go around curves.
Did you show the? Did you happen to show the direct measurements of Earth to invoke this refraction?
Direct measurements of Earth? Define direct measurements.
Oh, no, not again.
Well, if you're invoking refraction, terrestrial refraction, then you're going to require a radius value.
Because like when we were talking about me and who was talking about the rulers on the surface? Like you got 5,000 rulers.
Lats.
Do you?
Lats, yeah. Me and Lats, AJ, we're talking about how would you direct measure the surface of the Earth?
Well, first of all, you could use geodetic surveying.
Okay, like what kind of instruments would you use? Like what specs would you have for geodetics?
Well, you would use your theodolites, yeah. You could also use lasers to take measurements across the surface.
Like a great theodolite? Have you ever heard of the great theodolites?
The great theodolites, is that a brand? Is it?
These are the first theodolites that they built. They were like 1,000 pounds. That's how we got super accurate measurements, surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
So the thing is, the only problem about the accurate measurements is that they were only angles. It was only angular measurements. So all we had were like a bunch of verticals that kind of tilted away from each other. Does that make sense? Like they weren't like parallel. Yeah, we had a bunch of angles and
those angles.
Plumb lines. We took all the plums of like a bunch of mountains and shit on, especially India.
So those verticals were calculated in after, by the way.
I think we're working on that, right? Isn't that what we're like trying to figure out? Like, how do we know? Oh, yeah, because
there are no
right now so we're doing more research, and so when we're studying I'm specializing in the Great Trig Survey because it's like it's the history of geodetics, and like they were the first people to like create have the concept of a direct measurement on the surface of the Earth, and they walked all of India. Let me bring up the survey, just so that you can have like a reference, a citation, as Clipcore likes to call it.
Have you guys heard that Palantir is trying to recreate Pangea using tectonic manipulation?
Well, how are they going to manipulate tectonic plates?
I don't know. I'm not Palantir.
I know they're not going to be able to, like, tectonic plates are like thousands of miles below the surface of the Earth. Like we're only like 8 miles down, and so like we're not going to be able to like shoot sound waves or anything into tectonics or anytime soon like that. No, it's like creating mountains and shit.
How many miles did you say?
Okay, so
how would you know they're down there if they're thousands of miles down there?
AJ and Lats, seismology, earthquakes and volcanoes. Show us. That's like a different topic.
You don't think they have? You don't think they have the equipment to be able to do tectonic manipulation?
No fucking way, dude. It's like the Marianas Trench and shit. Because it's like it would be like trying to like throw like it's like trying to throw like a snowball, or it would be like trying to like it would like be a gnat trying to like push an elephant over or something ridiculous, like something absurd.
Why do they want to recreate Pangea?
Well, just to have like all the land really close together. You don't have to fly over oceans. I mean, that's not a bad idea.
For the Archons.
Yeah.
For the aliens.
And it's just silly talk. Yeah, like
it is.
We can hold on, because they have they have the models for like what's going to happen over the next probably like a few million years as far as like where the plates are going. Like the mountains will eventually erode.
I just
but anyway, we were talking to AJ and Lats about the direct measurements of the surface of the Earth. Yeah, because so right now we're stuck on how we compare the trigonometric lines, which is planar Euclidean triangles, and then network those into the shape of the Earth. But then there's something about like I said, with like the concept of up, like we had to do like the plumb lines and then the correction, and especially with like the GTS, and then the concept of correcting the measurements. So with like curves and stuff, you can't like directly measure curvature, and we're still working on that, because I mean, you were just asking about direct measurements, but I'm not really sure why.
All right, so if the Earth curve has never been directly measured, how would you know that the Earth's surface is curving?
Right, that's where we're at, right? So got all these trigonometric triangulations that give us our position on the surface.
Yes.
And so from there, you can get the angle over the distance. And that's that
Yes.
deviation from vertical
You're
gives us
going
the
to calculate
angular measurements, and then you calculate the curvature. Yeah, from
Yeah, so you're going to calculate curvature after the Earth has been measured flat.
from the angles. Yeah, so you take a bunch of angles of, so it's kind of like putting a bunch of pencils on a basketball. So you know how like the pencils, like if you like, yeah, so like let's say you like stab a
I'm
bunch
going
of
to
pencils
ask my
into a
question again, right? How do you know that the Earth is curving if it's never been directly measured?
So, do you understand what
Everybody
I mean by
says
like
right in Discord.
triangulating your position and like directly figuring out directly where your position is with the theodolite?
What about it?
Do you understand? Like, do you believe? Like, will you agree with me at least that like when like in terms of the GTS and in terms of surveying, when you triangulate your position and you take those 3 points, we know.
Okay, which require a horizontal baseline. Okay.
Okay. Yep. And that's what they have. They have these
Okay.
huge chains that would make sure it was perfectly level baseline for like 1,000 feet, and so and they made sure to calibrate them, and they made them bigger and more and that like they had the perfect
all
baseline.
flat. Yes. Okay.
Okay. And then so from there they could then take their 1,000-pound theodolites, and then they could measure they could triangulate their position all the way across the surface, and then that gave them the angular drop over distance with the angles.
Yes, they're going to be measuring flat the entire way.
What do you mean measuring flat? Like that's, I don't understand where you're getting that. When I say measuring angles, like that's, and it's like not, and it's a curve. So like the angles would then like, you know, because like when you know in like
how did we
animation
get
they
curve
make
in the
the
first
polygons
place? That's
curve
what I've been
appear
asking
curved.
you.
Like when you see
That's
curves
what I've
in
been
a
asking you.
computer generated cartoon, do you think those curves are real, or are they made of polygons and straight lines?
Well, no, there'd be polygons, right? But that's what I'm asking you. How would you know that the surface is curving?
Right.
If it's never been measured to do so.
But that's what the measurements show. They show the
No,
angles.
the measurements show that they've been measuring in straight lines.
They show all the angles
connecting
tilting.
chains, like you said, of triangles.
Yeah. And then they triangulated their position over and over again.
Yeah,
They
with
spread across
triangles
India.
and more flat measurements.
No, they're not
more
flat
angles.
measurements. They're angular measurements.
Yeah, over the surface, it doesn't matter. If you're even at a higher elevation, you would require parallel eye level to measure a
So
dip
like let's say
angle,
like
right?
so do you see like on the map it has like it has A through Z, or like it's got the green grid. If you just, all you gotta do is click on the map and like you can see the like the 24th parallel. Okay, you got the 24th parallel.
All
And then go
these
to like
points.
G.
Yes,
Yeah, so
bro, listen, you could take all these points that were plotted, right? You take all the raw data and you put them on a spherical transform.
Yeah. What do you think happens?
Yeah. And so, like I said, it's calculated in.
Do you think it? No. Well, how? Well, what do you mean? How do you think how do you think they get the calculation? Like, where do you think they get the numbers to calculate? Not calculate. They don't calculate.
Where they get those from.
They don't calculate numbers. Like they don't calculate with the calculations. They calculate with the measurements.
Yes, there's an R value that they input in there.
Yeah, they use all the triangulation.
That's what we're asking
data.
for. Where do you get the R value from?
What do you mean the R value? The R value is from measuring the curve.
Yes, but that's what we're asking. Where has the Earth curve been directly measured? You, in one breath, say that you can't measure the curve because it can't be directly measured, but you're saying that it's been measured. So you're contradicting yourself.
Because you find the radius.
The R value come from the calculations, not the measurements.
Of the curve that you met, like, because you can get the, like, when you just want the radius of a curve, you just need to like get.
You can't
you just need to get the radius. You know, that doesn't tell you
input
the globe.
You can't input the radius value until you've done the calculation. You don't have one until you've done your calculation anyway. So to get the curve, you're doing your calculations, right? And then you can derive a radius value from that. But that's not to say that that means that there is a radius, that the Earth is a sphere. It's just that you've interpreted the data, right, as meaning something antithetical to the actual measurements, right?
Yeah. They can measure many long baselines plus angles, and then and then use global positioning, and then they fit the best model. Because the Earth isn't a perfect sphere.
Yeah, that's what we've been telling you this whole time. That they just plug it in to a projected model.
Because then you can take the...
Because, like, imagine this, right? You had, like, a checkerboard cloth, right? Like a bed sheet.
Yeah.
You take that sheet with all these plotted points and you just wrap it around any shape.
Yeah, so are those checkered squares when they're laying on a curve? Are they a curved square or are they a flat square?
Well, we've only been measuring flat this
So, like,
entire
if you wrap the
time.
checkerboard...
With all of recorded history, it's been measured flat. That's what we're telling you. It's been measured flat.
No matter how
and
many
you just
times you say
transform
measured
those
flat,
points. Because
you're misinterpreting, like, not only like the way that they do the measurements, but like what the words measured flat even means. There's not like the Earth.
You already told me that the Earth is measured flat,
together, but it's
and
not
they
what the
perform
words...
the
It's not none of the words
calculations with the raw data.
Because, like, you know that, like, so, like, again, right, like, let's look at the India map again, like those blue triangles and the
Yes,
triangulation.
that's already on the transform
Do
already.
you think all those triangles are measured flat? Like the angles between them, between the triangles, are measured flat?
Yes. Yes.
Wait a minute, so you think
you can calculate
the angles
a difference in
between
elevation,
each
right?
triangle...
With
Wait, you're saying that like the meridian, that like the north, like the ones that are closer to the ones that are higher elevation are the same flat?
yes,
Like the ones that
you
like are
you can measure a
together
dip
points?
angle with another baseline at elevation parallel with surface or
No, but
sea
there's one
level.
single elevation, or there's one single baseline that they base the whole
That's what I'm
survey
telling
on.
you. If you're measuring from
That's what I'm
elevation,
saying.
you're going to require eye level, which would be parallel with surface or sea level to make a dip angle.
Yeah, that's what they did, and that's what you do with the triangulating.
That's what I'm telling you. It's all parallel. It's all
When you want to measure,
flat.
like when you want to directly measure a curve, you actually want to get the angles off of from the vertical versus from each position. So when you're going across the curve, and then you want to be able to see above the curve, and then you want to get the planar measurements, and that's how you triangulate your position, and then you can triangulate the angles between the different positions because you've done because you have a theodolite, and so you're able to know the deviation from vertical.
If you're measuring more angles at elevation, you're going to be using parallel eye level with surface or sea level, which would be more triangles, flat.
The thing about, like, it's easy to do the radius because you can just do the two angles like Eratosthenes did, but that doesn't give us the exact shape of
But
the
he
ellipsoid.
also measured flat.
You can't get the
more
ellipsoid.
elevation
You cannot
angles.
get the ellipsoid from just the radius. You need the actual triangulations of the entire surface of the Earth, so that way you can see if it's if it matches the radius perfectly, or if it's a geoid that is an oblate spheroid, which is what they figured out with the GTS.
Eratosthenes also measured flat in 2 different locations and calculated curvature.
Well, hang on, lads. Did you hear what he just said? Like, they'd already decided that Earth was. He just said that they'd already decided that the Earth was some kind of oblate spheroid, right? They were just trying to gauge its surface topology, right?
Yeah, the question was, does the Earth have the same radius everywhere, or does it get slightly or more curved? Right,
so let's go back. Let's go to before this, because we want to establish that the Earth is a sphere and has curvature to begin with, because that's how they would have determined that the Earth is a sphere. That's how, this is the only gold standard that we hold, right? Is that the surface measures to have curvature, not through inference or calculation, just through direct measurement. So their understanding that the Earth is a sphere is coming from the direct measurement, right? Before that, if it doesn't involve that, then they don't understand that the Earth is a sphere. We chuck it out. You don't. You walk on the top of Eratosthenes. You stand on his shoulders, right? We're pushing you off him. He's nothing. He's a nobody. He had nothing. Did not determine that the Earth was a sphere. He'd already decided the Earth was a sphere. He was just trying to gauge its circumference value. So when in history did someone determine that the Earth is a sphere or a spheroid or a geode or whatever shape, right? Through direct measurement of its surface.
Yeah, the surface. And then, because we'll see. And so again, this is like a huge problem with what you guys keep saying, because you keep saying we want a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth, and then I start talking about the Great Trigonometric Survey, and you're
that
suddenly
wasn't the first time someone's proposed.
You keep saying
Bro, they'd already decided. Decided Earth was a lumpy potato in space.
No, you had no.
That means somebody measured it.
No,
Those are all flat measurements anyway.
That's a straw man. That's not.
Everest wasn't at a point where he's going, I'm not sure what the Earth is. It could be.
Yeah, that's literally what they
I
did.
don't know. He wasn't saying that. He was already working off Bessel.
Is it an oblate spheroid?
Yes, who measured that to be so?
They had a pool going. They were like, is it flat? Is it going to be a velociraptor? They had a bet. They were guessing every way.
Bullshit! You're lying. Don't lie. Everest already decided that it was a type of spheroid. He was working with Bessel's ellipsoid.
P-Dub, what part of they tested the flat Earth model with the celestial sphere and with the measurements, and it didn't work?
No, that is, they already decided it wasn't flat.
Your round is his flat. It's okay.
He was trying to improve on already existing ellipsoids.
No, that's right. Because once they
he was competing.
Once they used the spheroid model and then they tested it to the radius, like the Eratosthenes model, which was 3959, they realized.
So let's go back to when someone decided that the Earth was a sphere.
Right, when they found a radius, so they found the curve.
When did they do that?
When Eratosthenes tested the angle.
Okay, no, we've told you that's not valid, bro.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't.
Why is it
What
not
was the
valid?
type of measurement that he took? What measurement did he take? What type of angle measurement did he take?
The angles of the sun.
Okay, dude, look at this. Okay, I want to say this again to you because I remember telling you about this. Okay, look at what I'm going to post in the side chat. Okay, he took an elevation angle. Okay, that vertical line is going to be his stick. Tip of the stick to the tip of the shadow would be his hypotenuse. That baseline horizontal would be the shadow. He took an elevation angle. He measured flat in 2 different locations.
Okay. This is a really good question.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Let me I'm asking the question. I'm stating what he measured.
So he didn't measure Earth
he measured flat.
He didn't
so do you think,
measure
did he measure
curvature.
Did he measure the Earth, or did he measure the imaginary green line that he referenced?
He measured the length of a shadow.
Where was the shadow? Where was the shadow?
Where was it? You tell me.
Was the shadow on the Earth?
Was the object casting it?
Yeah, so the shadow was on the Earth. That horizontal baseline was where?
Okay. So was he measuring the shadow? How do you measure a shadow?
You can measure the length of a shadow. It's physical. You can physically measure the length of a shadow. The length of the shadow is his horizontal baseline. That vertical would be his stick. Like I said, the hypotenuse is already from tip of the stick to tip of the shadow. He measured an elevation angle, right angle triangle on the surface of the Earth in 2 different locations. He calculated sphericity after the fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm telling you. Once again, since all of recorded history, the very first measurement, supposedly, of the Earth is a flat one. He calculated
that's just basic
sphericity
trigonometry for measuring
again.
mountains. That's just basic trig.
I understand that this is a mountain. That's what I'm saying. I'm giving you a visual for what he did. Just imagine that vertical line is his stick.
The visual aid is flat.
No, I'm not imagining anything. I'm just imagining that I'm just seeing that the mountain is there's a very tall mountain in front of us.
I got you, dude.
So we also
Eratosthenes
that you can triangulate a position from two spots and get the
his
height.
conclusion wasn't that Earth is a sphere. That he started with that conclusion. He was trying to determine the circumference value of it.
Here, does that make it easier for you? Did I label these things for you?
What does that prove? That's for measuring the height of the mountain.
Shadow,
math,
elevation, angle with a stick and a shadow.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so that's the type of measurement that he took.
So really, he's just measuring an imaginary line. The horizontal line isn't real. It's not the Earth.
Okay, so once again, the shadow is a baseline.
Imagining a stick
that
too.
Horizontal baseline for that 90-degree angle, that right angle triangle. Where
he's not
is
measuring
that
the Earth flat.
horizontal
He's measuring
baseline?
the imaginary right angle.
Where is that horizontal baseline?
Doesn't exist. It's not real.
You're saying the shadows aren't real? What are you saying?
Well, the shadow's real. But you don't have a ruler.
Okay, so where is
You
the
don't have a tape
shadow?
measure for a mountain shadow.
Where's the
You
shadow?
have to directly measure it.
Where's the shadow?
That's not a direct measurement, dude.
Can you not answer the question where the shadow was?
That's a calculation. See, it says find A, find H. Convert to feet.
Yes, but you can physically measure, right? You can actually physically measure the stick and you can physically measure a shadow. Where was the
You're
shadow?
measuring the distance between the two people by 10 miles.
Why is it so hard for you to answer where the shadow was?
Well, what do you mean? They're not measuring the
Where was the
with a
shadow?
ruler.
Oh, that's all I'm asking you. Where is the shadow?
I don't know. There's no shadow in the picture. I don't see one. I just see a red line.
Oh my, okay, the shadow is on the Earth.
Uh-huh.
The horizontal baseline for this elevation angle is what? The shadow.
Okay, so what?
So he measured the Earth flat in two different locations.
They calculated it with the degrees to the top.
Measured.
I mean, A over sin sine A equals B over sine A. A equals B.
Okay, but you don't have to calculate it if you can physically measure.
Not measurements.
You don't have to listen. You don't have to calculate if you can physically measure.
You can't physically measure a
Like,
mountain.
for example, you can do this. I'm not talking about a mountain. You could do this with a pencil on your. I understand what the picture says, but you can use a pencil on your kitchen table and hold it up, or tape it down if you want to.
Yep.
You can measure the length of the shadow. Yes, you can
It would
even
have
use a
changed the
chopstick.
angle. Depending on if it had been shorter or longer, angle would have changed.
But the shadow's imaginary.
It would have been different.
The shadow is
You can
again, the shadow's
tape
not real. It's just
the
illusion.
chopstick to the top of your kitchen table and measure physically the length of your shadow from the chopstick, and you can measure the length of the chopstick, and then you can measure the distance. You can measure the angle from the tip of the shadow of that chopstick on your flat kitchen table to the tip of the chopstick.
Okay, cool.
But regardless, right? We're looking for the point in time when somebody performed a direct measurement of the surface, and from that had to conclude that the Earth is a sphere. That wasn't Eratosthenes.
That's what the Great Trig Survey did.
That wasn't Eratosthenes.
Yes, we know that was not Eratosthenes.
And it wasn't It wasn't Everest, bro. He was working with existing ellipsoid models.
No,
they'd already decided. They'd already decided what Earth was.
No,
they were just unsure of its exact surface form.
No.
Yeah.
Helen, you already told us that they corrected for the errors in the measurements to an ellipsoid already. So somebody must have determined it was an ellipsoid before the great trigonometric survey, right?
Use the ellipsoid model. That's actually
Yeah, so why would they do that? Who determined it was an ellipsoid? Why would they correct for an ellipsoid?
Because they wanted the measurements to not have errors.
Correct. They wanted it to be correct. So who determined that?
Yeah. Well,
Hey, bro.
People that were doing the
No time. No, they weren't unsure of the Earth's size and shape. They'd already decided a rough value of a radius, right? Right? They were just unsure of the surface form and the geometry exactly locally in places. That's what they wanted to do with India, was get that form of surface geometry.
I mean, you understand that
Somebody at some point decided that the Earth is some kind of sphere.
Right, like there was
a round object, right?
Like it's almost like they
when did that happen? And why did they say that?
They can only see until then they had to get
so
up
take us back. Take us back to before Everest, before the Great Tree, before India. So before India, when was it? Who did it?
There was well, they did Great Britain and then the North America.
No. Before that.
Stations, the total stations.
Well, how did they determine it was a globe?
Well, they determined that it was an ellipsoid.
How? When and who?
They determined it was an oblate spheroid once they got it. Once they figured out that it didn't match.
So they didn't. They weren't sure. So they weren't resting upon Eratosthenes.
It didn't match a perfect sphere. So they were like, "Well, it's not a perfect sphere."
Yeah, how did they know?
So they weren't resting on. They were in doubt. So they thought it could be flat.
Yeah, I mean, you can just fucking draw it. Be like, well, there it is.
Talon. Were they unsure?
Because it changed towards the equator, so they knew it was like.
Were they unsure?
Squished on the poles.
Talon, were they unsure about the Earth's form? Did they think it's a possibility that it could be flat?
After they directly measured the triangulations of their positions
before that, were they unsure? Were they unsure? Were they uncertain about the Earth's form? Did they think that it could possibly be flat?
What? No. They knew it was curved.
So take us back to the point when somebody decided that it's not flat.
Yeah, when we saw all the evidence of curvature.
What evidence?
Of bottom-up obstruction, the rotation of the sun.
They really know that's not exclusive. Rotation of the sun. That's the sun moving.
Eclipses, like all the video evidence.
Okay, so that's the sky moving. All right, what else you got?
All right, so that's not surface measurement. So that's not surface measurement.
Anomalies, the
what?
Great Blue Marble, V's.
That's not the first. Okay. Tita was asking for something before.
24-hour cycle.
How did they determine?
Like all the other planets in the solar system are like showing us that there's planets.
Okay, even if they're all balls,
those are all fallacious arguments.
Got like
all fallacious arguments, and throw them out.
Revolves around us, tilts away from us, and gets cold.
All right, so all your great trig surveys, they were done based on fallacious arguments.
Incorrect. They were all incredibly accurate and precise measurements at the time, and they had really good trigonometry.
So where are they?
They're on the internet. Everything is.
Yeah, where are? That's what I'm asking you. I already told you. The one you brought up, Eratosthenes, is not a curve measurement. He's not measuring drop over distance.
1:20 a.m. I put pictures of the tool tables that we used, and I used in the Wikipedia page that shows the survey.
Okay, so is that also measuring flat?
Is it all, no, it's not measuring flat.
Okay, so where's the drop over distance at?
Then the calculations and the measurements.
Okay,
No.
the calculations.
They're not in the measurements.
Where's the curve at? Like, what do you mean? It's on the Earth. It's the surface of the Earth.
Yes, we're asking for direct
Are you
drop over
brain
distance
dead, dude?
measurements, like I said, with the two
Does it hurt your brain
rulers
to
on a
understand?
basketball.
What we're measuring
No,
the surface
I'm
of the Earth.
giving you something so easy to be able to measure the surface of the Earth
No,
to be
dude, you're like
curving. That would prove it once and for all.
you don't even know like you're not even applying the measurements to like and like understanding.
Yes, the flat measurements to a spherical calculation.
Angled measurements.
I understand what it is that you're doing.
You can, you keep throwing the word flat in and then
Two
magically making it work.
straight lines meeting at a vertex. An angle.
Right.
That's
An
not
angle. Thank you. Yes.
curving.
It's not flat. No, angles don't curve. Angles are angled. We don't want them to curve because you can't measure a fucking curve. We want them to angle it. We want clean angles.
To angle it.
Are there lakes in India?
Right. Yeah.
Would there have been lakes within the area that they surveyed in India?
I'm sure there are.
Okay.
Google.
Did they measure the
How many lakes are
surface?
in India?
Did they measure the surface of the lakes?
PW. Live, they say. Lakes of India. India is home to a vast number of lakes, both natural and man-made. While the exact number is hard to pinpoint, experts estimate there are over 100,000 lakes across the country. Some lakes are very famous,
All right.
such as
Did they measure the surface of those lakes during their survey?
Chulika.
Lake in Kerala.
Hey Google. Thank you. Okay, there you go. 100,000 lakes and.
So did they measure the surface of those lakes during the survey?
No, they probably just went around them.
Why wouldn't they have measured the surface of the lakes?
I mean, if they could get like high enough to where they could shoot over it, then they did. But they didn't really like shooting over water because it was harder to get because there was more. It was yet another.
So they didn't measure any curvature then. So they didn't measure any curvature.
What's wrong with the shower?
Yes, Talon, because you keep
that's incorrect.
You keep telling us that they have direct measurements of drop over distance.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
But for the thousandth time, they're just measuring angles and flat. Angles tangent to a ball would make the Earth a disco ball.
You hot micing, bro.
You keep saying flat, but at no point have I ever said flat in my angular measurement explanation. Do I ever say flat except for the Euclidean triangles?
Okay, is that baseline curving?
I call they're straight lines. Is the baseline curving?
Okay, so
no, it's straight and level.
Is flat.
And it's perfectly level and 0 degree elevation. There's no flatness.
Okay, so that would be straight and flat.
Straight and smooth and level.
0 degree baseline horizontal is flat.
And again, that's just the chain. That's not the actual angles from the baseline to all the different triangulated positions.
Okay, so that would be flat.
It's like you're missing. You're literally not like you're supposed to like look at the angles, and you're like, oh, but there's flat lines right there, and you're not looking at the angles, and that's like, and then you're like stuck because you won't look at the fucking angles. You keep obsessing over.
I'm looking at the angles. You have spherical excess and transforms for those points to be going over a sphere. That's what we're asking you for. Where did you get that sphere from? Because you're adding it to a sphere before you've even measured the sphere. Because you're measuring
you can just use a compass to go from to measure angle. Like that's how you calculate curves from.
Measure angles with a compass.
Well, why don't you describe to us
like a degree of curvature?
Why don't you describe to us the parts of their actual measurements, right? That would tell them that these angles don't work if the Earth is a plane.
Yeah, because there were the errors. It would fall apart. There would just be increasing errors over and over and over again. So
no, it's not what I'm asking, bro. Tell us specifically. Tell us specifically. They looked at the measurements. They took their measurements. They looked at the measurements, and they determined with these very precise measurements that weren't in error. They weren't wrong. They were correct, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. They looked at these measurements and they went, "Well, that doesn't work on a plane Earth." So what was it about the measurements that told them that it doesn't work on a plane Earth, that it couldn't possibly be a plane?
Uh-oh.
Multiple independent measurements all pointed to the same curvature, not just like random curvature.
Okay,
Same.
where are those measurements?
So like a flat Earth can't make those measurements agree at the same time. It just doesn't work.
Where are those measurements?
They give a specific radius. So like if the Earth was only 1,000 mile radius, then we say 3,963 miles because that's the fucking radius.
There to give us the value for the radius.
You get a measure. You use math and science to get there.
Yeah, we're not using science, but we will be
Does a
using.
flat surface have a radius?
Why would a
think
flat
it's not-
surface have a radius?
What?
Why would a flat surface have a radius? Unless it's a circle.
So there's no such thing as a radius with a flat surface, right?
We can have a circle. A coin can have a radius.
I think the surface has a radius of like what?
Of a coin? Yes.
Top of a coin is got a radius.
An area.
Yes.
It can have a circular area has a radius. You know, like when they're searching for someone that's lost in the woods, and they say, "Right, we're going to search an area with a radius of X."
Right, because that's like the surface of the Earth. Because that's from like the
Yeah, that's all we claim to have measured. That's all we have access to is the surface.
But if a surface was flat, it wouldn't be a radius.
Oh my god, bro.
Like, do you understand how flat Earth geometry works? Like, there's no measurable radius. It's flat.
Yeah, you're using trig, like what you've used to survey India. Trig.
No, flat Earth is a model.
Where?
It's just the concept of the flat Earth is like, because when you say flat Earth, you're implying that there is no curvature. And so something with no curvature is perfectly 180 degrees all the time.
Yeah, I mean, unless you can tell us.
You would never deviate.
Who measured it? Yeah, you guys correct.
Every time we take measurements, we get the same R value. No matter how many curves time we measure.
No, you don't get the same R value. You correct
there's a
for
curve
it.
with an R value of 6,371 kilometers.
You're correct for refraction to account for a geoid that you already presupposed in the first place.
No, that's not how that works. That's not what presuppose mean. That's not what the measurements mean. That's not what the calculations mean.
Yes, because you've measured flat and then calculate curve after.
Of the surface of the Earth. Like we're not presupposing the Earth is not presupposed flat. Is the Earth presupposed? Do we suppose the Earth? Suppose the Earth for me, please. Just suppose it.
You've already presupposed the shape, didn't you?
Is the Earth supposed or presupposed? Tell me.
You presupposed it.
Are we presupposing the Earth or are we supposing the Earth?
We didn't suppose it. So where has it been determined to be curving?
Have we supposed the Earth?
Where has it been determined to be curving?
No, just tell me, sir. Are you capable of supposing the Earth?
Yeah, that's what you did. You supposed that it was.
No, I'm asking you. Are you capable? Say yes. I can suppose the Earth.
Sure.
Okay. So suppose the Earth is a specific shape.
Well, then that would just be an assumption.
No, suppose it. Supposedly.
Yeah.
Supposedly
Suppose. To assume something to be true.
Supposedly we live on the Earth, right, AJ?
To assume.
Do we you presume that we live on the Earth, or supposedly do we live on the Earth?
I didn't say supposedly, you did.
Okay, so do you agree or disagree that we supposedly live on the Earth?
Disagree.
You disagree that we supposedly live on the Earth? And what do you suppose we live on?
Why would I
come on, bro.
think or assume something to be true when I have direct evidence that it's factual, yeah? It's not a fucking assumption, dude.
Right, the Earth is
Suppose
not
an
an
assumption.
The
Correct.
Earth is a supposition. The Earth is a supposition. We've supposed the Earth, so we're past assumptions. We've supposed it.
Based on what?
The condition of that the Earth exists. Like we're standing on something. It's Earth.
So you're
Plane.
standing on something and it is a ball because I think it is.
So suppose we want to find out what shape it is.
Okay, how are you going to do that?
Can you suppose? Okay, perfect.
Yes.
So let's
Yes, how are
suppose
you
we
gonna do
have
that?
the instruments, and we have like the something. So we know that. So suppose that it's really big, and we have to go miles and miles and miles to find
Why are
out.
we doing all of this in our imagination? Why are we supposing that it's really, really big
because
now?
I want to make sure.
Are we going to be
don't-
taking measurements?
I don't want to presuppose anything until we absolutely have to.
Well, this hasn't got anything to do with what you did. The fact of the matter is that
figuring out
when
what
they
we
survey
do.
the Earth, they take horizontal and linear angle measurements, and when they're triangles, they're plain triangles that don't fit their model, yeah, the WGS 86, then they count spherical excess. They are not measuring any curvature.
Well, you can take triangle, you can take polygons and make them fit whatever the fuck you want. Like they're polygons, they angle.
Well, that's not what occurs.
Yes,
Like,
they are
that's what we make.
calculated into a geoid. I told you that already. Earth is measured flat and then calculated. You can calculate that onto any
Not measured
shape.
flat. Again, you're getting the words
Yeah.
wrong. It's not measured
No,
flat.
It's a presupposition. You presuppose something, which is your WGS 86 model,
we're
that
just
you
like-
have no direct measurements for.
When you
And
say
then
measured flat,
you
it's
take
still-
direct measurements of the surface properties, and then you make a calculation based off that geoid model. Yeah,
So
right.
when you take
Exactly.
when you
Thank
take
you.
a direct
So no
measurement of-
measured curvature then. Thank you.
So when you take the direct measurement of the angles, you got to determine through calculations whether or not the angles are parallel or they're deviating.
Bro, we know. We know that you're
Right.
calculating curvature in there. We know this.
Yeah.
We know. I told you this like 10 times already.
but you don't
The
even
Earth
know
is
what
measured
we're
flat. Curve
What
is
are we
calculated in
What are we calculating?
for a geoid.
What is the calculate? No, what do you mean? What are we calculating? Like the surface of the when we're calculating the surface of the Earth.
To be curving, you're calculating it to be
No, no, no.
curving after you've measured it flat, like with the
Again, that's what we
polygons like you
calculate to
stated
be curving.
earlier.
We're calculating the shape of the Earth.
Yes, with the flat measurements.
No, the measurements are angled. They're not flat. Like when you go from like when you put all those triangles together, they don't measure
Yes.
flat. They don't measure it flat, dude. They measure it deviate.
Yes, they do.
They deviate from vertical,
Yes,
dude. They're
they
not
deviate in the calculations.
They have a smooth curve over
Listen,
distance.
bro, listen very carefully,
up
brother.
and they go down.
Deviating in the calculations.
They drop over distance. 8
What is
inches
a
from off.
vertical and horizontal angle?
Yeah, bro, you're not going to prove that the Earth is a globe by positing triangles. That makes no sense. Like, come on, man, be better than that.
That's how we triangulate our position on the planet.
How do you measure a vertical angle or a horizontal angle?
With a plumb
Sorry,
line.
man. I'll let you go.
No, you're good too. Go ahead.
Last time I checked, triangles don't have curls, don't have curves.
Well,
You Professor Triangle in here.
polygon. You can calculate a curve from the angle changes.
Yeah, not measure one, calculate after the fact. Because a direct measurement requires, again, a horizontal and a vertical measurement. Yeah?
Yeah, because then you compare
Horizontal.
those
You require a horizontal distance that you don't have.
Well, yeah, we do. We can measure the distance from
Where do you get the vertical measurement where you get the difference between the two triangles?
plumb lines with the theodolite.
I'm sorry, but every time, wherever you measure plumb, it's always going to be plumb. I don't understand how you can get a vertical difference.
Yeah,
from that.
exactly. That's the whole point. Is that like we know the theodolite is perfectly plumb every time. but then it change. But then the angles change based on where we are.
What
Based
angle?
on the calculations.
The angle, the deflection of the vertical.
Like, what are you using as a reference point?
The either the stars or the baseline, the horizontal baseline at the beginning of the survey.
Oh, it seems like a bunch of mumbo jumbo to me.
That's not. It's like it revolutionized geodetics, and it was the first. They were the first surveyors to determine that the Earth was not perfectly a sphere; that it was actually an oblate spheroid. A geode.
Yes, after they calculated curvature and
wider at the equator,
just like Eratosthenes. Yeah, they just calculated the curvature with the flat
slightly off.
measurements.
So like he only because he only had like the angles of the rate. He only had the radius.
Calculations of a sphere
Like when
were slightly
when you only have
off
the
with
radius,
his
you
flat
don't know if
measurements.
it's like you can't measure a geoid, and you can't measure an oblate spheroid with just the radius of a curve. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're asking how you got that radius, bro.
You gotta because like the
What drop over distance measurement
concept.
proved that the
So, like,
Earth was curving in the first place?
Yeah, like the triangulations in the Great Trig Survey is what gives us like the two-dimensional blanket, the polygon that you can compare models with, and then you actually get like the physical measure. That's like that's the closest thing that we can get to.
We're not trying to compare anything though.
With just the geometric limitations of curves and like the limits of geometries of trigonometry itself, that we have to like convert the curve into straight planar triangles, and then recalculating the curvature to get an accurate representation of how curved the globe is and specific points on the planet.
Bro, we told you this already. That curve is calculated in after. This is like my 15th time saying this.
Correctly. You're not making any sense. There's no such thing as calculating in the curvature.
I'm going off what you said. This is what you just told me.
What I'm saying and making it
I'm
not
not
make
twisting
sense.
anything. I am perfect. I'm saying
You're
it
literally
exactly.
like, twisting my words.
Okay, so if you take like two what's it called, triangulation measurements to the stars as a reference point. Right, but if you're measuring the stars, you're not measuring the Earth. You're measuring the angle to the stars.
Right. That's how the stars were the independent reference, the celestial sphere.
Okay.
What should be the sky curving, not the Earth? Yeah.
Right. So that way we knew that the measurements that were just the Earth were also curving.
Where? Because we've only measured the Earth to be flat. You already said earlier that Earth curve cannot be directly measured. That's what you said earlier.
No, it can be directly measured with trigonometry.
Okay, bro, where? Because all you're doing is just converting the flat measurements into it. Oh, go ahead.
Like, how would you measure curve on a sphere, anyways?
Well, that's the whole thing. That's the whole trick question. It's a loaded question that's not technically answerable with like.
No, it's not a loaded question, bro. I gave you a method already. I gave you a method, okay? Like, for example, if I give you two rulers for a basketball, right? You place one ruler directly touching the basketball, and every incremental distance, like every centimeter, you're going to take the second ruler and measure the distance between the basketball and that first ruler. And you keep going, and you're going to notice that there's going to be a drop over distance per centimeter squared
away from each other
because of that curving surface. That would be a physical measurement of drop over distance proving a curving surface. That's what we're looking for. So far, all you've given us is just triangles on the surface of the Earth, measuring it flat.
A ruler that's like 70 miles long to do that same
Okay,
measurement.
cool. You can use a laser. Set a horizontal baseline with a laser. Do the experiment that I gave you.
Dude, what are you talking about? A laser?
And how does like putting a ruler against the basketball like measure the curvature? You have spherical access.
That's why I said two rulers.
But can you tell me what isn't flat?
Two rulers create spherical access.
And you're going to measure
bro, it's called a tangent.
Distance from the ruler to the Earth. Yes,
but
it's
a
a tangent plane.
But wait a minute. But how do you get an accurate?
That's why you
how do you get
have
an
this
accurate measurement
fucking
of the basketball
ruler.
when the
Oh
rulers
my
don't even touch the basketball perfectly?
This is literally
Yo,
Rubens.
lads.
Like, you literally just sample points on a surface, and then you can see if it's curved. Simple.
Can
So
you
you
tell
say you
me,
get multiple
like-
rulers because of different points you measure,
how
and then
flat
you
is
see
it,
if
though?
it's plumb.
Like, what do you,
Listen,
like,
bro, we
how
know
flat
that
is
there's
the Earth?
mountains, hills, and valleys. Okay, those are going to be above the earth.
Okay.
Okay, you can also have ditches and holes
Wait, can you give me
within
evidence
the
that you're
flat
not
earth
flat?
as well.
Hello?
Okay, does anybody else have any other questions? Because
Yeah, can you give me evidence on how you're not flat? I think you're flat.
So given how large the Earth is,
Like, I could only
Um,
see in 2D images, bro. You're flat. Can you give me evidence that you're not?
okay, go ahead, Goose. Sorry.
so given how large the Earth is, I feel like it would make more sense to use like reference points to measure supposed curvature. It's like the stars, for example. Like we use them as like a reference point.
Independent of the Earth.
Yeah, we need an independent reference point in order to make a calculation.
Yep, that's what they use the stars for.
Or you could just use a laser.
Use a laser to what? Prove the curve? Okay. Laser
Yeah,
doesn't
so
make it around.
no, you know, here I'll repost that picture.
And you can literally look and see like the farther up the laser is away. Yeah, so like if you go in like the further away you are on the globe, the farther away the laser is. So you can calculate exactly where you are based on just that one laser. Because if it's like up right above you, then you know you're like really close. But then if you can't even see the laser, then you know you're on the opposite side of the globe.
Okay, so I posted up a picture in the side chat. Okay, so
Yeah,
we
but
know
how does that
for
measure the other side of
a
the globe, dude?
6-foot observer, well, this would just prove that it's curving, not the size that it is curving, right? So, for example, if we have a 6-foot observer, you can set a tripod up to 6 feet, put a laser on top of it, and point it downwards towards the horizon at 3 miles. Raise it slightly upwards so the laser would be grazing above the curving surface.
Why would you point it downwards?
You can do this over water.
Yeah, but
Why can't
guys,
you
do you
just
think
take
that
it-
measures the whole curve? Do you think that gives you the radius?
Well, no, you can point it downwards because you can notice something really cool because the Earth is supposedly curving, right? So
why
if you
can't
were to
you
take this laser and point it downwards towards where it would be closest, touching the horizon, but not touching, just barely grazing it, right? You can actually paddle out towards where the laser and the Earth would be touching, just barely. You can notice that the laser would be dropping in elevation until it got to the point where it would be closest. And then you notice something magical start happening. You're going to notice the laser start appearing to bend upwards because the Earth would be curving underneath that laser. Isn't that something?
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's just like, I know the picture is a little bit blown up. You know, the
You can
person
also
would be
just
like hundreds of feet
you
tall.
can just don't even have to do that. You can just like point it, like take a plumb measurement and just line up the laser with the plumb line, like perpendicular
just shine
to
it
the plumb line,
across.
and then just see how it drops over
Either
time.
one.
If there's a drop, then there's a curve.
Yeah. Yeah, you would notice the laser start appearing to raise an elevation as you started pedaling out. But either way, this one I feel like would be more magical if you wanted to go do this yourself. And if you don't want to feel like paddling out 3 miles, you could drop the observer height even lower and lower. So either one of two things is going to happen. You're going to notice what I stated earlier. The laser would be going down, then up, because of the curve of the Earth. Or the laser is going to go down, hit the water, never to bend back up.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty
What do
good.
you think's going to happen? Yeah, either the laser just bends down, or not bending down, just shoots towards the water, never comes back up, or it's going to point down and then bend back up because what the ground's doing. This isn't very expensive. You can do it yourself. You don't have to buy a 1,000-pound theodolite to go do this.
Any objections to this experiment?
So okay, so you know how like you guys say you measure the Earth flat, expected flat results in the Great Trig Survey.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say the surveyors were flat earthers, right? And they wanted to prove the Earth was flat with the plane trigonometry, because that's the best way to do it, right? Take a bunch of flat triangles and put it right up against the surface of the Earth, and boom, you got your flat triangles. And the only problem is that once they used the flat math, it failed, and it didn't, and none of the angles actually matched up with the flat Earth. And so the curve math fixed the mismatch.
Spherical excess was added after.
No. They found that's how they.
Yes.
Because like the only way to make the calculations work was to add spherical excess, and it was not even it wasn't really added. It was subtracted. Because once you have spherical excess,
we went over this already. They added in after.
No, Lats, what he's saying is the measurements taken, assuming flat Earth geometry, did not work.
Yeah,
and it only worked when you assumed a spherical geometry. The actual measurements that they took of the Earth failed.
So what's not working
under a flat Earth model?
What is not working exactly?
It matched up with the stars. Like as soon as it like literally, not only did it show curve, but then like as soon as you did the spherical axis, suddenly it lined right up with the fucking star that was curved right above you, and so it's like, well, shit. I guess there.
Yeah.
There
So
it is.
the sky can be curving. That's fine. There's no contention.
That's how we matched it. That's why we used it as an independent reference.
Because the celestial sphere is based on the observer anyway. So you take the farthest distance that you could see, and you draw a line around it, right? Like around your person. That would be 360 degrees around you. That would be a sphere based on the observer, right? And you just take that. You can plot those points
what he's saying is like
on the ground on it.
The stars do not move in the celestial sphere as expected on a flat Earth.
But that's what it is. Because the ground is measured flat.
Right, but when the
You're
ground
not
is
measuring drop
flat,
over distance.
when the ground is
there's
measured
no
flat,
drop
the
over
stars do
distance
not move
measured
as expected. The angles do not
What do you
match
mean
up.
as expected? As expected as to what model?
Like basic trigonometry.
No, there is no expectation here. At the end of the day, you're talking about long distance observations, and you're not including perspective, you're not including atmospheric conditions with a long distance observation. So if there's any deviation from what seems like level, it's going to be purely optical.
Right, but the deviation should be like unexplainable or like seemingly random, but the deviation always lines up with a spherical Earth model. The deviation from flat Earth observations lines up.
Do you realize prospectively the globe has been taken from what we see in perspective? So in terms of the rate in which things converge, the rate in which things drop onto your horizon is the same numbers. The 1.22 is the same number that you have in your globe math. So yeah, there's a correlation there. But if the globe has been backwards engineered from perspective, then we would expect to see some synergy, wouldn't we?
Well, that's the thing is like if you apply a flat model to the measurements, it wouldn't work because it's curved.
No, it's not curved though, is it? We're not measuring any curvature. You said it yourself. You can't physically measure the curve. So you have to assume it's curved based on a long distance observation. And you say, oh, look, this works with the globe math, but the globe was backwards engineered from perspective. So the key thing you're missing here is optics and perspective. You're not taking those into account.
So Roots, if you were standing directly under a star and use that star in the sky as your reference point, how far out does somebody have to be simultaneously in terms of distance, miles or kilometers, for the angle to that star to equal 45 degrees?
It's like right on the horizon.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
So if you were standing directly under a star, so like directly above you, there is a star, and you're using that star as a frame of reference, how far out would a secondary observer have to be for their measured angle, elevation angle to that star to be 45 degrees?
It's a bit of a tricky question because when it comes to observation of the celestial bodies, we know that it's an individual personal observation. So the apparent position of the stars differ from person to person. So it's all a local phenomenon based on your personal viewing limitations,
Position.
right?
Because perspective changes with position. This isn't something special about stars. This is just how perspective works.
Yes, if you're asking me the difference between
we're counting on that to be the case.
Right, because you have a limitation of view. So when it comes to long distance observations, you need to take that limitation of view that you sound like you understand into account and stop saying it can only be due to. You're saying that the deviation from level can only be caused from the curve of the Earth. Well, you know full well, and you've just admitted there can be a deviation due to perspective, right?
No, but that deviation is what we're using for the calculation. The deviation is expected.
And that's what Latz was telling you. You're calculating the spherical excess in afterwards. That's why you're doing it, because there is some sort of deviation over long distance.
Okay, so this is what happened. No. You see, okay, I'm starting to understand. The issue is that you've got these 2 points, and they are one person standing directly under the star, and then the second observer is looking at the same star, but they're at a certain angle, right? And so that angle so like we can use that star as an independent reference. So that way we know that one person is like 10 miles away because the star is like 45 degrees or whatever, and then like the other person's like as directly under the star, so there's 0 degree vertical. And so when you take those 2 angles, like that's the relative angle measurement, and that's where you can start to see whether or not the Earth is flat or curved. And so you can do both calculations. And so I gotta like skip a few steps so that way I don't gish gallop. But at the end of the day, that independent reference, because then they take the theodolite, so then they shoot the theodolite to the person that also has a mirror. So they're not only are they using the star to like determine where they are relative to each other, but they're also using their equipment, which is the giant theodolite. And so the theodolite's got the geometric vertical, or no, and then they use the geometric vertical, which is the concept, like that's just the 90 degrees. And then when they take those 2 points and they use all that information that they get from the 2 observers and where they are relative to the star, and then where they are relative with the theodolite and the heliotrope, because one person's got a mirror and they're just beaming the light to the other person. Those are 2 independent reference points that they use to compare, and the only way for those measurements to be accurate is with a curved surface. And then when you make the surface perfectly flat, the angles won't match up because there'll be errors because the Earth is curved. And but then when you add the curvature to the calculation of all those those angles with the 2 independent references, they match up.
Listen, our claim is not that optically we're seeing in a linear fashion. That's not our claim. Our claim is that the Earth itself isn't curving. There's no way to measure or detect any deviation physically.
Explain why the plumb lines are deviating from the celestial sphere.
But they're not. That's an assumption you guys are making.
No, they're measured to deviate from the celestial sphere.
That's all the trig survey. That's what you have to explain why those all the arc, why the angle measurements are arcing and across the surface of India.
That's an assumption based on a spherical coordinate system.
No,
you're not
measured in reality.
You're not measuring any. No, in reality,
they deviate.
You're not measuring. Listen. You can't prove that plumb lines are not parallel.
So when
You're
what we're saying
assuming
is
they are.
when you take
You're
an
assuming
elevation
they
angle,
are because you have this process that plots the sky and then determines those positions as ground positions on a ball. You are not proving that the parallel. You are not proving that the plumb lines are not parallel.
Yeah, we are.
So, like Lats
We
was
have
saying earlier,
and we have the stars.
no, you
So
have
we're
no way to
independently
prove that plumb
referencing the
lines.
stars,
You have no way to
and we
prove
can
that plumb
compare
lines
the
are not
difference.
parallel. You're assuming it.
Okay, so
You have to
It
assume it.
matches up with the sphere. Because it matches up with the sphere, the celestial sphere. That's the fucking puzzle piece. It fits like a glove, but a flat surface doesn't fit a sphere.
It's not about that. We're not claiming that
If you had a
optics.
perfectly flat celestial plane that wasn't a sphere, then I would be more inclined to like match up a flat plane with a flat Earth with a flat space. But the flat fucking sky isn't fucking there. It's a goddamn.
No, but we don't see in a linear fashion, and this is what you don't seem to understand. We're not claiming that you see in a linear fashion. We're claiming that the Earth itself is not curving.
That sees perfectly. The theodolite is perfect. It's 1,000-pound theodolite with an azimuth circle.
Hey, Talon,
a telescope. We can
is
see
the
straight.
celestial sphere and the ground the same thing?
no, they're not. But you're using this.
Excellent.
You're using the
So
stars.
you're measuring off something that's not the ground. So why
it
would
as
you
an
be,
external
Goose? I didn't ask you to talk just yet. You are assuming a spherical sky. You're then measuring the ground off of an assumed spherical sky, complaining about an assumption of it's flat. No, they didn't make the assumption of it's flat. They are supposed to be doing pure measurements and then getting the answers off of that. But instead, they did measurements and referenced them back to a what? Talon? A sphere.
They did the flat Earth measurements.
They referenced it back to. They didn't do flat Earth measurements first. Stop pulling yourself. You're a liar.
They did all the calculations.
Oh, so it's
first.
calculated now, not measured. Thank you, Talon.
They're like, nope.
So, anyways, as Talon discovered last night, this was referenced back to a Baltard model, anyways. So, Goose, please start listening.
So what we're saying is the elevation angle measurement
And he's just going to rinse and repeat.
do not line up.
Whether they line up or not, Goose, what were they referenced from? How did they get these deviations? How did they understand when they made these measurements that they were incorrect? What give it away that they were incorrect?
What? Wait, no, they were perfect. They were precise.
The measurements were fine. The measurements were precise.
But no, this is the doublespeak that Talon keeps doing. He goes, they were correct, but they were incorrect. There was errors.
No,
they were
the
in error.
measurements were correct and precise, but what seemed strange is that the difference, the delta of the elevation angles from two different reference points did not.
Do you know why? I'll tell you why. It's so easy, Goose.
It's so easy. Of measurements from a flat surface.
The reason for it, Goose, is when you're doing cell nav, it's a trigonometric function. It's not pure trigonometry. You know when they're doing cell nav and they have to read the almanac to get their positions because it's got all weird calculations through it? That's how you have to do it. If they didn't do that, they're going to stuff themselves up. Very simple.
It didn't fit like a glove with the celestial sphere because that's when they came across and what they started calling deflection of the vertical. So it didn't fit like a glove. This is why the GTS gave rise to the birth of modern geodesy, where they not only were just trying to discover the form of the surface of the Earth, but also measure the gravitational anomalies, which help form it in their minds. I'm not saying that they had, there was any validity to what they were saying. It didn't fit like a glove. That was the problem. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong.
perfect sphere. It fit the oblate spheroid.
Tell me I'm wrong, Talon.
I'm telling you that you're. I'm telling you that the glove. When you say fit like a glove, I'm talking about the oblate spheroid.
Talon, was T-Dub right or wrong?
What?
Was T-Dub, what he just said, right or wrong? Correct or incorrect?
It was vague and out of context.
And interesting how he can't answer.
Why did they have to insinuate deflection of the vertical?
Insinuate it. They measured it.
Nah, no. What made them think that there was deflection of the vertical?
Because the angular measurements didn't fucking were not parallel.
No, bro.
Yeah, the angular measurements.
No, that's not it.
Flat.
No, that's not it. The deflection of the vertical wasn't to do with whether or not the verticals were parallel or not. They'd already decided they'd already decided they wouldn't be. They'd already decided they lived on some kind of spheroid.
No,
so of course they weren't going to. They weren't expecting parallel verticals.
No, the measurements decided.
Deflection of the vertical would have been because their predictions of where the ground positions of stars were incorrect.
Right.
Right. So it didn't fit like a glove.
The straw man again, but now you got to say the straw man again that they didn't. That they just assumed the curve. Like you just want to say they assumed the curve again, but that's not what they did.
Well, they did. They did. They'd already decided they lived on a spheroid.
Not only did they assume it, Talon, not only did they assume it, they referenced one.
But the measured curvature and the angles.
So after that, they had to start adjusting the form of the surface, right, to explain the deflection, to explain the disposition of stars.
This will be the first of 2 photos I'll be uploading. First one right there. Second one.
Okay, Goose. Remember I said earlier it's not pure trigonometry, it's a trigonometric function?
Yeah.
Excellent. Keep that in mind.
What's wrong about a trigonometric function?
Just keep that in mind while you're doing your little show and tell.
Okay. So, in the photo, if you take a look, right? So, the first triangle, the inner triangle, is one of the unit circles. So, from trigonometry, we know that A is equal to B when you have an angle of 45 degrees. So, apparent B, because B can just be apparent. If A is 100 miles, we know B, the apparent measurement of B is 100 miles. So, if we go out to 2A, or 200 miles, we can use the tan function in B over 2A to ascertain what the angle will be. And the angle, measured from a flat surface, as you see, the surface is flat, from 200 miles out to that star should be 26.5 degrees.
Oh, so what you're calculating there, Goose, is the actual distance to the star. So what did it come out as?
No, you're just calculating the elevation angle.
No. You've got enough information to tell us what the distance to the star is. So what is it?
Oh, B is 100 miles.
So the distance to the star is 100 miles.
That's the apparent height, yeah.
Now, how have you confirmed this?
We're not confirming the apparent height.
Well, your calculations are going to be up to shit then, aren't they, if it's not confirmed?
It's trigonometry, we're just using it as like a baseline.
When they're doing celestial navigation... Oh, sorry, John.
Like, it doesn't matter how far away the star actually is. It's just, it appears to be A equals B, which is 100 miles, optically.
Yeah, to complete that right angle triangle, that last angle to the star is an apparent angle, but it's still an angle that makes a right angle triangle as per your diagram. And that horizontal plane as measured from the star is horizontal. You've shown it as that. You can't get a right angle from a curved adjacent.
Right. No, I agree. So whatever distance you go out...
Why is there any more discussion needed? If you agree with that, then you sort of agree with everything that we're saying.
Because you can create a tangential right angle with a curved object.
I think the thing that globers and globe deniers have a hard time with is that globers do ignore the curvature in short distances, and that's why we use that's what globe deniers confuse as globers measuring the Earth flat. We're just using the planar geometry
Just don't
to
ignore
measure the positioning of a few points. And so, like, flirts can't, like, get their heads out of their asses, and so they think that's measure the Earth flat.
Bro, that's disingenuous, Talon.
Measure flat, measure the Earth flat.
What curvature is there to ignore? You don't ignore it. You don't ignore it. You don't measure it.
Measurements against us because you don't have any measurements.
Talon, stop rambling on and poisoning the well, bro. It's not that you ignore the curvature over short distances. There is none.
I'm gonna get that Talon and I'm
minute. It's only like 8 inches per mile, so we don't even need it. We don't even need to account for it at that distance, but we can use the planar geometry to get a reference point to triangulate and survey the actual shape of the Earth, which would because over time you can demonstrate the curve.
You can't just ignore that small 8 inches per mile, because if in fact you were using celestial navigation and you were using 3 navigational stars to get your triangulation fixed through your circles of equal altitude, you can't use a tangent line from your vertex, because if you use a tangent line from your vertex, the ground position of the star wouldn't be on the ground. It would be somewhere hanging in space on the tangent. So I've been listening for a while to your Talon, but it's embarrassing, mate.
It's 90 degrees to vertical, and you have a plumb line.
Yeah, well said, bro. You need to put this to bed because this is just them circle jerking right now.
Well, I'm just going to go to bed just because I'm tired. I've already been like dominating this shit for like the last 48 hours.
Yeah, you'd be lucky to dominate Goose. Take him to bed with you.
Next time we got to work on refraction values, and then we also have to figure out like how we.
Well, actually, 2 episodes ago, we were going through refraction values, and you cut it out. Again,
that was it was the same thing. It was like really late, but I do want to bridge the gap between measuring and calculating at some point. That's a big goal of mine, and then figuring.
Yeah, you don't know how to measure stuff. You've got to break down with that. You're good at calculating, though.
What it means to to have the curve show up in the direct measurements. Like that's what I'm going to work on explaining better. So,
in the second image I posted,
we'll see you on the other side of the globe. Revolution. Talk to you later. Good night.
I know what he's going to be donating when he goes to bed.
Probably thinking about Goose.
Huh? Anyways, in the second image I posted, on a spherical surface, when you take the elevation angle at...
Yeah, that's a fail, because you don't have a flat baseline, bro. That's a fail.
You can just take a tangent. You can just use a plumb bob and take the tangent from the plumb bob, and that's...
Also, you're instead of measuring 4 to get a result, you're just assuming it's a ball. I'll just take a tangent.
That's begging the question. Exactly. You're begging the question. You don't know if the surface is something you can take a tangent to yet.
Just showing you something.
No, but I'm just saying, you don't know if the surface is a surface that you can draw a tangent to yet.
In the image.
This is the thing you're trying to establish, if it is something that you can use it
in the image. The angle at 2A, right?
I like how he just pretends like you didn't even say anything, T-Dub, and just, I'll just close my eyes, la la la, and keep marching.
Yeah, exactly. First, you've got to establish that the
Coping mechanism.
surface is something you can draw a tangent to before you can use it to draw a tangent.
You don't even need a surface. You just need a plumb bob you can use as a perpendicular reference
You're
point.
assuming that the baseline will be tangent to a curve. What curve? How do you know it's not parallel with the surface?
He's also assuming that an angle isn't two straight lines meeting at a vertex as well.
Listen. You guys have a good night. Thank you for having me here.
Peace out, Goose.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Well, thank you.
Hello, Twonger.
Hello, mate.
Interesting. Talon taps out. Goose follows. Now, I don't want to assume much, but after reading Goose's bio, I'm saying they're friends, that's all.
They did say they were off to bed, didn't they?
Yeah.
I'm saying the good friends that they are, they'd be in the same room but two single beds.
Hey Twonga, how come you don't have an FE tag? What's going on there?
I don't do clubs.
You're in one now, mate.
Well, I'm here, but I'm not in the club.
Yeah, you are. You're a player. You know it.
I'm a flat boy. Sorry, I'm on my phone. If there's any mic noise at it, I'm not accustomed to this.
You're good.
So I saw Newt was in here earlier. How's he going? He hasn't been in for a while. Or was that the bad one? There's two. There's one good one and one bad one.
Who?
No, not who. That's someone else.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Might be a good thing, because if it's the good one, he's alright. He just hasn't been in for a while. That's all.
What's the future like for Flat Earth?
I don't know. Let's ask Shelty. Shelty, how's it going?
Shelty's shy.
Going good. No mic. Really?
That was short-lived.
Like your arguments, Tonga.
In your dreams, Matrix.
No, come back.
Well,
to
you're
that,
right.
mate. That was just a slap out of the park.
I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. My arguments are
Weakest fizzy drink, mate. I'm telling you.
my arguments are short-lived because I usually end the conversation pretty quickly. I'm very efficient like that.
We know.
Doesn't take me long to school a flat earther.
So, which one on the panel have you schooled recently? Please enlighten me.
The most recent student was probably, let's see. Probably it was. I want to say AJ, but it's not. His name's not AJ. AJ's in the channel right now.
Oh, I doubt it.
What? No, what's his name? Not AJ, but it's like no, AI Overlord. That's the last guy.
You school AI Overlord.
Yeah.
Wow.
Send him my regards, will you?
I'm so glad this is recorded. And AI Overlord will have understood that. That silence just then was me trying to process the levels of stupidity that come out of your mouth.
Good stuff. Or as my friend Jedi would say, awesome stuff, mate.
And as Jin would say, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Except it'd go for a lot longer. Shout out to you, Jin. How's it going, mate? So what bendy proof have you got today, Tonga? Oh, you run away. Wow. Now, speaking of AI, you just reminded me. What did AI want me to make a song about? It was something dubstep to do with Donny C. His meltdown, yes. I think it was something dubstep. All right. I'll be.
I need to read this out, right? Because it's Google AI, right, saying what Talon's been trying to say, right? I've been giving him every opportunity to say it, right? Because I don't want to straw man, the whole thing. Okay. So this is why I've been like trying to like get information, look into this a little bit using Google AI, and it provides all the sources and everything. But like just quickly, and this is the end of it, right?
Did tell you
So I asked it. So they didn't actually directly measure any Earth curvature. This is with regards to GTS of India, right? It said in 2026, it remains a historical fact that 19th century surveyors did not directly observe a curved line on the ground. Instead, they derived the Earth's curvature through a process of geometric and astronomical comparison. Their measurement, in quotes, of curvature was an empirical deduction based on two independent sets of data. So they had the ground measurement, triangulation. Surveyors measured distance on what appeared to be a flat, in quotation marks, plane using chains and theodolites to build a network of triangles. They physically measured a single baseline, like the 7.5-mile line in Madras, with extreme precision using calibrated iron rods or chains. By measuring angles from the ends of this line to distant points, they used trigonometry to calculate subsequent distances without having to walk them. The celestial reference, which are the astronomical observation. Independently, they used zenith sectors to observe the position of stars. This provided their astronomical latitude, their position relative to the Earth's axis of rotation. All right, this is something that's already preconceived, predetermined, right? They've already decided that the Earth's a sphere or a spheroid of some sort and rotating on its axis. So 3, deriving the curvature. The curvature was measured, in quotation marks, by observing how much ground distance from triangulation was required to change 1 degree of astronomical latitude. The logic: if the Earth were flat, the distance per degree would be constant or infinite. If the Earth were a perfect sphere, the distance per degree would be the same everywhere. The discovery, however, surveyors like William Lambton found that a degree of latitude in India was a different length than a degree in Europe. This inconsistency between the ground distance and the celestial change proved that the Earth's surface was curved and specifically identified its oblate spheroid shape. So the visual curvature experiments. While large-scale surveys were mathematical, some 19th century experiments attempted direct visual measurement, like the Bedford Level experiment of 1870. Alfred Russel Wallace used a telescope and 3 poles over a 6-mile canal to visually demonstrate the bump of curvature, proving that the middle pole appeared higher than the sight line between the two ends. Or you got horizon dip. Surveyors also measured the dip of the horizon from a known height. By calculating the angle between the horizontal and the tangent line to the horizon, they could calculate the Earth's radius using trigonometry. There you go. Right. That is the steel man of what Talon has been trying to say regarding GTS of India.
Were they using statute miles or nautical miles when they were doing those measurements? Do we know? I remember reading this years ago. I can't remember.
You said that was
I
it.
don't know.
think from memory, this particular survey established a change or an average in the nautical to statute mile ratio.
This says they use statute.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So just proving that that statute mile conversion to nautical miles, 1 degree, 60 nautical miles, is not uniform.
I guess we see in a non-linear fashion. Been trying to tell him that earlier. I don't know whether these globers are deceitful or whether they're ignorant or whether they're jumping to conclusions because it fits their narrative, but they all seem to have this same issue. They can't seem to tell the difference. They don't seem to understand perspective, or they cherry pick when they want to take perspective into account. And then the guy thinks that he's dominating without understanding perspective. Quite embarrassing.
He'll be back tomorrow with the same stuff.
So it's old arguments, though. Do you know what I mean? These were addressed years and years ago. They're not proving that zenith angles are diverging. They're plotting points using the ECEF coordinate system. So they're plotting points on a sphere. So like matrix, lats, like everybody told them, they're just pre-assuming a sphere. It's the only thing they're doing.
Yeah, ECEF is a Cartesian system, and every example that they give before they go on their spiel is showing a right-angled triangle to prove the measurement to a celestial object, or a theodolite, which proves flat Earth, and then they go on their merry way with there's something of a
Yeah, because they have no argument if we address the fact that they're only calculating. They have no argument. Yeah, I think he dropped.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure if it was him though.
Must have lost connection.
Yeah, Lats was trying to tell him this from the very, very beginning, like an hour and a half ago, and he just whistled past it. That time, whistled past it when Matrix told him. They just don't care. They want to do a speech.
Who's that?
Was it Goose? I don't know. There was two of them when I joined. Lats was talking
Goose
to the two of them.
and Talon. Look,
Yeah.
I've posted what I read out in the side chat. This whole time, all Talon had to say was, if the Earth were flat, the distance per degree would be constant or infinite. If the Earth were a perfect sphere, the distance per degree would be the same everywhere. But what they discovered was a different length between degrees compared to, with respect to Europe and India, right? So that tells them that the Earth's surface is curving at a rate that it becomes an oblate spheroid. It's not a perfect sphere, it's an oblate spheroid. So this whole time, that's all he had to say as his argument.
If only you had that much to say.
What was that? So I was at work yesterday, and one of the girls in the office is known to be sort of like a truther slash, alternative sort of researcher. Somehow, I've been banded into that category, even though I haven't shared too much. And somebody mentioned flat Earth yesterday, and somebody said, "Oh yeah, so and so Roots or whatever is flat earther," and I was quite shocked because I was like, "Well, how has this come out? Because I haven't mentioned it." So one of the co-workers was trying to poke fun, and then the owner of the business come in. Now the owner of the business is multi-millionaire. He's a big fish. Everybody sits up straight when he walks in, and he overheard the conversation, and he could see I wasn't saying anything, and he stepped in and he said, "Well, when you make your decisions based on emotion, how would you know?" And he said, at the end of the day, most decisions are made by emotion. And if you apply logic to these questions, you'd be surprised actually at the answers. And he says, "I'm not a flat earther, but I can definitely see why somebody would be." And my jaw dropped. I was like, "This is the owner of the business. I've never had a conversation. I didn't even know how he was built." And he's sitting there shutting down all the mockers. It was a great moment, mate. And then I had about 3 people from the office at lunchtime ask me about all sorts of different stuff. I'm like, "What's going on here?" It was a great moment.
So, what was? Sorry, I missed some of it. What was the context? What was the topic?
So it started off on vaccines, and then somebody mentioned flat Earth and said, "Oh yeah, mentioned that I was a flat earther. Somebody was trying to mock as the owner of the business walked in, and he basically shut them down and basically said, if you're making your decisions based on emotions, how the fuck do you know? Because if you apply a bit of logic, I can see why somebody would be a flat earther. And my jaw dropped, mate, because this guy is, he's a multi-millionaire. He's a big fish. Everybody pays attention to him. So for him to come in and just shut that down, I was impressed.
Nice. Is this your boss or just some other guy? Like,
no, the owner of the business that I work for.
Right. So okay. Basically your boss.
Well, yeah. The boss of my boss, basically. But he comes in twice a week, 2-3 times a week. Everybody kisses his ass. You know how it is when the owner turns up. But for him to say that started a chain reaction in the office of everybody saying, I'm going to look into this. Do you know what? Fair enough.
Right.
People were asking me all sorts of questions about conspiracies and stuff at lunch. I was like, what the fuck is going on today?
Well, that's awesome, man. Awesome.
Yeah, even my boss, who I've got to do like a client visit with him next week, he says, we've got a long car journey next week, Gaz. You can tell me everything. I just laughed like, mate, we ain't got time. 3 hours isn't enough. But no, it was just nice to see such a, successful, rich, influential person come in and shut down the mockers. I just found it interesting that, though, I could tell he hasn't probably done the deep dive into flat Earth, but just already his senses were telling him these were emotional arguments that were being made, and just the fact that he referenced logic and emotion, I just thought, wow, people are waking up in different capacities.
Right. Yep.
The only problem is now everybody at work knows I'm a flat earther. Co-signed by the boss.
Well, that's cool because if like the top notch, right, has no problems with you being a flat earther, then what is anybody below him going to say? It can't be grounds for dismissal, right?
No, they'll all be like flat Earth adjacent if this carries on, mate, because they kiss his ass. So whatever he says, they accept. So there's a change in the in the winds at work. Let's just say it's very interesting.
Right, and obviously he doesn't think that mind frame has any impact on your competency as an employee, right?
No, of course not. He was saying me and Gary obviously have a similar way of thinking. I've just doxed myself, but yeah, he was just basically saying, me and him are quite similar, and defending me in a sense that he was saying that I've obviously come to this conclusion through logic. But I never brought up anything to do with logic and knowledge and belief. That just came out of him. So he's obviously on this vibe that he can understand people are making decisions through emotion. And then he went on to tell us about how, the 2020 thing and the vaccine thing was, basically a bunch of emotion. Which I was like, wow, there was about 20 of us in the office, and he was just giving it.
Fear.
I just thought, wow.
Fear-based mostly, right? Yeah, I get it. And then it can come the same thing. People have this emotional tie and this identity, relationship with the globe, right? It does stir up emotions for some people because they feel that tied to it. Their psyche, is that tied to it that it's a shock. and people can react emotionally to it, to being challenged on it. Right? Just like what's his face that wrote 1984, Orwell. George Orwell. Yeah, he said in a piece he wrote for a newspaper back whenever he was around. Like, yeah, when was that? I can't remember what year. But he wrote. He said most people, when asked if is the Earth a flat or a globe, like they'll say, of course it's a globe. Everybody knows that. But when pressed further, they become angry. When they're pressed, when they're challenged, actually, like presents or support that stance, right? It's like they get angry, like, why should I? Like, I don't need to. Everybody knows. That's it.
It's even more interesting when that sort of conversation happens in a work setting, because in a work setting they can't get angry, they can't spit their toys out the pram. They're in the presence of the big boss, so they're trying to seem measured. So it becomes more obvious because you see that there's a lot of sort of herd mentality in a work environment. Everybody's trying to virtue signal, everybody's trying to seem like they're saying the right thing, but the boss sets the polarity. If the boss says you're a sheep for just believing this just due to emotion, then that changes the vibe of everything. The polarity switches, and now the ones who are actually using critical thinking are actually the valuable people. And to see it happen in a workplace with the boss present, it's instant. Do you know what I mean? It's not like a conclusion they come to themselves. They're forced into that sort of alignment because the boss has changed the polarity. So to see it just unfold in the workplace and see everybody's reaction changes, facial expressions change, everybody now shows interest in these subjects. This subject isn't stressful, all of a sudden it's exciting. It's just quite extreme when it happens like the way it did yesterday. So you can just really see how everybody is following, but everyone's just following the guy who pays your bills, you know what I mean? Whoever's sort of in charge of that environment. So then you get a bunch of sheep pretending that they're interested in truth and logic all of a sudden. It's very interesting, mate.
Yeah, because on the surface, no pun intended, that an argument can seem sound, right, and it can seem logical, but dig deeper and you find that there's something wrong with these premises, right? Or there's something wrong with the form of this argument, right?
Right. But most people don't see it because they're too caught up in the social element of the world, right? But when the boss comes in and breaks that polarity, changes that polarity, you can just see how fickle and paper thin everybody's beliefs actually are. They're actually molded by the people who are considered influential to them.
Right.
It's just
that's telling.
So easy to see. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I saw that change in an instant, and it was just like, wow, this is how thin everybody's sort of opinions are.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, everybody wanted to ask me a million questions at lunch, and I'm just sitting there smiling like, this is only because
you got endorsed.
Yeah. So I say, stay strong. Don't buy into their confidence. It's all virtue signaling. They don't know what they're talking about, these Globers.
Hey Jedi, did you hear Roots' little story? His encounter?
No, dude, I'd literally just come in about 30 seconds.
Right, I just thought you might have been listening on YouTube or something. But no,
dude, I missed him.
You want to tell me? You want to recount it again, Roots? The Jedi?
Yeah, I was just saying, there's a girl in the office who's known as a truther. They were trying to, at work yesterday, a couple of people were trying to poke fun at her. And I don't know how it got round, but somebody mentioned Flat Earth and connected my name to it. So I'm thinking, how does people know this? I've not told anybody, but anyway, somehow it's got out. But either way, they tried to poke, two of the guys tried to poke a bit of fun at me and this girl about it. But the boss walked in at that moment and he started listening. And he just shut them down. And he said, well, if you're going to make your decisions based on emotions, what the fuck do you know? He says you need to use, when you apply logic to some of these questions and some of these issues we have, you'll start to see actually there's a lot of validation to what they're saying. He said, I might not be a flat earther, but I can understand why somebody would be when you deal with the facts. And the whole office... Yeah, the whole lot. And this guy's like a multi-millionaire. He comes in twice a week. Everybody kisses his ass, sits up straight when he walks in. But I just thought everybody's persona change. And then all of a sudden now, me and this girl are the most popular two people in the office. Everybody's asking us for questions, want us to tell them about anything you can think of. It was just like amazing to see everybody's so fickle, and just jump to...
Cool, dude. That's amazing. That's really cool, man. You should start putting invites for your work colleagues to come and join us on 24/7. Though saying that, this is probably the only place you can get away from at the moment, so maybe not. But good shit, dude. Good shit.
Yeah, it's nice. Then he went on a little rant then about sort of like 2020 and his like sort of coming to these conclusions, how he sort of started to figure things out, and everybody was just the energy changed all of a sudden. Now this wasn't a taboo subject, and everybody wanted to know more. And I was just like, wow, the power of what a boss can do, eh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. That is pretty cool.
Well, so people are waking up, man, just in different capacities. It's nice
What
to
was
see.
the questions your work colleagues were interrogating the woman about and yourself? If it wasn't flat Earth, what other questions were they talking about? If it was truth,
It was vaccines.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. And then somebody decided to say, something flat Earth. We better ask Gary about that. And I'm like, well, why am I being brought into this? You know what I mean? But then the boss walked in like a couple minutes before that, and then just shut everybody down.
Wow.
Yeah, it was
So,
nice.
do you think did they know that you were a flat earther before? Or is it something that you told them, or you said that you wasn't sure how they knew that?
Well, I used to work for this company like 5 years ago. So, and I was pretty open with it 5 years ago, but I didn't work for the same office. It's like a sister company. So maybe my old boss told someone and that's got to my manager and maybe that's got around. I don't know. But they know that I'm not, they know that I'm not sort of a normie, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I reckon I can. I reckon I can turn my boss into a flat earther from what I can tell so far. And when I say my boss, I mean my boss's boss, the owner of the business. He was like, "Oh, me and Roots are of a similar mentality, and obviously me and Roots are sort of thinking about this in a similar way." I'm like, "Wow, okay." I mean, I'm pretty new to the business as well, so it's like it's a nice endorsement. Steve Scott's joined. Long time, Scott.
Ray.
What's the sort of vibe of the room? Has anybody else sort of spoken about flat Earth at work? Do work colleagues know you're a flat earther, or is it something that has never been mentioned?
Back in the day, like when I first came into Flat Earth, into 2015, 2016, I was working at Tesco's as a butcher, and it very, very quickly got around that I was a conspiracy theorist because of other subjects that I brought up, like at lunchtime and stuff with people. I was quite outspoken about. There was a couple of like false flag events that had happened at the time. I think it was close to the Manchester bombings or something like that around that period. So yeah, I'd got the mark as a conspiracy theory, but I tried to start speaking about flat Earth to some of my colleagues, and yeah, the atmosphere kind of changed after that. I think I got cast as some kind of complete and utter Fruit Loop, and was somebody to be avoided and whatnot. So yeah, it didn't go too well after that. Really, not that it was like bad, but I think I started like rubbing people up the wrong way and whatnot, whilst we were trying to work at the same time as well, though, so it was a bit difficult. But yeah, back in 2015, 16, yeah, it didn't go too well then.
Yeah, it's subtle, but you feel the energy shift, don't you?
Oh yeah, very noticeably so. I often wonder what it'd be like having the same conversations with the same colleagues like now, especially after like certain events had taken place, like COVID and this, that, and the other. So it'd be interesting to see how people's frame of mind had changed in the last 10 years. I think you mentioned it as well. The world's changed enough for people to possibly notice that not everything is as it's reported on the TV, for example. So it'd be interesting to see what people thought about, let's say, conspiracy theories 10 years after I first brought it up to them. It'd be interesting.
Yeah, what's interesting is a lot of people who you spoke to before the 2020 event have probably changed their mind. But one thing I notice is it's not like they're going to run back and tell you. It's only when you bump into them again and you get that time with them, and they might just like admit it, like some guilt that they want to get off their chest. Like, oh, remember when you were telling me about that? I think you were right. But it's like, it means a lot to us, because like you lost contact, or you became less close with that person because of it. But it turns out that they now are on the same page, but they're still hesitant of you. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like that energy's still there, but they actually have changed and come round to your position. So it's a very weird, surreal situation when you bump into these people again and they admit that, and you're just sitting there thinking, well, what's the issue? You know what I mean? Why didn't you just tell me this? Why aren't we close again now? But yeah, it's strange, isn't it?
That's probably not happening though.
Oh, here comes Scott to the rescue.
Yeah, just they probably think the same they did before. They think you're nuts.
No, I think you missed what was said here. They come round to the position themselves and they admit you were right.
No,
but they don't run back to tell you.
That's just wishful thinking on your part. You just want that to happen really, really bad. It's just not true.
Scott's scared. We're not even talking about flat Earth. We're talking about other things, but he's scared that people will agree with us. Shit.
No, I'm not. I don't have to be scared because I live in the world.
It's how you sound.
So Jedi, why don't you start talking about it again then at work?
Because I don't work there anymore, dude.
Well, wherever you work, if you're so confident that they're going to believe you now, start talking about it. Let us know how it goes.
Okay. No problem,
All right.
Scott.
Good man.
If
Good
that,
man.
if that helps you. Oh dear. Fucking classic, Scott. Well done.
Yeah, it's interesting. You guys hang around these little groups and you convince yourselves that everybody else agrees with you now, and they just don't.
No, they've said that they agree with us.
No, they
Are
haven't.
you not following the conversation?
No, Roots was saying
Time
something
has
theoretical.
passed.
Roots was
For
hypothetical.
example, COVID, and people have a different opinion now, 5 years later. Sometimes they had the same opinion now that we shared to them then at the time. And you didn't follow very well, did you, Scott?
No, I did. I heard you, but that's what I'm saying. And they don't.
So
they
they're
did come
lying to
around.
our faces, what you're saying. To get round this, you decide that these people are lying to our faces so you can sleep tonight. All right. You say so.
Yeah, it wasn't theoretical, Scott. I've had a handful of people come back to me after 2020 and say, in a very coy, embarrassed way, actually, I think you were right about all the things you were telling me.
What things were you
Things I
telling
was
them?
saying. I'm not getting into it in here, but things about the 2020 event.
Donald Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Facts don't care about your feelings.
Okay.
Thanks for your input. But Scott, this is your issue here. You don't actually listen. You just have a talking point. You just want to try and prove it.
I don't need to prove anything, though. Just telling you what everybody on the world's talking about.
We've had people genuinely come back here after calling us crazy and defending the globe.
Really?
Adamantly. Yes, come
Yeah.
back and say, you know what, guys?
I haven't heard them.
48 hours ago.
Regularly, yeah. Regularly.
Poor old
They
Scott.
must do it quietly, then.
What, they wait for when you're not around?
No, they must. Give us a name. Who has told you that they come around? Who's a name that you can tell me?
Oh, I'm not very good with fucking names, dude. I just remember a conversation from like 2 nights ago.
Oh, who's that guy? Is it Jesse? Jesse's gone flat again recently.
Flat. He's a bit of a flip-flopper.
Nah, but he's genuinely like off the globe. He thinks it's ridiculous. There's quite a few, mate, Scott. I don't know why you're acting. The fact that you're acting like there isn't shows a little bit of disingenuousness, because we do see this on a regular basis.
This Indian guy that we met in the English hub, and big discussion with him, and then like he was all like, "Oh, that's crazy. He's a crazy," and all that. And then like, I guess he looked into some stuff that got sent to him, like from Altitude and probably Kembo Beats.
Roots is a millionaire. Sorry.
Yeah. And a few weeks later, he's come back and he's all like staunch for flat Earth and ripping into the globers and everything. Yeah. Now he hangs out in the lobby a lot in the home server.
Liars.
You tell yourself that if it helps you sleep at night.
Every now and then I bring up at work that for entertainment purposes and also edification purposes, I talk to people like yourselves who believe that the earth is flat. And you should see the looks I get from people. They think I'm crazy. And they can't understand why I would do this.
Yeah, how delusional are you guys today?
Not only do we have Dom, we've got Dom as sidekicking. Hey, Leif, how you been?
Very annoyed.
I've been alright. I haven't talked to you guys for a long time since you banned me from the English Hub. Because I've been exposing you guys.
And now he's stalking us over here. What a fucking treat.
The only thing you've exposed, Leaf, is yourself. Please stop doing that. It's illegal.
Like all the argument you're trying to have against me, I turn it back to you guys.
You turn it back to us guys.
Oh, really?
So how are you going to argue against the measurements of no curvature?
Reverse.
Well, you never show it's like there's no curvature. You only show that
Really?
you can see beyond the horizon.
Say what? Excuse me?
You can never. Yeah, you never show any measurement of like no curvature at all. You only shows us that you can see beyond the horizon, but you can never prove that there's no.
Your horizon is supposed to be a physical thing that blocks us from seeing. You've all told us that multiple times.
It doesn't matter. You can never prove
Yet it's
that.
horizontal.
You can never prove that we are all standing on the ground that's like on a straight line. You can never prove that.
So you can never prove that we're on a ball.
What's horizontal mean again?
Yeah.
Well, I did long time ago.
How?
If you did it once, you could do it again.
You see the Earthrise picture, yeah? I posted in the side chat. See that? It's curved. It's a ball. Simple as that.
Okay. And you validated this image, right?
Correct. Taken in 1968 by William Andrews, right?
How?
He was taking this photo on
Okay, you've got the question. I'll ask it again. How? To add context, did you validate the image?
Well, it was taken during the space program. It was in the space shuttle.
I'm not asking for the history of it, Sunshine. I'm asking how you independently validated the image to be true. How did you do so?
Well, it was taken 1968. There was some Photoshop back in the day, so it has to be true.
Okay. There are also ghosts in the Victorian era because of photographic manipulation. So photographic manipulation has existed ever since photographs were invented. Now, the question is still again, how did you validate the image yourself independently? Not give me your belief of when it was made and that it wasn't Photoshop because of Photoshop not being around. Tell me how you did validate it.
So you're telling me that all the people were...
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you how you validated it. I'm not telling you anything. I'm asking you.
I know you're asking me. Can you calm down?
So fucking answer.
Jesus.
It's like you want time to think, don't you? So what you're going to do is you're going to piss me off in the meantime to give you time to think. No, just answer the question. I've asked you 5 times now. How did you independently validate the image? Last chance.
Mate, I think you need to go down to GP.
I think you need to answer the question because you're failing to do so. So
you better
try
calm
again.
your ass down before I come up and knock on your door.
Answer the question, Leaf. Answer the question, Leaf.
Leaf, why are you avoiding the question?
I've been trying to answer, but you keep interrupting me in that rude manner. That's why I have to educate this
That's
guy.
not answering my question when you turn around to me and say, I'm trying to tell you something. I'm not trying to tell you anything. I'm trying to ask you a question.
You have no authority upon me, all right?
So your sentence should start with because, or this is how I validated it. X, Y, Z.
Leaf, Jedi's going to ask you one question, and you're going to answer it. Everyone else is going to stay silent until you answer the question asked. Jedi, please.
How did you validate Earthrise?
The people working at NASA that build a space shuttle, that send them to the moon, that validate that photo, right?
That's not independent validation. That's you trusting.
That's hilarious.
So you're telling me that all the people in NASA working in there, thousands of them, are lying together?
No, not into incredulity. I was asking you a question. What it fucking leads to was not my implication. I just asked you how you validated it. Apparently, you didn't validate it. You just trust people. That's fine. At least I got some kind of fucking answer.
So what do the people in NASA do? They just like bring the briefcase to work?
Who cares?
Pretend to work?
No one cares, dude. You haven't independently validated this to be true. You just believe people at NASA, which shut up. Which have in the last 3 months been signed in by executive order by Donald Trump as a investigation and spy agency, right? Like the CIA or MF5, MI6, the KGB. So this information agency, dude, if you trust them, that's up to you, I guess.
Yeah, you're resting upon their claim that they did it. That's it. So your answer really, Leaf, is I didn't and I can't. I can't validate it. I just trust them.
Now I want to get
Just like
your
Jedi
mind
said.
straight, because you people always say that outer space is fake. Now let me ask you this: how are these people just conspiring a lie all together, thousands of them, working math, all the scientific facts, to build a space shuttle, which is fake, and they know about that? How's that even possible?
Yeah.
And
Are
all
you
this
asking
cinema
how
you see is
lies
just
are
made in
committed?
studio with CGI. How does
Excuse
that
me.
even make sense?
Excuse me.
Right?
You're literally asking how people are deceived. Do you understand deception happens all of the time? For example, have you been to a magic show recently?
I've never been to a magic show before.
Okay, but you understand the concept of magic shows, right? Where illusions take place to
ever seen one on
hundreds and
TV?
hundreds of people at a time.
But
you're asking how this is possible. It's weird. I'm trying to follow your line of thinking. You're confused about the fucking line of thinking. That's why you're stuttering and can't answer.
Yeah, it's just incredulity at this point.
See, you keep asking if I can validate the picture.
I can't speak properly. Fucking idiots.
Leaf, you posing these questions as an answer to what proof or what did you prove isn't really helping your argument. It's just showing you have a disbelief, right? You have a disbelief because you think the world works in a certain way and you think this is impossible in your worldview. Well, what if your worldview is wrong? So your arguments aren't really strong and you're not really bringing any evidence for anything but your own disbelief. That's a flaw of
What am I
yourself.
in disbelieving? You're the one that in disbelief the Earth could be a globe, because you guys keep brainwashing
It's
yourself
not
into thinking.
disbelief. It's not disbelief, right? Our whole argument is about evidence. Like Jedi asked you to begin with, it was an evidence-based question. He was expecting you to come back with some sort of evidence for the question.
The picture itself is the evidence.
Instead, Leaf, you started asking us questions like, how and why would they lie? How is that any kind of evidence or response to Jedi's question? It's not. It's just a demonstration of your own disbelief. So you're showing an emotional response to the question.
No, it's a simple question. What about the people working in NASA? Did they just bring in a bottle of vodka in the briefcase and head to NASA and just like be alcoholic and drinking in there the whole time?
So this is where you try and hide behind their claim. Okay, so that's their claim. That's their supposed evidence, not yours.
All the documents that was produced in NASA, they are all lies. There's no scientific fact.
That's their evidence, not yours. You're relying on that, and you have no way. And like as was pointed out by Jedi, you have no way to go and validate any of that information.
It's just absurd.
What's absurd is you trying to lead into a debate with this line of questioning. You're not providing anything apart from your own misunderstanding of how the world works.
And incredulity.
You could be wrong. Yeah, you could be wrong. It could be actually that a secret. It could be actually that something of this size and deception could be under the radar and not picked up on.
Are the rocket launching fake? Are they fake? The rocket launching, are they fake?
Well, when you say fake, we see rockets launched, we see them arc in the distance, and we see them disappear on the horizon. If you get that kind of view, that level of view. But the point is, what does that prove? Seeing a rocket launch.
Well, where did they go?
That's not that's not relevant, is it? What does it prove? What does it prove that we see rocket launching?
Took those pictures to prove to you
If I can't answer you, if I say I don't know, does that mean it definitely went where you were told it went?
Yeah, but you know that it went somewhere else. That's
Does it? No, answer the question, Lee. If I say I don't know where it went, does that necessarily mean, by ipso facto, right, that it definitely went where they told us it went?
where could it be then? You say you don't know. Where could it be?
You're still not answering the question. This is why we get pissed off with you.
No, you're hiding
I
behind
asked you a
bush.
question. It's a closed-ended question. Yes or no? You can't do that. You can't be honest and
Where did
say,
it go? Where did it go?
yeah, this is the thing. So you want to reverse the burden onto me, right? I said I don't know. Now, does that mean it definitely went where we're told it went?
That's like it's like getting your house
At least
burgled,
you can
Leaf.
say
It's
that
like
it has been
getting
way
He can't do
above
it.
the
He can't do
altitude.
it. He's incapable of honesty.
Let me give him an analogy. Hopefully this lands. So, Leaf, your house gets burgled, right? And then I am the police officer, and I'll say, well, where did the burglar go? And you will say, I don't know. He just went in that direction and disappeared. And I could turn around to you and say, well, if you don't know where the burglar went, I don't believe you that your house was burgled. Do you see how
Now I would say that
ridiculous
it's not
that
in
is?
my house right now. It's probably heading to a certain direction. Okay, if you're heading to north, then I would say it's heading north, like rocket.
Yeah, you're
It's
going to
heading.
speculate. But if I then say, because of your speculation and your lack of clarity on where he went, you must be wrong.
No, but
That's
like
your argument in a
the
nutshell.
burglar kept like moved like north, south, east, west. But like when we see rocket launching, we can only see it's heading to one direction. Right? So why would you say that you
Wrong.
don't know when they're
They
just
go
heading
up,
to
bend
one
over, and
direction?
fall down.
No, the parts
What
of
direction? What direction
parts
do
of
we
rocket
see them
fell
going?
down
You say they go in one direction, Leaf. What direction's that?
upwards.
Well, that's not what we see, is it? We don't see rockets going vertically up. That's a lie. Or it's a fantasy of yours because you want it to be true. But that's not the case. We don't see rockets go vertically up.
Where did it go then? Where did it go then?
Not
If
vertically
it's not
up.
going upwards, then where's it going? Going downwards?
They go away from you. And then they eventually start dropping as the distance mounts. They start dropping on your horizon. Now, if you knew anything about the official story of rocket launches, then you would know that they don't go vertically up, and they have an excuse for that. But we're dealing with your claim that they go vertically up. They don't. You're just clutching at straws here because you want to be right.
Do people from near the launch site even get to see the third stage booster? Or is it out of sight before that's even activated? I don't know. I wouldn't know because I've never been near a launch site to observe it.
All the videos I've seen, I don't think they get to the third stage by the time they go out of view. That's just the videos I've seen. And how would we know? At that point, we're looking at a dot on the horizon.
I pointed this out the other day because it's like people have this misconception. They have this idea that the whole rocket itself ends up in space, right? Like, they don't realize that parts of it are falling at different stages during its trajectory,
Yeah,
right?
of course we know about that. Those Andromeda falls off. because those were the ones that carrying the fuel, and when those fuel no longer needed, it would just fell off. And yeah, we all know that. No, the whole part of rockets will be maintained in space. We know that. But yeah, it moved away from us, and it reached to an area that we don't see. And well, you can say that it will be a great distance away from us. Well, what would you call that area supposed to be?
I
It
don't
will
know.
be, you call that space, right?
No,
Now,
I don't know that. That I would have to take that on face value. I'd have to trust the person telling me that.
so you think there's you guys think there's like this like I don't know like a glass ceiling or like a firmament right
No, I'm
above
not
us.
necessarily saying that either. I'm just saying this is independent of anything like that. This is just a claim that's on the table. We shot this rocket up into the sky. Trust us, it went to an environment that you can't validate exists. Believe us.
So what's up there then? If you're
I
saying that
don't
there's
know,
sort of
bro.
there,
I'm not making a claim at the moment about it.
It's not our job to replace your cosmology. We're just
look, there
pointing
are
out that
people
what you're
achieve
saying
what you
isn't
cannot.
provable.
Yeah, there are people achieve what you cannot when they show you evidence. It's like, oh, just because I've never been there, I just cannot validate that. So it has to be false. Like, do you
No,
see how that logic's like how
that's
absurd it is?
no, never said that, bro. This means you can't validate the claim. It's not up to you to validate it. It's the ones making the claim that should be they have the burden, not you. Why are you taking on the burden for them?
Because he made the claim. He did make the claim, and he's asking us for the burden. It's actually his burden, and he's frustrated because he knows he can't prove that these rockets are going to a vacuum in the sky. So he's trying to switch the burden to us. Isn't that right, Leaf? Because you don't actually have any evidence for any of your belief. We don't
No,
actually believe.
I showed him the
We
side
don't
chat.
believe anything in this discussion. We're just telling you what's provable and the facts of what we observe and in nature. And it doesn't demonstrate a ball.
Yeah,
And your
and you guys
example
will
of
always be able
rockets.
to explain why this guy moving clockwise and anti-clockwise depend on like which side of the hemisphere you're on. You'll always fail to explain that. When you're on the equator, the sky moves
Are
different.
you that simple that you're hard stuck on, I haven't learnt which direction I'm facing yet, Leaf? Leaf, you're in the north. You're facing the south. The stars move clockwise. You're in the south facing the north. The stars move clockwise. Do they? Leaf? Hello? Have I broken your brain already? You can't comprehend. Okay, Leaf, I want you to imagine a car driving along the road. If you stand on one side of the road, the car's going to look like it's going from your left side to your right side. Now, if Leaf jumps over to the other side of the road, turns around and looks backwards, the car's going to look like it's going the opposite way. That's what happens with the stars, mate. Even though the car didn't magically turn around, Leaf did.
Yeah, well, so I know.
I think it sunk in.
Exactly
I think it finally got there.
No, I have reached there already. Well,
no,
you're saying that the Earth is rotating, right?
Wrong.
The Earth is rotating, right?
Wrong.
And yes.
No, you've got no validation of.
The star's not rotating. The Earth
Prove it.
itself is rotating.
Prove it. How do you prove that? How can you prove the Earth is spinning on its axis? How can you prove that?
Yeah, there was experiments done. If you leave a ball that's like shifting from left to right, it will move by itself, and it will knock
Okay,
down.
what were the experiments? You said there were experiments done. What were they?
I've seen it before, but like I
Okay,
need some
what have you
time to
seen
find
before?
out.
Oh, so you saw it ages ago, but you can't remember what it was. Was it an observational experiment based on the surface of the Earth? Can you at least kind of paraphrase it? Do you need time to Google it?
Yeah, the Foucault pendulum. You ever heard of that?
Foucault's pendulum. Okay.
Yep.
What does that show?
Basically, you lift a ball that's swinging on a plane, right? And it will just be moving around the circle. It will knock down the map. It will knock down the objects around the
So
circle, right?
yeah, it'd rotate at approximately 15 degrees an hour, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I asked you what this shows. Does this show two separate reference frames? One inertial, one non-inertial. That being the Earth in rotation underneath objects that are above it. Like the pendulum that's above the Earth. Its plane is actually straight, but because of the spin of the Earth, it deviates at 15 degrees. I'm laying out your to you. I'm trying to figure out if you agree with. Please don't post things you don't understand.
But you cut out.
I'm trying to see if you agree with your own example. Are you saying that Foucault's pendulum shows the rotation of the Earth? Two separate reference frames. The path of the object, the ball, is actually straight, but because of the rotation of the Earth, it appears to deviate at 15 degrees an hour. Do you agree with your own example?
Are you disagreeing? Yeah, I do agree with it.
No, I'm literally just restating what Foucault's pendulum is. I'm explaining what Foucault's pendulum is, and I'm trying to figure out if you agree with the explanation of what Foucault's pendulum is. Your piece of
I agree
evidence,
with
sir.
it. I agree with it.
You agree with it. So there are two separate reference frames. Everything that leaves the surface of the Earth deviates at 15 degrees an hour, then, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's incorrect. Not all things, if anything, that leave the surface of the Earth appear to deflect at 15 degrees an hour. For example, a hovering helicopter, an aircraft, a hot air balloon, a bumblebee, a seagull, me when I jump up and down, and Tiger Woods when he tees off at the 15th tee. So all things that leave the surface of the Earth do not appear to deviate at 15 degrees an hour. This is a problem for Foucault's pendulum.
The big problem. Big problem. Because that should be happening at all times. And sometimes the pendulum swings in the wrong direction. And sometimes it doesn't swing at all.
Sometimes it stops for smoko.
The question is, Leaf, why do you believe it's the Earth moving under the pendulum when we have no evidence that the Earth moves under anything that leaves the ground? Because you've got a belief and a model you believe in. If Earth is rotating, then the pendulum should always deviate clockwise at the same speed, which it doesn't. At the same rate and velocity, which it doesn't. So why do you believe it's the Earth moving under the pendulum, Leaf? Because you want it to be a ball?
Is he passed out or something? Has he been overcome by toxic fumes? Is he okay? Because there appears to be no response, even though he's been clearly addressed. I worry for his mental
Ground
sanity.
control. Ground control to Major Leaf. Are you there? Space Cadet Leaf. Are you there? Oh, you there?
I need to take my dogs out for a walk, yeah. I'll see you guys in a bit.
That's convenient.
That's run away. Run away. Run away.
Hard questions.
I thought he'd be a cat person.
I was just gonna start singing then. Major Leaf to ground control. They've slapped me round. I've got to roll.
Nice.
Oh shit. Poor little Leafy. Small breeze and he flutters away.
He came in so hot and confident. I wonder what happened. Scott, I thought you were going to back him up there, mate.
And Scott's sitting back going, no freaking way am I backing that up.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, his evidence is, well, he adopts the evidence, like the photographic image, claimed to be photographic imagery, right? Well, like I pointed out, that's not his evidence. That's someone else's evidence that he's accepting, and it's really not evidence at all. It's a story on top of another story. So it's a verbal. So first they have a verbal story. We did X, Y, Z, right? And then now they've placed another story on top of it. Why were we doing X, Y, Z? We took a photo. Oh, did you? Cool story. Like how? What they really should be saying is, we did X, Y, Z. Here's how you can validate it. You personally can validate this story that we're telling you. But that's not how it works.
But I've tried that with you, and you chose not to.
When?
Chose not to what?
Go look at the direction of your sunset tomorrow.
So what? South, east by southeast, something like that.
Yeah, how's that happen? How's that possible in Australia to have a sunset in the south of west?
Easy, the sun moves.
That's what the sun's doing.
It's not a very good explanation, though, is it?
Hey, Scott.
Pardon?
It doesn't matter what the sun does. It's still doing it over a flat surface.
Well, you have to explain how it sets in the southwest.
No, I don't.
I
The
know you
sun
don't.
goes
You choose
from
not
the east
to.
side of me to the west side of me over a flat surface.
But
Probably the same
T-Dub asked
reason
for
why I
something.
see
But
it
T-Dub asked for
northwest
something
in the
he can
summer.
do. I gave him something. He chooses not to do it.
What? Go and watch a
Go and
sunset?
observe.
Yay!
Do it all the time.
Yes, but do you note the direction in which it's setting?
Yeah, like for example, in the summer, for me in the UK, yeah, kind of east northeast.
Yeah, I know, but
So
if you Jedi go out and look at the direction of the sunset, and then T-Dub looks at the direction of the sunset, and you'll find it sets in the same direction. How is that possible?
I know. What do you mean? How's that possible?
Yeah,
because of where the sun is. It appears to be setting in that direction because of the location of.
Yeah, so you don't
need
even
this
think
written
about
out
this at
for
all,
me.
do you?
No, I'm literally thinking about this now. I was going to give you an explanation or answer, but you decided to talk through it. I was trying to lead you up to it with the observation with the north. I can tell that this is doing the circle because of where the sun appears to set, appears to rise, and the fact that it doesn't really get that dark during the summer months. Now I can conclude, but not prove, being as I'm not that far south, that maybe that's possibly what's happened with the sun. Again, it's circling a position. We're observing its motion across the earth and where it appears to rise and set due to its circling position.
Okay, so when you think about this, do you have any 3D vision in your mind of this? What's happening?
What, two circles?
No, the whole thing. No, circles are two-dimensional, right? They're on a plane. Do you have a three-dimensional vision?
No. Struggle sometimes.
If you want to understand how something as big as the Earth is a sphere, you need to think about it in 3 dimensions, right?
Yeah, we measure
something as big as the Earth is a sphere. You need to think about it. Okay. So the sun is above
That's why
the
he's a
Earth.
psychologist, because he just thinks about shit, imagines it, and then it becomes real.
But don't you think about stuff?
Yeah, the sun's above the Earth.
Is this Earth in the room with you now, Scott?
I'm sitting on it.
Oh, we know you're sitting on it.
Well, what's the purpose of the question then?
I just like it when you're in the chair.
But was that an attempt to embarrass me in some way? I'm just curious.
Why, did you blush?
No, not at all. I just thought you're an idiot. That's what I thought.
Oh, well, there we go then. Some enlightenment from Scott fucking Mackey. I'm an idiot, boys and girls, and Scott still doesn't have any proof of curvature, which he's been allegedly coming in here for the last 7 fucking years and not proven any.
Well, I can't prove it to
So
people
who's
who
the
don't
fucking
want to
idiot
learn.
now?
You still.
Why? Because I've failed to prove curvature.
Okay, I want to learn. Can you prove it to me? I want to learn. I want to learn. Can you prove it to me now? Yeah, I don't refuse. I want to learn. Prove it to me now.
Imagine the sun going over your Earth.
I can't imagine it. It just does that.
Okay, then you can't learn. If you can't imagine, you can't learn.
It already goes over the Earth. What's there to imagine?
Do you have any understanding of the path in which it takes over the Earth?
It goes east to west.
What does that look like in 3 dimensions? If you saw the whole picture at once, what does it look like?
I can't. I live in Ohio.
I'd need to have that perspective to tell you, and I don't.
What, at once?
Well, this is something that you got to use you got to use your visual abilities.
For what time frame? A minute? A day? A season?
You're watching the whole thing all at once.
The whole thing. So for forever? For a year?
No. Time frame. You can do a day.
A day.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Scott,
What happened?
this was proof. Hold on, Scott. You said this was proof. We have to use our imagination.
I didn't say that. I have purposely avoided imagination. I know how you guys spaz about that word.
Well, have you ever seen it?
No, but you've just told us to imagine.
I did not say imagine.
So you've never seen it, right?
I said conceptualize.
It's the same, but no,
it's not. Human beings can think about things.
You said you guys can't imagine. You said imagine. Don't say you said conceptualize. Stop lying.
See, I knew that's what you guys would do.
So,
well, then don't say words like that you don't mean.
So the way you conceptualize
what should I use to describe conceiving something in your mind?
So what are we doing, Scott? Are we imagining a visualization, or are we visualizing an imagination?
You're visualizing what you think.
all at the same time.
What you think the place we live on looks like.
Flat, stationary, and closed.
The way it does outside when you go outside.
What's it look like when the sun goes around this thing for a day?
I don't have that perspective.
Okay, so what season?
Can you not try to conceive it?
What season? Because it's going to be dependent on where I am at the time of year as to what the sun does.
Okay.
Yeah, right now it's winter. It's going from southeast to southwest for me. Southeast to southwest for me today because it's winter.
Okay, what does that look like over the course of a 24 hours? What does the sun do?
Well,
it doesn't.
I think it will
can't
be
see
a
it for.
circle because conversely, you can stand in the Antarctic Circle and watch, I think, is the same sun rotate around an observer there.
Mm-hmm.
Do I need to fill in any more gaps? Because you didn't want to.
Yes. So in this visualization, you have roughly. What is the relation of
It's
this?
like 1 year later. You still want us to say it's circling? I thought you pointed this out last year, right? 24-hour sun. There it is, Scott. Are you a year late?
Is that what you visualize it making a circle?
No, that's what we see. We don't need the imagination. Remember, 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Oh, look, there's the sun for 24 hours. What more do you need? Are you a year late? You've been asking why the sun sets south of west. Did you forget what happened last year?
Yeah, so how is the sun ever directly south of you and still above the horizon?
That's not addressing what I fucking said, you prick.
Well, you said, did I miss a year? What else did you say?
He's had too much. He needs to go to bed. You can tell he's all loopy and stupid.
I know you need to believe that. So did you say anything other than the final experiment was a year ago and where have I been?
You keep asking what the sun's doing and if we can imagine it. I'm pointing out that we can see it circle. Maybe you should address that.
When
because that's what you asked. I answered it.
Yes, but you don't see it circle where you are.
Oh, yes, you're a wanker.
Fuck off.
Yeah, I can only see the sun for about 8 hours of the day. Very low in the southern sky.
Yeah.
Fucking ridiculously low. It keeps blinding me every time I look south. Dangerous for driving.
Yeah.
Okay. So being as it's circling the south, and I look south, there it is.
Okay, so how if you're in Antarctica and you look south, how is the sun there? Where is the sun in relation to everything?
Where is South in Antarctica?
Yeah, what the fuck's that, Scott?
Hang on, guys.
See, this is where you guys just refuse to learn because you won't answer a simple question.
No, it's what you said. What you said didn't follow.
Maybe we should ask Scott what the sun is before he asks us what it does.
Oh, I know what it is.
Really? You know first-hand knowledge.
Don't have to have first-hand knowledge to know something.
Okay, so you can repeat a story, a current narrative that could potentially change the future.
No, we just know it's a fusion reactor, right? It's just hydrogen fusing helium.
Okay, what's the constituent parts of the fusion reactor?
Hydrogen fusing
I had this conversation, right, Scott. I'll stop you right now. I had this conversation.
You need a container, Jedi. You need a container for that.
I had a conversation with a guy the other day. He came to the concession that really we've got best guesses. I mean, at the most we can see the surface of the sun. What really is the constituent parts of the sun, we really don't know. We've just got best guesses. But you want to tell me that you know what the sun is?
Yeah, I do.
So you know first-hand knowledge, all of the constituent parts of the sun.
Every last one of them? Probably not, but I know it's mostly hydrogen.
Okay, good. So that's a soft concession, you absolute cunt. Yeah, you don't know then. Do you? You don't know.
I know it's hydrogen fusing into helium.
You know it's hydrogen fusing into helium. Okay, what state of matter? Is that all of the sun that's doing that, or just a bit on the surface we can see?
No, that's the bit in the center. It's not the bit on the surface.
The bit in the center, and we can see that, can't we?
Yeah, don't need to see it. We know what's happening.
You don't need to see it. We can just best guess that this is what's going on because of the results that we have.
Yeah, we're smart enough.
Scott, you're a prick, mate. Come on.
He took a bite out of
you guys. Just because you guys need
No,
to deny
it's
the things that we've
because I'm
learned.
literally conceding points to you and you don't even agree. It's like my work. You don't actually know, but you want to die on this fucking hill. Fuck me, mate. If you're this much of a wanker, I'll let you die on the fucking hill, you prick.
I'm not dying.
Well, it depends on what he thinks knowledge is.
Yes,
Oh,
you
no,
are,
that's right.
Scott.
He is not a brain in a jar. I forgot.
Yes, I do not believe in that brain in the jar shit.
You act like one. I'll fucking give you that.
How sure are you that you live on a ball?
As sure I am that I'm not a brain in a vat.
Are you 99% sure, or 100% sure you live on a ball?
100% sure I live on a ball. There is zero chance that I am incorrect.
Nope.
Zero chance is incorrect. This is brilliant. The hubris of the man. Fucking hell.
There's zero
All right,
chance
so
I'm not
I'm here to
talking
learn.
you?
I'm here to learn. So you're supposed to tell me how you live on a ball and prove it. Remember, I'm here to learn, not use imagination. I saw the sun. I answered your questions. Now, how do I live on a ball?
Well, you can just go grab a couple of theodolites and see if they create the reciprocal zenith angles equal to 180 degrees, and you'll find they don't.
Your homework for you.
And
then you try to figure out, and most people can figure out why that's the case.
Here we go with the satellite and angle measurements again. Wow, full circle.
So I take two theodolites and I point them at each other, and then what? I make a straight line.
No, you just point it. You don't make a line. You just point them at each other, and you read the measurement.
Oh, then that proves the Earth is a ball.
Yes, it does.
All right, how do you do that? Well,
By the
distance can't be any more than a couple football fields, Jedi. So just imagine it's a couple football fields, because that's the max you're going to get.
Why?
Well, that's the rating on them. You don't want to go farther than that. You'll get refraction will affect your readings.
How much?
Do you end up with something like Bob and Alice? You know, the
A lot.
Alice argument?
Enough that you'll think that you got triangles that are curved.
The problem is that refraction would make the angles less and not greater. So.
Oh no, that's not right.
No, it is right.
No, it goes both directions. Big, small, big,
no, it
small.
does not.
It does.
Well, you can just so you don't want to learn. Okay.
Hey,
Thank
Scott, is sinking the opposite of towering?
Huh?
Huh? Is sinking the opposite of towering?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, you don't want to know?
Oh, you tell me, and then I'll know.
Yes.
Okay, then yes, it is.
So your refractive index does go both ways, Scott.
Okay, when do we get the sinking thing?
I thought you didn't know. I don't want to teach you because you're an arrogant
When do we get the sinking thing? What are the conditions under that we get the sinking thing?
Oh, it's either cold over hot or hot over cold. Pick one. You got a 50-50 chance.
This is just you guys just denying everything. Like you guys
I'm not denying everything.
Theodolite.
I gave you two options. Pick one.
I know, but you guys can get a theodolite and you can go do these measurements yourself, and you can
What's a
see
theodolite got to do with you picking hot over cold or cold over hot, Scott?
Well, why don't you want to go do?
Why are you running from such a simple thing? Flip a coin.
Yes, but it always goes one way.
Yes, but. So which way does it always go, Scott?
This is just you refusing to do the experiment.
Which way does it always
you don't
go?
Like what it's going to show you.
Scott, which way does it always go? Down, up,
down.
to the right, to the left? Does the hokey pokey?
It curves down.
Curves down.
Yeah.
So if we have
So there's a cabin between Bob and Alice.
So if we have one video that would be that shows a laser bending upwards out in the open air, that would be a typical black swan.
And what would that prove?
You're fucking wrong.
About what?
About it only bending down.
And that would give you justification not to even try this experiment.
No, that'd give me a justification for calling you a lying cunt.
Oh, you mean the lights bending down?
What can we?
Oh, I thought you meant the surface of the Earth. Sorry, my bad.
Matrix, I was asking you, what can we know?
What do you mean, what can we know? Yeah. I know for a fact that you've not picked up two theodolites and gone and done your fucking test that you can't tell us to do.
I know liquid water requires air pressure.
Okay, so what else can we know?
No, you asked me what can we know. I gave you one example. I don't have to give you a whole fucking encyclopedia now.
Yes, we agree liquid water requires air pressure. How do we know that?
Through test.
Because I own a vacuum chamber.
Okay. So what else can we know about this Earth?
No, that's it. That's all you get.
Should we go through this list alphabetically for you, Scott?
So in your world, we can know one thing and one thing only.
We can know what aardvarks are because they fit a certain description and identity. Should we continue with the list of all the things that we can know on the Earth enough?
Yes.
God's fucking pleasure.
Tell me what we can know about the shape of the Earth. And how do we know
What can we know about it? Well, we can know any shape at all.
We know it doesn't have a shape. I live in Ohio. When I walk around, I'm just walking on grass. It's not a shape. I mean, little pointy things of grass, maybe.
Yeah, we can. The Earth is beneath the sky. We can figure that out.
Okay, how can we figure out how far beneath anything?
How far beneath anything? I don't know, dude. Never been to one of these things in the sky.
Yeah, but can we figure out how far things
dig down, Scott, and see if you can reach Mars? I mean, is that what you're asking?
I'm asking you what we can know.
You said you know.
How many items would you like a list of? Do you want 1,000 items? Do you want one item, Scott? You want 1,000 items that you can know? Do you want one item?
We can know about the Earth.
Sorry, I do apologise, but you asked us what we can know about the Earth, and now all of a sudden we're objects in the sky. It's not the Earth, then.
Okay, tell me what we can know about the Earth, and how can we know it?
That the President of the United States is a gay rapist pedophile. That's what we can know about the Earth.
Thanks, mate. That's helpful.
From POTUS to Throtus.
Okay, you think it's a good idea, you continue talking. Okay, if that's what you feel, carry on. So what can we know about the Earth? Specifically, sorry, I got distracted. Yeah. Specifically what?
Yeah, how do we measure? How do we measure whether it has curve or not? What should we do to measure whether it has curve?
Now he's asking questions, and he wanted to know things. Now he wants to know about. He's just going to ask other questions.
So you're telling me all these things I can't know. I want to know what I can know.
Can't support your globe, so now you got to ask ridiculous questions. I get it.
Yes, we know that. Yes, Scott, that's another example of something we know. We know you can't support the globe. You can't prove it. There's something else we know about the Earth. Now, would you like more examples?
Yes.
This is just a waste of fucking time.
We know that rockets only work in air pressure. What else do you want to know? And that's on Earth only.
Well, that's not true, though. How do you know that?
Because you can't. They don't work in a vacuum. How's that?
How do you know that, though?
Because we tried it.
Chamber.
When did you try it?
When did I try it? A couple of years ago.
What did you try exactly?
To see if I can ignite anything in a vacuum.
What does that do with rockets?
How do rockets work?
By burning.
Oh, yeah, you just fucked up. You started, the very first word you started with was ignition, fire, hot, burning.
Oh, so you think that what you can't light is the same thing as what rocket fuel is?
Well, unless you think like they've got a little mini sun in the bottom of a rocket.
They don't need to. We have a pretty good idea of why things burn. And not everything requires external oxygen.
What kind does it require?
Well, the kind that works on flares underneath the water. You've seen people do underwater welding, right?
What's
Yeah,
water
they're
made of?
supplied with oxygen.
Oh.
What do you mean, Scott? Hold on. What do you mean, Scott? Underwater welding. The substance that's getting welded
from the water.
They use stick welding underwater.
It doesn't use oxygen from the water.
They use stick welding.
And
arc welding, electricity.
Actually does use the oxygen in the water.
We've also seen underwater flares.
Which use the oxygen in the water.
That's not true.
Half of the water is oxygen, you dum-dum.
You're just making things up now.
Also, H2O doesn't exist anymore.
This guy's done.
Yeah, I'm done.
Good.
You were done from the beginning, Scott. You came into this saying you've been proving to us X, Y, Z for years.
Never said that.
All you've done, you did, and all you've done is you've asked some obscure philosophical questions that aren't even like relevant to the point that you're trying to make.
They're not obscure.
I know something else about this Earth, gents. Takes me less than 5 seconds to ban a numpty.
Like the facade that you put on, Scott. It's not cool.
You know, I can't teach someone who doesn't want to learn. I know that.
He just keeps repeating that like he's some kind of
Scott.
epic professor. You just can't teach people that don't want to learn.
Oh.
You're here to virtue signal, by the look of it.
I'm here to virtue signal. No.
How do you know what the core of the sun's made of
I get nothing from trying to convince you guys of anything.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Roots.
Hey, did you learn anything in your psychology class that convincing people doesn't work?
Yeah.
Then why do you do it?
So why are you in here trying to convince people of things if you know it doesn't work?
I'm not.
So why are you in here then?
You can't convince us. I would assume that means you're implying that you're trying to convince us.
No, it doesn't. It means I recognize the futility of it.
God, can your wife hear you talking backwards and saying double speak?
My wife's asleep.
Well, then go to sleep, dude.
Why? I'm working right now, actually.
Are you writing a book on flat earthers?
You get paid for this thing. Yeah.
No, he gets paid to sit in here. That's why he said I'm working right now, actually. He didn't lie.
Oh, God. You know, nobody cares about you guys enough to pay anybody to do anything.
But they care enough about it.
You guys are unimportant.
Why is it the same 6 agents that come in here all the time then?
We're not
literally YouTube was paid to change, which they've recently changed again. Literal policies and procedures with regards to YouTube and other platforms regarding Flat Earth. That's money. That's administration. Yeah, people have paid money to stop the flow of information regarding Flat Earth, dude. You must concede to this.
It's not important.
Shut up. You must concede to this.
I must not.
Yeah, okay, then you're a liar, and you're obviously not here to learn.
Oh, I know
if
that.
You're just
I'm not here to learn.
And lie, Scott, and when demonstrated what you said is not really true, and you turn around and just go, nah, then you're a cunt, Sunshine.
No, that's what you guys do.
I want you to prove it.
No, Scott,
you've been lying all
literally
morning,
just
Scott.
demonstrated that policies and procedures regarding social media platforms such as YouTube were coerced to not provide good links to flat earth content on YouTube. Right? That took money and administration. You said no one would pay money. That isn't true now, is it, Scott?
Well, the statement was being paid as an agent.
I'm going to be a Weasley little bitch now. Sorry, I'm just going to commentate on what he does. You're not going to answer, are you? You are definitely not going to concede, are you?
Yes, that is not people paying money. Yes.
That's people paying money. Yeah, that definitely
is. They're spending money. But I would like him to actually prove to us how unimportant we are by leaving and never returning.
Yeah, do that.
Well, you guys are great research subjects.
No,
that means we're important.
You can't give us one piece of research you did on us. Read back something you've done.
Value importance of some kind.
Read back your research on us, Scott. I want to hear this research you did, because I don't believe you've written down one thing. You haven't typed one thing or written down one thing about us.
Yep, more lies.
Got it all in my head.
That's actually quite sad. He was telling us a minute ago that paid people wouldn't be doing this, and he's doing it for free.
Yeah.
It's a volunteer. Yeah, he said we're not important. But yet we're
not
important
even
enough
doing
to him.
it. Well, you're giving him too much credit. He's not here to research flat earthers. He's here because he's intrinsically connected to this topic, because he's trying his very, very hardest to prove the Earth's a ball. He's sucked into this, but he wants to pretend he's not. It's quite sad, really. Just be honest, Scott.
Why would I try so hard when the entire world already agrees with me?
No, they don't.
That's like, why are you here? Why are you trying so hard? You don't need to be here then, right?
Yeah, if it's obvious, Scott, why are you here? Since everybody already knows, and we're just here so we can talk to each other, and sometimes we play chess and cards and shit like that. That's all we do in this room. You guys come in here and harass us.
Harass?
Yeah.
Yes.
You come here. You come to us. I'm not coming to...
Yeah, but how is what I do harassing?
You're a stalker.
Just asking you guys questions.
Yeah.
Trying to understand how you think.
We just don't think your motives are...
No, I didn't say anything, did I?
So what do you think my motives are?
You've been answered. You've had all the answers given to you for all the questions that you could possibly think of, and you still continue to be here.
The repetition of your questions, the repetitions of your questions in order to try and humiliate people is considered harassment, Scott.
Yeah, I'm
You're literally lying about everything. You are, because your tone and the lack of genuine engagement is you playing a role. You're trying to humiliate people, and you're using a tone, a condescending tone, to try and get your point across. The problem is we're catching you out on these lies. You're focusing more on that than you are the argument. That's harassment.
There's an argument to be had. That's the problem.
You're not part of it. You're not part of it. All you're interested in is meta comments that can be proven to be false, and you don't even admit when you're proven wrong. It's hostile, it's unwelcome, and it's ungenuine. You're not genuine. This is why you get treated the way that you do, Scott, because you come in here with bad intentions, my friend. You're not in this conversation. You're in the meta.
Well, what's the conversation you guys have then about the Earth? So far, you got lasers. What else do you have?
Reset.
Just about all of natural observation.
What? Like what? What all of natural observation do you have?
Observations of liquid at rest in small portions and large portions. You got the horizon, long distance observations.
Observations of losing your relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every one of those observations prove the Earth's a globe, but you can't see it.
Sorry, hold on. The Earth looking flat proves the Earth's a sphere?
Well, it never looks flat.
Sorry, hold on. When we, for example, make a long-distance observation to the horizon, where the water from the observer to the horizon looks flat and is actually used as that with regards to all horizontal lines being parallel to the plane of the horizon, but in this instance, it would look flat, wouldn't it?
I've never seen it as flat. It always looks curved to me.
You've never seen a long-distance observation that we speak about all the time where the water upon the surface appears to be flat and behaving like a flat surface because of the way that it's reflecting light, for example. Are you going to do this now, Scott? Literally try and engage with you, but you're going to be a weasel, aren't you?
No, every picture you ever posted demonstrates a globe Earth. Every last one you guys ever posted.
So, hold on. It looks flat. You're saying it doesn't look flat, but these are the things that you have to excuse away with the word refraction. It looks flat, but that's because the actual path of the light is bending. So to you, the observer, it looks that way, but that isn't the true reality. That's your fucking argument.
No, you guys have never posted a picture that looks flat. Never.
Wanker. Total wanker. So, for example, the Bolivian salt flats.
They don't look flat.
Yeah, so they do. The reflection of the sky from above, like a perfectly flat, it's in the name, mirrored surface. You're saying that doesn't look flat. This is going to be your countdown to your exclusion from this entire conversation from the rest of your life. I'm going to ask for one piece of honesty. I don't get it. You don't get to play with us anymore. How about that?
Okay. Yep.
So it looks flat then? Looks flat then?
No.
No, it doesn't look flat. So we see curvature everywhere, do we, Scott?
Yes,
so we see curvature everywhere, do we, Scott?
Yes, we do.
Really?
Yes.
Bye, Scott.
You're delusional.
Hey, is it possible that he's actually under psychiatric care right now? And it's like that movie. It's like that movie. What is that movie? Oh my God! Yeah, where he pretends he's actually the doctor. Well, anything. You motherfucker. You better put your doctor on. Really. And they have him DM me privately.
Shut up. With Leonardo DiCaprio.
I will pay you when everyone's finished mocking you, Scott.
Okay. Mock away.
What a prick.
I'm a big boy. I can take it.
Prick. What an absolute cunt. Does anybody else want to write him? I'll give it 5-10 minutes and then I don't think he should be here anymore.
I'm just going to grab an image that I post on a regular basis.
There's a couple of images. There's a couple of images that Matrix posted too.
Right now, yeah, okay, yeah.
I think you guys would know what flat should look like.
Pardon me?
You guys don't know what flat would look like if it were flat.
Flat? So, for example, the surface of glass. Do you understand how we make glass perfectly flat?
Hey, dude, I'm going to go to work in about, I don't know, a few minutes here. I'm working down the street today. Do you want me to show you what a flat surface table looks like?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, these are flat now, and I'll tell you how flat they are over the distance. So, you just stick around, and I'll post it as soon as I get there. I have to walk past the inspection room, going up to my office. So I should be able to just take a picture if it's not in use.
As in the same tables.
When you show me this picture of this flat,
yeah, shut up, Scott. You're a clown. As in the same things they use, Professor Triangle, for truing equipment. Like they paint bearing blue on it, and you true stuff off of them. Well, those little engineers' tables.
I still want Scott to tell me how we engineer glass perfectly.
By the way, they're called.
The answer to that is we don't.
They're called surface plates for the rest of the room, not you, Scott. By the way, they're called Starrett surface plates.
So Scott's telling us that we wouldn't know what flat is. I'm asking Scott how we engineer things like glass to be flat. How do we do that,
Scott? 3 times now. We don't.
We don't make glass flat.
No, we don't. It's flat enough.
Okay. flat enough.
There is no glass in this world that is perfectly flat.
Okay.
Oh, we got a bed right.
So now
You
I
never
have
use
to
a
go
point
take apart
perfectly.
one of our. I have to go take apart one of our keying systems and measure the glass for you.
Don't anyone get an optic flat out and throw it at him?
He didn't know you can grind things perfectly flat, where it's so parallel that we can't measure it anymore.
Why is he replacing? Why is he replacing flat with perfectly flat?
Perfectly.
Nobody
Because
said.
he's going to rely
Nobody
on
said
that later.
perfectly flat.
Yeah, he's going to rely on that later. Understanding there are different grades of flat, for example. Microscopic crevices, for example, in a plate of glass or a plate of steel. But from one end to another, this is not what you're going to be relying on, Scott?
No, I'm talking about a curve in the entire surface of it.
Really? A curve on the entire surface on it when it's manufactured over molten mercury.
So none of the images that we posted look flat, or that I've just posted.
No, because
none of them look flat. They don't look flat.
No, because if it were flat,
look flat.
No. How many times you want me to say
How don't they look flat?
Weasel. He's going to weasel. Watch him. Go on, Scott.
So they look obviously curved. They don't look flat at all.
Yes.
They don't appear to be flat in any manner.
No.
Where's the curve? Let's say in T-Dub's last image. Where's the curve?
This thing, I'm going to have to look up what it's called, but he's got a disorder where he's in denial so much, or he's just saying no to anything. So I'm telling you, he's under psychiatric care. That's why he's projecting that onto us. He's actually being studied.
Okay.
Is it maybe the lemon illusion?
Where's the curve? I'm still trying to now figure out where the curve is. You say it doesn't look flat. Okay, well, let's look at the third one. Just shows the horizon. So this straight line this straight line from left to right that's parallel with the horizon below, that's not straight. It's not flat, no?
Which the red line?
The surface beneath it. The one that's parallel to it. The water.
Yeah, but the fact that you have a horizon line at all is what you would not see if it were flat.
Okay, wanker. I'm asking you if the horizon looks flat. In actual fact, the water... No, show me where it doesn't look flat.
No.
So
a horizon line cannot be flat.
He's at the point where he's just going to say no to everything. Did you hear that? He's like, no,
I just want to be clear. You are
we've got your
refusing my
number. I
reasonable
know what you're
request.
doing, dude. I know what you're doing, dude. You have
we're
nothing
talking about
to do with
image.
You're a pretender.
In the image, Scott. In the image, not what you think you see when you go out to the beach, right? In the image, does it look flat compared to the red line?
Is the horizon is straight in this picture? The amount of angle you have on it? Yeah, I guess it
does. Does it look flat in the image?
No.
Where does it not look flat?
Especially the part where it starts to curve and creates a horizon.
Okay. So now you're going to say that the horizon is curved like the top of a hill that starts to recede over that crest with distance. Yes?
Sorry, what?
So, stop. Please don't fucking play games with me. So you're saying that horizon is caused...
You're breaking up for me. You break up everybody else.
Actually, you're breaking up too, Scott. It's not just Jedi.
Okay, that could be true. I didn't hear you. You're roboting for me.
It might be a Discord thing because you're roboting for me.
Everybody's roboting.
Oh, really?
You didn't, Jado. You didn't robot.
Oh, if I'm not roboting, then I can quickly say something. Just get Scott to point on this picture the place in which he thinks it hurt him.
He's going to put a circle around that flat line. You watch.
Lines can't be flat. Lines are straight.
Scott, it's Wednesday. You guys have coloring to better get some rest.
Means everybody knows the definition of flat apart from Scott.
No, flat's a two-dimensional surface. Lines cannot be flat by definition.
Flat, to be more accurate, flat's a level surface in a horizontal reference.
Doesn't have to be level. You can have something that's flat and sideways. No problem.
Yeah, well, we're talking about flat in respect to the horizon and the Earth. That's the definition of flat.
You're telling us that there's no perceivable flatness of any nature, of any kind, within those images that I posted?
Correct, I'm saying that.
He's saying that the water's curving away from him, causing the physical horizon.
I said of any kind. I said of any kind.
Exactly. Yeah.
I heard you what you said, T-Dub, and I answered the question straight up.
You're a liar. Anybody could look at any of those images and say, yeah, that looks pretty flat to me.
Well, no, you're a liar. It's proved to me.
I mean, at this point, you're just being disingenuous. You're just being dishonest. You're being intellectually dishonest. Not to us, to yourself. It's actually quite sad.
That's fine.
I'm not the one who's denying that the Earth's a globe.
No, I'm not denying that you can see flatness in that image. You are. You're denying to yourself.
How would you know if it were flat? Do you think your eyes?
This was not the question, bro. The question was.
How would you know if it was flat?
Actually, your statement was that we've never posted any image that looks flat.
No, my statement was every picture you've ever posted demonstrates the globe, and this is another.
And then you said, do you want me to go back and find it where you said it? You've never posted an image where the surface looks flat.
Yeah, it doesn't look flat to me. It doesn't look flat to most people.
There we go. We're going to shoehorn that incredulity kind of caveat in there somewhere. To me.
But it's interesting how you needed to change what I said.
Liar, Scott. You're just a liar, Scott.
But I said every picture ever posted demonstrates the globe.
Point. Scott, shut up. I'm talking to everyone else, not you. I think this is classic delusion. Scott's deluded. He's living in a reality that he wants us all to agree with, but for some reason he's upset that we don't. We're not following along with his delusion. Clearly, to everybody with senses, the image, any image of water, the surface of the earth, for all intents and purposes, looks flat. This is your excuse. It looks locally flat, but because the earth is so big, we only perceive it as flat. It's like you haven't been paying attention to your own conversation for however fucking long we've had the misfortune to have known you.
So how do you guys get a horizon line on a flat surface?
Reduction of angular size across the surface with distance.
How does it create a line?
Because it's the apparent conjunction between the Earth and sky.
How does it create a line, though?
How does it create a line? He just told you.
It wasn't an answer.
Right?
He's a fucking
two main objects, the sky and the ground. And when they come together in your field of vision, that's the horizon.
Okay, let's go back to T-Dub's post.
Scott, it's called a visual boundary. I think you're playing semantics here.
Okay, let's go back to T-Dub's post then. The one he posted with the red line on it and the one right below it of the water and the mountain. We can see those pictures.
Yeah.
What's causing the sharp line of the mountain? We can see that landscape of the mountain against the sky, right?
How flat the water is.
I know, but what about the mountain? What's causing that
perfect reflection, that beautiful sharp line? It's because of how flat the water is, Scott.
What's causing that's the boundary of the fucking mountain, Scott.
That's the boundary of the mountain, right? Because the mountain there's more mountain beyond what we can see, right?
Well, we clearly can't see it. Whether there's one there or not, it might be behind it. But for all intents and purposes, the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky at the mountain's boundary.
Okay, yeah. And so what happens to the mountain right after that point we can see? It goes over the other side, right? It's the back side of the mountain, right?
Yeah. We can't see round the corner of the mountain, though, can we?
Exactly. Same thing's happening with the thing. And how's that different from the picture above it? Where the water is causing
the picture above it, because with multiple observations, the distance to the boundary will change, not comparable to the mountain.
Oh, that happens with mountains too.
What, really? We can see more of the mountain behind the mountain?
It could.
Not without changing your elevation, no.
No, but sure, if the mountain were the same.
If all things were the same, your height, you wouldn't be able to see around the corner.
If the land had the same amount of
the corner, and then what? It has a different boundary to you.
If the land had the same amount of curvature as the water did, we'd see the exact same phenomenon.
Really, we'd see the distance to the boundary changing, depending on the optic that we used.
Without changing elevation?
We would see, for example, we would see more of the mountain surface if we got some binoculars out than we did with our own eye. We could see even more around the corner of the mountain surface if we got a telescope out. That's real, right, Scott?
Nobody's saying that, though.
Okay, but we can see more of the surface of the Earth then when we get technology out and the horizon appears to be further away, or at least behind things that we couldn't see before with our own eyes.
No, you can't do that.
Yep.
Really?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, we can.
Yes, really.
Black Swan.
Boom.
That's not because of some optic. That's because of refraction.
No, it's definitely because of the optic, because if we remember, the camera zooms in. Before it zooms in, we just saw the horizon. We couldn't perceive the angles and even see the oil rigs until we zoomed in. And then we could perceive the oil rigs and the horizon extend beyond the oil rigs, demonstrating it doesn't act like the boundary of a fucking mountain. It looks flat, doesn't it?
No.
But now you're going to have to explain away why it looks flat because of refraction. So your best argument is it looks flat.
That's not my best argument.
Yeah, we know that your best argument is fucking reciprocal zenith angles, dude. But I'm just going to point out to you that it looks flat. Your best evidence from your explanation 10 to 15 minutes ago was it doesn't look flat, but it does in this fucking instance because it doesn't behave the same as the boundary layer of the mountain you thought was a good idea to bring up, you prick.
But it does.
But it doesn't. Does the distance to the mountain change because you got a telescope out or because it was raining or foggy?
Okay, I just posted a picture. Where's the rest of that ship?
Where's the rest of my fucking answer? You disingenuous, weaselly little man.
Yeah,
Weaselly little man.
You're working from a script, Scott.
Well, where's the rest of the ship?
Where's the live video of it?
What's the definition of the atmospheric refraction refraction effect called sinking.
Yeah, exactly. Meteorologists from your own side say that that's possible without geometric obstruction.
So, Scott, where's the rest of the data for your image? I want to know distance from the object, elevation above the object, water temperature, air temperature, because these are all factors that need to be accounted for.
And do you think
How do you know that what you posted isn't? How do you know that what you posted isn't an instance where the light is just simply not reaching the observer, as dictated by meteorologists from your own side?
But this is what Jedi is just talking about. If you get some optics, you can see further. How come you can't see the bottom of the ship?
Hang on, why are you entertaining
Atmospheric effects. He already covered.
I know. He skipped. He dodged Jedi's question.
What question did I dodge of Jedi's? He said something about fog and mist and something about optics. Where was the question?
Look at the turbulence in the image you've posted. Look at the turbulence, and you wonder why we want to know more details about the image. You're disingenuous, dude. Now, I want to ask you a question, Scott. Is a horizon possible on a flat surface?
No.
Now, that's a lie. Because now I want to ask you another question. Is there two types of horizon? Is there more than one type of horizon?
No.
So there isn't an optical position that we could call the horizon. Is that what you're saying?
That's the only horizon is the optical one.
Okay, so a visual boundary caused by distance won't produce a horizon on a flat surface. Is that your position?
Correct.
That's wrong, my friend.
No, it's not.
That's wrong. The sky will meet the ground and create a horizontal line on a flat surface if you have enough distance.
No, it won't.
This can be demonstrated in art class when you take your art class and they teach you how to draw in perspective, in depth perception. Yeah, this is why train tracks will appear to converge in the distance. This is why the sky, I don't want to use the Earth example, but this is why in a hallway, the ground will meet the ceiling if the hallway is long enough. You'll get a non-physical horizon. So you're claiming there is no such thing as a non-physical horizon, but they literally teach you this in school.
They don't, though.
But they do.
No, what you get is a vanishing point. You do not get a vanishing line. You never have a vanishing line.
Yeah, and that point is horizontal across your eye line. That creates a line.
A point can't be horizontal. It's a point.
And a number of points create a line.
Yes, I know, but you don't have vanishing points. You have vanishing point, singular.
No, you have vanishing points that can create a line, can give you a visual horizon. It's called a visual
You just don't understand perspective then.
No, you don't.
So
it's called a visual boundary.
You're trying to argue with
how many vanishing points are there?
Every photo you give is of a curved Earth, and then says there are no flat pictures that you could give, and then sees more pictures of the same variety and says that's flat. You're going to get nowhere with this guy except everything that you say is wrong. That's why he's going to say nuh-uh.
Well,
I'm not trying to get anywhere.
I'm
not trying to get. No, listen. I'm not trying to get anywhere with you, Scott. I'm trying to prove to you don't know what you're talking about. There is such thing as a vanishing line within perspective.
No, there's not.
There is, and you're saying that there is.
Show me.
Yes, there is. It's called a vanishing line.
How do you get a vanishing line in perspective?
All right, let me get you some sort of reference because you clearly won't accept anything from a flat earther. So let me find something. All you've been doing this whole time is lying, Scott.
No.
Like, seriously, I gave him 10 minutes about half hour ago.
Okay.
So all you need to do is ask ChatGPT what a vanishing line is. A vanishing line, more commonly called the horizon line in art, is a line in perspective drawing where parallel lines appear to converge as they recede into the distance. This is not a physical line in the real world. This is a visual and geometric concept. So,
what was that? What was that word they had in there? Horizon?
Scott, you just said there was no such thing as a vanishing line. You can just chat GPT or Google this. It's used within art and perspective drawing, and it's taught in school. You're a liar. You're just a liar. It represents eye level for the viewer.
Well, it represents their angle of viewing, right?
Yeah, so those vanishing points, like I said, in every direction create a horizontal line. This is an optical horizon. So you're wrong. There are optical horizons, and it's well known within academia.
Okay, so if I'm standing there looking at the horizon line, and then I tilt my head up 45 degrees. Do I see a vanishing line still?
What have you got to reference in the sky, Scott?
That's one. Do I have a vanishing line? Yes or no?
You probably do, but is it visible? No, because you need a reference.
Why do I need a
vanishing
reference?
Line will be a reference.
Why do I need a reference?
To reference the sky in order to see that line, because that line is an optical position where the sky meets the ground. If you're just looking into a patch of sky, you're not going to be able to determine that vanishing line.
So can I draw a perspective drawing looking up 45 degrees?
Well, you can, but you're not going to be able to see a vanishing line.
Okay, so when do I see a vanishing line in perspective drawing?
You'll see a vanishing line in depth perception where these lines will appear to converge.
All lines that are not horizontal or vertical will have a convergence line. That is the horizon. All horizontals are parallel, all verticals are vertical, all other lines will extend to the horizon. And we're roboting like a champion.
Well, they'll extend to the vanishing line. Like if you're looking at the horizon, then that will be equal with that. But if you're looking at eye level, the horizon will be below your eye level, and any straight line, any horizontal line will meet at that point instead of the horizon, because you're not looking at the horizon, right?
Okay, so I only have
above the horizon.
So I only have a vanishing line when the horizon's involved.
I thought you said that didn't exist, Scott.
No, it's conceptual.
It still doesn't exist. It's not a vanishing line, it's the horizon. And that vanishing line that you think is a vanishing line moves in your field of reference as you tilt your head.
No, Scott. Yes, Scott, but that, like I said to you, you can't determine a vanishing line with no reference. When you're just looking into the sky, you're not going to see a vanishing line because there's nothing that can be converged that is differentiating the lower part of the sky from the higher part of the sky.
Okay.
Stop repeating yourself. I've addressed it. You don't need to talk about looking up at the sky anymore.
Okay, but what about looking down at the ground from a mountain? Can you address that one? Where's the vanishing line there? I have all kinds of references again, right?
Yeah, that's why the
vanishing
surface
line
of the Earth will appear to raise with eye level, usually.
No, but if I'm standing on a mountain, I'm looking down 45 degrees, where's my vanishing line?
If you're looking down, you're looking down. Happy days for you.
Where's my vanishing
line is equal in elevation to your eye level. So if you're 10,471 feet up a freaking mountain and you look out into the distance, 10,471 feet, equal elevation to you, That's where it's going to be. Just because there's nothing there to reference it doesn't mean it's not there.
It's like to give the impression that, like in a drawing that I'm looking, at an angle upwards, right? I would draw an imaginary, draw the line, right? The horizontal line, and then find the middle point, the focus point of the observer, put it on the line so that any straight line will be converging to that point, right? Unless it's in the other axis, right? And then you rub that line out later. Like, it's just to help you get the perspective right.
I think some of you are starting to get this. Imagine when it all in the directions, right? You always have a vanishing point. No matter where you take a picture, there's a vanishing point in that picture, right?
Oh shit! I think I'm gonna have to drop out and come back. Everyone's robot. Am I coming through?
I can hear you.
Because Roots and Scott were roboting like a bitch.
Yeah. Even you started to, TW, you're a bit glitchy.
I think it's
Discord. Discord's playing up today for a lot of people. Yeah.
It is, because I'm clocking 7 milliseconds, whereas normally I'm about 160 to 190. So that's not normal. It's broken.
Should have had a light counter. See how many lies we could catch Scott out on. Cause I'm counting at least 4 or 5 so far.
So anyways, where's your vanishing line when you're looking down from a mountain? Oh, crap. I'm back way. Shit.
Why would you expect to see a vanishing line when you're looking at the floor mass?
I just want to know when you have a vanishing line in your understanding of perspective.
When you're looking into the distance, not when you're looking at the ground. Stop saying that. You sound really dumb.
But only when you're looking to the distance when it comes to what you think is flat water, not anything else.
You're only going to be able to see so much of the surface, like due to your optical limitations and weather conditions.
There's no such thing as optical limitation. That's something you guys made up.
What? Fuck off! Are you telling me you go outside and you can see infinitely? You simple-minded fucktard.
I can see stars from light years away. Hundreds of light years away.
Are you saying like that things don't appear to get smaller with distance to the point where your eye can't resolve them anymore? You can't see them like a fly?
Of course they get tiny, yes.
Right, so you can't see a fly anymore once it's a certain distance away from you, right? It's too small for your eye to resolve. That's an optical limitation, you idiot.
Yeah, but that's not what happens in a flat surface.
So did we make up optical limitations?
No, I didn't. You were talking about water.
Stutter a bit more, Scott.
You were talking about water, not a plane.
So what's the difference? The optical limitation that you can see whilst staring at the horizon, or me holding a ping pong ball, slowly walking away till it gets so small that your eyes are unable to resolve it.
We're talking about the water.
Don't let him red herring away from this like he's done with all the other topics, please.
We were talking about the water.
Red herring.
Why?
Optical limitation, Scott. You can do this.
I was saying there's no optical limitations with regard to the flat surface.
What, so we've magically got infinite vision?
We would see a whole lot further than we could if the Earth were flat.
So how far can you see a golf ball from, Scott? Naked eye, how far can you see a golf ball?
No idea.
10 yards? Put your glasses on, you can see it?
Oh, I can see a lot more than 10 yards, but...
Well, I don't fucking know that, do I?
What does that do with the water and the surface of the Earth?
Because it's an optical limitation. That's what the horizon is. What you consider Earth curve, what you perceive and believe as Earth curve, is that optical limitation re-engineered or reverse engineered.
How does that optical limitation work?
Optical limitations assume angles intrinsically. So
what angle is there to the water?
No, forget your water. Optical limitations assume angles. That is, they assume that the person standing on a flat gradient or a flat plane is at a certain height, and that their eyes perceive at right angles to their feet on that plane some particular spot in the distance. So it intrinsically uses angles. That is what it does. It doesn't assume a curve. It doesn't assume anything. It doesn't assume water.
Yep. That's why parallel lines converge. That's why everything appears to be compressed towards the vanishing line.
No, to the vanishing point.
The vanishing line.
And the vanishing moves as you tilt your angle.
We don't need to go through this again. A number of points become a line. When you look at, when you have a number of points in a horizontal reference, it becomes a line. Stop being an idiot.
But you combine that with environmental conditions, and it's gonna limit the amount of surface you can see.
Yeah, I wanted to
how
call
much your eye can resolve.
Sure, but when it's very clear like a horizon, that's not being limited by environmental conditions, is it?
It can be.
But it wasn't. And in the picture that T-Dub posted, the horizon was very clear, right?
It doesn't matter. You're asking general questions. You're asking a general question. I want to call you out on this bullshit. You're asking general questions that, how do optical limitations work? Yeah, it's multifaceted. Resolution of the eye, the scattering of light, the atmospheric conditions. Yeah, there's multiple answers here. You're just trying to deflect and turn this into some mess of a conversation. You're playing a game, mate. I can see why Jedi wanted to kick you. You're just wasting our time. You're not taking any of this in.
Yeah. I know I'm not taking it in. I've never claimed to be taking it in. But anyway, so how big is...
So what's the point in talking with you, Scott?
How big is a laser pointer?
If you're not taking any of this in, there's no point in talking to you anymore.
How big is the light created from a laser pointer?
Oh, here's the next
how big the laser pointer is.
Next red herring question.
In your tests, in your tests that you guys have done, the lasers that you use, how big is the origination of the laser?
Yeah, Jedi called it.
Red herring. Look, let's stick on intrinsic points in optical resolution, which are angles, not atmospheric conditions. Nothing to do with that. The intrinsic mathematics to do with the angles.
What angles are they?
Can you define what an angle is?
No, what angles are we talking about? We're talking about optical resolution. What's the angle we're talking about?
So the angle from the plane that you're standing on, then you take your observer height which is your eye, then the optical resolution of your eye, which is already defined for humans.
Which is what?
Or 0.02 of a degree. So when you look at something
what angle is that measuring, though?
No. When you look at something on a plane, the further you move it away, if it gets past 0.02 of a degree, you no longer see it, such as a brick on the ground.
That's not true, though.
That is true.
It's not.
That is true.
What the heck are you talking about, bro?
It's just not true.
Nuh-uh.
So
no.
What?
Jado, you just made that up. You just made it up out of nothing. You have no data to support that claim. Zero data.
Alrighty, here we go.
Because the other thing is, optical resolution is not that angle. It's a completely different angle. It's the angle in which two things are apart from each other. And if you put them closer than that, they appear to be one thing. You don't even know what optical resolution is, apparently.
Well, that's a diffraction limit.
No, that's good. No. Let him keep talking because he's getting there.
Okay.
He's getting there. He's getting the hook.
There's no getting there. I'm already there. I've been there. Been there for a very long time. You guys don't know what you're talking about.
Scott, is that projection? You've literally
angular resolution is the ability to distinguish two things from each other. And if you put them close enough together, they look like one thing.
What, like headlights coming in the distance, they look like one light, and as they get closer, they become two?
Mm-hmm. True.
Like a ship merging
That's
into
just
the
the
water.
reverse of what you said, Scott.
No. It's exactly what I said.
One thing becoming two things.
Yes, it has nothing to do with the ground, though.
It's to do with your limitations and how far away they are, and your ability to resolve them.
And so how does that work with the ground, then?
Exactly the same. As you get further and further away from it, your ability to resolve it diminishes. And once that angle gets below 0.02, you can't resolve it.
So I can see only so much ground, right?
Correct.
And then when I go higher up in the sky, how do I see more ground that's further away?
Is the angle smaller or larger than 0.02?
To what? The angle to what?
The ground.
To the horizontal plane that you can't talk about.
Is it smaller or larger than 0.02? If it's smaller, you won't resolve that thing. If it's larger, you will resolve it.
Resolve the ground?
Are you stoned or stupid, Scott? What is wrong with your brain? That's what you were just talking about. You asked us about the ground. If I get higher above the ground, can I see it? And then you act dumb as if you're not talking about the ground.
So have any of you guys ever done this and went to see if you can see certain angles? Have you guys got any data on this that you can share?
To see what we could see.
Do you guys have any data that you can share, or do you just make this up?
Oh no, I'm just making shit up, Scott. What the fuck do you think?
I don't know. It sounds to me like it sounds to me like Jado is just making stuff up, or he probably read it somewhere. Someone told him.
I just posted.
And then he believed
I just asked Google.
You're an idiot, Scott.
What the angular resolution limit of the human eye is. I posted
that's what I said. What you just posted is what I said, T-Dub.
Yeah.
No, it's not. You're just dribbling shit, Scott.
No, it's
it says 0.017, which is close to 0.02, like Jado said. But you said that's not true.
But that's the ability to distinguish two things from each other.
But you said that's not true.
No, That's the ability, your resolution limit, Scott.
No, it's not the ability to see two things. It's the ability to see a thing. Once it passes the angular resolution, it can be a thing. Like I said, a brick on the ground. You're just an absolute idiot. I don't know what you're doing. How long do you think that we've been around here for arguing this shit?
I don't know. Too damn long, as far as I can tell.
Since the last shower, Jardo.
2015. That's in 2015, Scott.
Exactly. I remember talking about this fucking 9 years ago.
But you can see a laser pointer from 20 miles away, right? Or a laser.
Yeah, red herring again.
What angular resolution?
Projected light difference, Scott. Not a brick sitting on the ground.
What's the difference?
Well, if someone's going to point a laser pointer at me, or someone's going to throw a brick at me, I know which I'd fucking prefer.
I know, but why can you see a laser pointer if it's clearly less than 0.02?
Because it's projected light.
No, what you guys are misunderstanding, it's the amount of light.
And he says no. So a laser pointer is not project. You're a fucking idiot.
It is, but what's the difference between projected and reflected light?
Why don't you just mute yourself and listen to other conversations? It's probably going to be better for you.
What's the difference between projected and reflected?
Non sequitur.
Another red herring.
Because I promise you, I can hold a mirror, and you could see it if it's.
Oh, you're a big boy now. Look at you go. You can hold a mirror. Well done.
If it's less, if it's less than 0.02 in size, and if that's reflecting enough light back at you, you'll be able to see that reflection, right?
No, we're talking about an object in a physical angular range. We're not talking about light that's reflected above the position that we're standing on. That's completely different.
So where does the 0.02 come in then?
That is the tonal representation of our eyes or any other optical device, such as a camera, which is a similar aperture. I don't know if you're fucking taking us on or.
That's just his style, John.
You're just wrong about everything.
Scott. We're having enough of this shit.
No, we're just wrong, Matrix. We're just wrong. We're just wrong.
No, this is not flat earthers are wrong. This is Scott Mackey. I'm going to act like a 2-year-old, and that's just how he does his thing. He's here to analyse us. So it's, you know, when you get a 2-year-old that just goes, "But why? But why? But why?" and they do it about 10 times, and then you say, "You fucking say why again?"
And then they say, and then you say to them, "Go to bed," and they say, "No."
But why?
No. You know what? Scott. I'd never, until 8 years ago, I'd never even known a glober to even know what the Rayleigh criteria was until we pointed it out to him.
Yeah. I believe that too.
They don't know any of this stuff. They thought like celestial navigation. Some of them still do. Think that's like going about space, like Star Trek, using star charts to go from one solar system to the next.
Like the song Star Trekking.
Yeah, I mean,
across the universe.
No idea about any of this stuff. I mean, sometimes they can't even tell you. It's so bad that some of them don't even know how many continents there are. They don't know how many oceans there are. I mean, they do like just weird, strange shit. Like they think like Brazil is in Europe or something like that, or Portugal is in South America. You know, they have no idea about anything at all. But they know for sure that the Earth is not a flat, because you're an idiot. That's about the best you'll ever get out of them. And if you tell them, they ask questions, and you give them the answer, none of it. Nothing will be retained. They can't even repeat back what you said. Be like, hey, you don't have to agree. I just said the answer was X. What's the answer? They'll say anything other than that.
I feel like he's, I don't know whether he's intentionally doing it, but he is merging the visibility limit with the Rayleigh limit, and I think there's a difference, and it does get a bit confusing. But I just think he's either playing a game or he's shooting from the hip and asking questions in the hope that flat earthers can't answer that question. But with a little bit of research, you can start to understand that the Rayleigh limit isn't how far you can see something, it's how you can tell 2 points apart from each other. The visibility limit, you need to introduce things like the contrast, and that's why a laser has a high visibility limit that goes beyond the Rayleigh criterion. Certain objects would be visible well beyond the Rayleigh criterion.
Yeah, that they have spread to
the detail. Yeah, the detail won't be visible though.
Yeah, so Rayleigh criterion is developed using incoherent light, whereas a laser is a coherent light source.
Yeah, with a high contrast. So you know, it's not about the resolution of angles anymore. You know, it's the visibility of that light, that bright light. Yeah, you could see it. If you had two lights, two lasers right next to each other from the observer's position, they would merge into one light. You would still see that light, but they would merge into one point. So Scott's just shooting from the hip. I don't know if he understands this himself, but he's just hoping that people don't understand it. That's disingenuous.
Yeah, he doesn't realise too that like if you were like on a giant chessboard, right, and you were at an acute enough angle, like, eventually all the squares in your vision are going to just appear to merge, right?
Yeah, and he's confusing the situation by saying, well, I can still see the chessboard, so that doesn't, your Rayleigh argument doesn't make sense. No. It's different. We can see further than the Rayleigh limits. We're not talking about visibility when we're talking about the Rayleigh limits.
There's I had the one, I can't trying to think of his name right now, but he was in the military, and the blackout drive when you before kind of NVGs, night vision goggles. What you had was on the back of vehicles there were like two small red lights, like where the tail lights would be when you're in blackout, so that the tail lights don't turn on. So if you're too close to the lead vehicle, you would see four lights, two on the right, two on the left. If you're exactly the right distance, those lights in the rear blend into one. And if you're too far away, both of them blend into another one.
You just see one.
Yeah, you just see one. And if you don't see any light, then you're lost. You know, you're so far away that you've lost view of the vehicle. The vehicle's still there. It's right. I mean, if you had night vision and just turn on your night vision goggles, you'll see it. But that shows you that the Rayleigh criterion, those lights blend together. And this is an anti-flat earther, globalist. I was going to stop. Oh, 8-Ball, or B-Ball, whatever his name is. I was trying to explain to him, this is blackout drive. You should know this. You should know this idea. You must have been trained in how to drive in blackout conditions. Still no clue. Nothing would sink in. I'm like, how? How do you not know this? How do you not know about blackout drive?
It's partly a failure of education, but it's also partly people clinging to the ball, clinging to their belief and trying to find a way to win the argument.
Well, this all started because of the horizon. He just wants nothing to be able to explain why we see a horizon, except that it's the physical leading edge of a sphere.
But he won't talk about that. That's even better. Here's a perfect image of what I was talking about. So more than 55 meters, one light. See this concept right here. I mean, like, you're talking about the dumbest private in the military knows this concept. They can't articulate it in scientific terms like the Rayleigh criterion. But they totally understand how these lights merge into each other the further away you get from the light source. Scott will not understand this. He's incapable. It's so far beyond his skill set of comprehension that he'll never get it.
Well, before he was muted, it sounded like he was confusing that with visibility. General visibility. Personally, Scott, I think you should retire. It's not 2015 anymore, mate. I think your time is done here.
I just posted in chat. I just posted in chat a little test that me and a few mates are going to be. We've already started, but we're going to continue doing, and that is posting the 3 primary light colours at certain distances at 1 foot observer height, and then moving away until we can resolve them to be one particular white light, which is very interesting.
Hey, Jardo, if you're doing this after I get my IR camera, can I come to wherever you are doing this so I can film it in IR?
You're in Queensland, yeah?
Oh, shit, no, middle of New South Wales.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Are you happy to travel down to Gippsland?
I've got no problem with that.
All right, I'll let you know when we've finalised it.
If I've got my camera running, I'm coming down. Because that'll shut a few other problems down too.
Down? What, down the mountain? Jono at a lower elevation, is he? No.
Well, when someone turns around and blurts their favourite stupid R word, we can just go, nah, we've got this to fix the problem. So hopefully my camera's done by then, yeah.
Yeah, this is the refraction killer.
What I think's even more bizarre is that 1.22 in the Rayleigh criterion is the same rate of conversion that the Earth curves per mile in the globe model. I just find it fascinating how it's a perfect match. What we see in conversion, in perspective, matches the curvature, so-called curvature rate of the Earth. If that isn't a sign of backwards engineering, then I don't know what is. Could it be that there is no physical curvature and there is just a rate of conversion, that the ground starts to merge into the horizon at a rate of 1.22 per mile squared? I think so.
I'll bet my 4 houses on it.
Sorry, 8 inch per mile squared, 1.22 over 1 mile.
1 foot observer height.
Yeah. Well, that 1.22, yeah, it's regardless, you still have to use that 1.22 in the Rayleigh criterion. regardless of your aperture size, blah blah blah. Whether it's an eye, whether it's a camera, it's the same rate.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah, Peter was in here earlier proposing to a glober that if you're looking across a flat plane of an object in the distance and the light reflecting off it was arcing to your eye at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, what would the object look like? What would it look like? I think he was proposing that it would look obstructed bottom up.
Ask him to look at some railroads or mountains in the distance.
Don't do that. He's likely to get hit by a fucking train.
Good one.
You guys see this thing on the top of your server list that says pending applications? Is that like servers you want to join, but your like membership is on pause or something?
Can you take a screenshot and show us?
Yeah.
So where's this opening up?
I don't see it on my phone.
It's like right there, right below notifications. Like in your DM when you're like in my the screen for DMs.
Are you on a mobile or laptop or computer?
Oh, the computer.
No. Okay. No, I'm not going to go with
I didn't realise I could scroll through all the different things. Holy shit! Oh, there's Indio. How do you know the Earth is a globe? Who the heck's Redford? I've got all these things at the top. I didn't realise you could scroll through it like that. That's cool. I don't see anything what you're talking about, though. Great.
Yeah, kind of weird, huh? Maybe I
noticed something. Sorry, go on.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. So, like, here's where it's the stuff where it's by. So if you see
Hey,
a friends list, message requests. Hey, what up, dude?
I just got into like I'm kind of new to this like flat Earth thing, so yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. With if Flat Earth, ask me anything, AMA, or if you have a claim, we can debate that.
So like the ice wall is like the end of the Earth. Like if, from my understanding, like from what I can understand, is that like we don't know whether the Earth is actually flat or round. But we do know that there's like a treaty that no country on Earth is able to violate, which is the Antarctica Treaty, and no one's allowed to go there without like someone present. And like supposedly there's like an ice wall and there's like stuff beyond. Is it? Am I getting that right or?
No. Like Flat Earth has nothing to do with ice walls or treaties. All we're talking about here is observations, measurements, and practical demonstrations of the surface of the Earth. Those other things are called peripheral topics.
Right, but so like, do you so you believe that the Earth is like actually flat?
Yes, the Earth, the surface of the Earth is actually flat, observably, measurably, and practically.
Okay. And this is a question I never knew. Like, so how do you know like the end? Like, how do you get to the end? And like, wouldn't you fall off the Earth?
Yeah, how do you know there's an end?
Well, people fly planes all the time, right?
Okay, so you're thinking a disk in space. Is that what you like? Like a flat Earth would be the third pizza planet from the sun?
No, how? Maybe I'm not expressing myself. Like for example, if the Earth is flat and we live like within space, like how do you not fall off the Earth when you get to the end?
Why are you adding that? If the Earth is flat and you live in space, why do those two things go together? How come you can't visualize a flat Earth?
Yeah, but at night you can see space.
Yeah, but you could still be geocentric. What's driving you away from geocentric?
Okay, but even if you're geocentric, like, how does it change that you can fall off the Earth?
Hold on, can I just address this? Technically, you can't see space. You can see the night sky. You don't know that the night sky is space in the fashion you're using it.
When there's the absence of the sun, you can see like what's like beyond the sky.
Yeah, you see a dark night sky with lights in the sky called stars, right? But you're not necessarily looking at a vacuum in the sky.
Well, supposedly when like the sun goes down and there's an absence of light, you can see like what's beyond the sky that you see during the day.
No, you don't see beyond the sky. You see the sky and you see lights within the sky. You can't determine whether they are beyond anything at this point. All you see is a dark night sky with light.
Not beyond, but you know, like.
But these assumptions are what led Crit to ask you, do you think we live on the third pizza planet? Because these assumptions of you've got like a model in your mind of the flat Earth, and nobody here has pushed or is trying to tell you about a model or about your cosmology or the flat Earth cosmology. We're literally telling you the Earth is measured and utilized as flat, and that is it.
Right, but okay.
So what if you get that part? There's more to have with a conversation. But this is basically saying, do you understand your first if? If the Earth is flat, do you understand that if? Before you add the second qualifier. Is the first qualifier completed?
But how do you not fall off the Earth if it's flat?
See, that's what I'm saying. You're going back into this loop. If the Earth is flat, then it's not flat if it's flat. See, your line of thinking is broken, which is why I'm trying to get you to say, hey, dude, you have to understand the if part first. If the Earth is flat, what is it? Flat or not flat?
Stranger, by asking why don't we fall off the Earth,
if it's flat, it's flat,
assuming,
right?
But you're already assuming we can fall off the edge of something. We're not making a claim there is an edge.
So you're saying that it's like infinite?
No, we're saying you have no basis to say you would fall off the flat Earth.
Well, supposedly there's gravity.
There is an edge.
Like, gravity is something that you can prove, right? If I'm holding my phone and I let it go, it drops. That's gravity. That's science. Like, you can't ignore that.
No, that's specific gravity. That's actually synonymous with relative density. What you've just demonstrated, picking up an object and it drops to the ground, that is not a demonstration of mass attracting mass, and that's not a demonstration of the warping and bending of space-time. That's a demonstration of specific gravity.
Even nobody's talking about bending space-time.
Well, what do you mean when you say gravity?
Well, when an object, when you're holding something and it falls to the ground, it's called gravity.
That's called, but that's specific gravity. So do you understand there's more than one type of gravity in this conversation?
Yeah, you're saying that, like, you're trying to prove Albert Einstein's theory that, like, the more gravity there is, like, the denser, like, time will slow down and shit like that.
No, what I'm saying is the example you gave is of relative density. Relative density can exist on a flat Earth. Anything more dense than the air around it will drop in the air, return into the ground, which would be its equilibrium because it's more dense than the air. So no force.
Because if the medium was different, it could rise instead of fall.
Then how is the Earth like the Earth? And why is this specific, like, place, like, supposed to be, like, super light?
It's just the surface we live on. It's just the surface.
Yeah, but the surface is supposedly heavy, and why is this, like, sort of space so light?
Wait, what? Surface is heavy?
Yeah, because he's saying that the only reason I'm holding a phone and it falls to the ground is because it's denser than the air. When what I'm saying is that, okay, we live on a surface, we live on the planet Earth, and supposedly the planet Earth is heavy. And what I'm saying is, like, how does it not fall off of anything
Whoa, slow down. Right.
Look right there, planet. Keyword. He added the word planet. What's the definition of a planet?
Yeah, okay, planet or flat Earth, whatever. Like, how do we not fall if it's like we're denser than the air? Like the whole thing. I'm not talking about the edges. I'm talking about the whole thing.
Because we don't try to float in the air. If you jump off something, then you'll return to the ground.
But I'm talking about everything. Like, for example, I'm on the street, on the ground. Like, how does it not cave in? Like, how doesn't everything cave in since we're, like, denser than air?
Well, why would it? Why would it?
Because according to you, it should, because we're denser than air. Everything is denser than air that we step on.
Yeah, the medium of air is less dense than matter. So anything made of matter would drop to the ground, and that would be its rest point. Its rest point would be where it is at equilibrium.
Yeah, but why would you say that the ground is the rest point? Why isn't there anything, like, beneath the ground?
There's more ground.
There is, yeah.
There's more ground. Well, why isn't there something
when there isn't,
beneath
you
all
end
of
up
that?
with sinkholes.
Yeah, good point, T-Dub. Yeah, if there's no ground under the ground, then you get a sinkhole. Yeah, spot on. I don't understand your question.
Well, I can't make it any more clear. Like, I know there's ground under the ground, but, like, until how deep, right? And what if there's nothing after, like, at the end of it? Like, how is it supporting us?
But you're asking philosophical questions now.
It's not. Well,
We're
it's
not- we're
as
not here to answer
philosophical as the flat
philosophical-
Earth. It's philosophical as the flat Earth, bro.
No, we're demonstrating to you that this isn't a philosophical question. This is just
Well,
a
and I'm
question of
demonstrating to you that
an actual
the
world.
ground is supposedly denser than the air. So how do we not fall off?
The ground is denser than the air. Yes. So complete that. So what's your question?
So how do we not fall off if there's nothing holding the ground, like really, really, really beneath the ground?
What? How do we not fall off the ground?
Yeah, like how does the ground not cave into like space or whatever if like we're supposedly
Space? How do you know that? How do you know that the ground is surrounded by space?
Right, you're imagining that.
I'm not imagining. I'm just like according to his theory that if we're denser than air, yeah, we fall. Or
No,
anything.
you're imagining that there's ground beneath us, ground, then maybe some liquid and like who knows, lava.
No,
and then
liquid.
Like whatever.
beneath
No,
all
no,
of
the
it,
oceans. There's
beneath all
water
planet
underground,
Earth,
bro.
beneath all
No,
planet
listen,
Earth,
listen, bro. You didn't
supposedly
let me
there's
finish.
nothing.
You didn't let me finish, right? Okay, so you're imagining, right? Well, we know that there's dirt, right? There's rocks and dirt, and there's water underground. There's all sorts of different substances and materials, right? To an unknown depth, right? And then you're imagining at some point there's nothing.
Yes.
Yeah. Why?
So how do we not fall?
Why? Why are you imagining that?
So you think it's infinite? So you think that like
No, I'm not making a claim about it. Why are you imagining that's the case, though?
Well, I'm just trying to understand your point of view. Like, is it infinite or is it not?
My point of view is just that we live on a planar surface. These questions I can't answer.
Is the ground infinite or not? Like the depth, is it infinite?
I don't know.
That's a philosophical
Yeah, so
question.
therefore
We're
you
not here to answer
can't say that what I'm
philosophical
saying
questions.
is wrong, and I can't say what you're saying is wrong. Like we don't know.
No, you're straw manning our position.
No, what you do know is that the Earth, the surface of the Earth, is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. That part you do know. After that, you don't know.
Neither do you. So you can't say, "Oh, the sky that we see is bullshit," and bro, you don't know. You don't know if there's an end to the Earth.
No, but I do know. What I do know is that the surface of the Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. I do know that.
Yeah, but then how do like seasons work?
Are we just going to jump the shark and just go to a completely new topic?
No, we're staying on the topic, but like if it's flat, then like how do we get seasons? Like
just like you see them, exactly the same. Nothing changes on the flat Earth. You just don't randomly add a axial tilt.
So it doesn't rotate, like.
No, stationary. Earth is stationary.
We're not asking you to have to imagine anything.
No, but I'm trying to understand though.
Okay, how do you think seasons work? What's your current understanding?
Like, what do you mean how seasons work?
Yeah, what's your current understanding? The seasons change. How does that happen?
Because of the sun and the hemispheres and all of that.
Okay, where'd you get that from?
Yeah, okay, school, and it was manipulated. Okay, bro, I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. However, like this is proven. Like you have winter, you have summer, you have spring.
How does that happen? Your question. See, I want to show you that if you flip the question back on you, there isn't an answer you can give. Because you really don't know how seasons work.
No, because supposedly, for example, when it's summer for me, it's winter for other person because the sun is reflecting more on this side of the earth than the other side of the earth. You know.
Well, there you go. That's exactly how it works. You don't need.
Yeah, but how does that work if it's flat? If it's flat, it should illuminate everybody.
Why? Where did you get that from? Why would that happen?
Well, it's provable. If you put something on like a surface and it's flat and there's light, Like it will illuminate everything.
Because
no, that's not true.
If I have a light, if I have a light in my ceiling, if I have a light in my ceiling and I put like my phone beneath it, it will illuminate my phone as long as I want it to.
Yeah. Listen, bro. Are you telling me you only need one street light per street?
Yes, sure, street light. Yes.
You only need one street light per street to light up, illuminate the entire street. Or do they put several there? Because if you're at one end and there's only one light at the other end,
there's only one sun, right?
I can guarantee you stand under the light of one street light in a street, and it's a long street, and you're underneath the light, you're going to see pretty much everything in your vicinity around you in a specific
but when
way.
you look up,
you look down the end of the street. If you look down the end of the street, it's going to be dark. You won't be able to see the houses.
Yeah, but this is an obvious. Like when you look at the sky, you see one sun. You don't see two suns or three suns. You see one. So it should illuminate all of the Earth.
Yeah, that's what No, I just gave you an example where you've got one street light and it doesn't illuminate the whole street. It only illuminates a section of the street. That's why they have multiple, right, to illuminate the entire street.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, that there's multiple, yeah. But for example, I'm in UK.
So one of them has a limited range, right? It cannot illuminate the entire street or a huge area, just one little section.
Yeah, but the difference between the street lights that you're saying is that there are several. While what I'm saying is that if I'm in the UK and someone else is in Switzerland, we're both looking at the same sun.
Yeah, you're not getting it. I'm telling you, what if there was only one street light? Would it illuminate the entire street?
No.
No. Right. Well, there you go. Just treat the sun like that. That it has a limited range. It's not capable of illuminating all of the entire surface.
Right. But if the surface doesn't move, then how does it illuminate the other part?
The sun moves, just like you observe.
Okay, so you're saying that the sun moves and
that's what you see.
Okay, I can understand that. Yeah, I can understand that.
Talk about enrollment, right? James Ward visiting Crater of Diamond State Park with his wife and two sons with these spots.
He's not liking.
Our staffers gives on a visit to carrying around diamond the size of the world.
I do believe in the ice wall, though.
Well, there's a description of the coastline of Antarctica by geologists that's just described as being an ice shelf or an ice wall, right?
Bro, let me ask.
A large percentage of the coastline of Antarctica is ice wall, right?
Yeah.
I was just hoping that. Yeah. There's also other areas of the Earth where there's large ice shelves and ice walls.
Bro, but can I ask you something? And this is not related. If we're being told about the Earth is a lie, and like supposedly like a lot of things are lies, then like if gravity and like that is like bullshit, then how does science work? Like how do they build like new technology and new phones and like shit like that, bro?
I just told you gravity isn't bullshit. The example you gave was for specific gravity. We agree with that. Relative density, yes, we can witness things drop to the ground. So we're not saying that's bullshit. If you've got a different definition for gravity, then please share. But the only definition you've given us is relative density. We don't disagree with that. And this is the problem that you're struggling to understand here. We agree, physics agrees with us. We agree with physics. We agree with experimentation of the natural world and the natural laws. It just so happens that your globe that you believe in isn't compatible with these natural laws. So you have to believe these, and we have to go into theoretical science to explain how a globe would exist.
Yeah, but then
in
how does
reality,
science
we
work?
don't observe that. Science is the experimentation of phenomenon through through proving cause of an effect, right? And that's where we agree with science, and science agrees with us. Anything you can prove on this earth is consistent with a flat earth. If you want to try and prove there's curvature, if you want to try and prove there's motion or a vacuum in the sky, you have to go to theoretical
that
science.
Can prove it. There's mathematics that can prove it, and mathematics allows for new technology to evolve. So something about mathematics must be right, so that they can build new technology.
Yeah, just because some, and not all, but some of the globe maths could theoretically be correct and work, doesn't mean that the premise that this is because the Earth is a ball is correct. If we've backwards engineered a globe from perspective and what we observe in reality, then the math would work, but you would still have to pre-assume we're on a ball with no direct evidence in order to make that model work. So math is a language. Math is a language. It's not a proof of anything. I can give you the mathematical equations for Superman and why he can fly, and his sensitivity to kryptonite. I could build a model for you, but that doesn't mean Superman and kryptonite is real.
You know, I don't believe the Earth is round, but I also don't believe it's flat. I don't know what we're on. So
you don't have
I
to
just
believe.
don't trust it.
Yeah, but you don't have to believe that the Earth, the actual material of the Earth, is flat, because we have valleys, we have mountains, and we have hills. We're not trying to convince you that there is no deviation from level on the Earth.
Yeah, I know, but I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
But when it comes to what's measurable and observable, all those islands that sit on the water are sitting on flat water. Now, the majority of this world is water. We're not.
Yeah,
water isn't curving, my friend. Right, but it's not curving at a rate of 8 inches per mole squared. It's not deviating from level at rest. So that's where we can say the Earth is measurably flat, because we know all of the water that the land masses sit on is flat. And that's where science is on our side, and we agree with science when they say water at rest lays flat. Correct. That's what we observe in this world. What we don't observe is water curving or sticking to the exterior of a ball. That's impossible. And the more you look at this, and the more you get into this, the more you'll realize we are consistent with the laws of nature as we understand them. What is inconsistent with the laws of nature is the globe. Can't say we live on a spinning, curving surface if there's no spinning or curving.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, but I also don't believe it's flat. I think that's ridiculous, but okay.
How is that ridiculous when that is literally the science that we know and the observations we know about water? We know the behavior of water. We know that the water's not curving. So then what is it? It's laying level.
He might think it's ridiculous because he's imagining flat Earth in outer space.
Yeah, you've got to get that disk in space idea out of your head, dude. Nobody here is claiming that the flat Earth is a disk in space. That's the heliocentric cosmology with a flat Earth. It's not what we're talking about. Did he leave? Is he still here? I think it got a bit too much for him.
Tried. Yeah,
I blame
level water's a killer, and it just messes with their minds.
I blame all the thumbnails on the anti-flat earther videos showing the disc in space. It's just really got to them, hasn't it?
Yeah.
got quiet. How was everyone's Christmas?
Absolutely fantastic, thank you. How was yours?
It was great. I can't complain. Sounds like we're still savagely beating each other in the heads over the shape of the earth, huh?
Well, it'd be nice to get some haymakers from the globe side. All we've had is disbelief, cognitive dissonance.
Cognitive dissonance. It's been a while since I heard that term. I was experiencing that.
The globers we've had today, anyway.
Okay. That's interesting. What makes you think they're experiencing cog dis?
Because they'll make a claim, and then when we demonstrate to them that their claim is not observable in nature, and actually it's the opposite, they tend to just break down, start on the meta conversations, start asking questions that are irrelevant, asking why would they lie? You know, how would this be possible, rather than just accepting the point for what it is.
Okay. That's one viewpoint. Sound
Well,
like a flat
that's
earth
what's
guy.
happening.
I don't think I've
That's
ever
what's
talked to you
happening,
before.
and then they leave.
Oh, I see.
I've definitely spoken to you before. I think I recognize, unless you've changed your name.
No, I haven't changed anything now. I don't recall talking to you. We talked to each other before?
Maybe I haven't spoken to you directly, one-on-one.
Okay. I think I have heard your voice in here, though. Maybe talking to someone else or something.
But if reality doesn't match your belief, then if you don't, and you're shown and it's proven that the reality on the ground doesn't match your belief, what do you think the proper way to respond would be?
If your belief in something doesn't line up with reality,
What would be the correct
that would be
response?
a problem.
Well, it's not a problem. Are you a glober? That's like a glober response. Because it's only a problem. It's only a problem if you're holding on to a worldview. If you're not holding on to a worldview, then you would accept the evidence as presented as true and concede on that point. I think the Earth is curving, but if there's no observable curvature, then it's a belief. It's not a knowledge. It's not a fact. It's just a belief. And if you can't accept that and it's a problem, then that's cognitive dissonance.
It could be, but what you just said it sounds more like your opinion on something. That's what that sounds like to me. It doesn't sound like what you said is actually based in any facts. Sounds like it's just a personal opinion of yours.
Well,
Just subjective.
everything's an opinion until the facts are produced, right? So this is where the globers need to produce some evidence. Where is the evidence of curvature? If it's not on the Earth, then that's a direct contradiction of your worldview.
Well, I don't think the shape of the Earth is a worldview. I think it's a brute fact. So I disagree with that.
But this is the problem. If you think it's a fact, what evidence supports that fact? And is that evidence actual, real, direct evidence, or is it an inference and an assumption? So let's go through it. You think the Earth's a globe, by the sound of it, you said it's a brute fact. What evidence do we have that it's a ball?
Well, I can give you a lot of evidence, but if you don't accept any of it, then it's pointless.
Well,
I can give you all the
it's going to need
evidence
to
in the
be.
world.
Yeah, you can give me evidence. I mean, I can give you evidence of Santa Claus. I can tell you that the carrot was bitten and the mince pie was half eaten when I woke up in the morning. Right? Okay, is that direct evidence of Santa Claus?
It doesn't sound like it.
No, so that would be an invalid argument in a debate setting.
I'm just saying.
Right.
For example, you could tell me. I could ask you. I could say, what does 2 plus 2 equal? You could say 4, and I could just say, well, no, it doesn't. It's something else, and I could just do that.
You couldn't do that. You couldn't do that and be called sane.
Do that.
No, but you'd be insane.
Well, that would just be your opinion, and I'm insane. But
no. 2 plus 2 equals 4, which is verifiable. And the Earth doesn't have measurable curvature, which is verifiable. And when I say measurable, I mean direct measurement. That's provable.
What do you mean by direct measurement? I mean like like a ruler or something? What do you mean by that?
Confirmation of drop over distance. Confirmation that the water on the Earth deviates from level.
Let me ask you this: why don't you just accept a satellite image? What's wrong with that?
Why wouldn't you accept my story that Santa bit the Rudolph bit the carrot and Santa bit the mince pie?
I've never seen Santa before, but I've seen this thing we live on.
I've seen it too. I'm looking at it now.
I've never seen a Santa Claus though, so I'd have to first see Santa and know he exists before I could begin to maybe believe your story.
Right. So the analogy is slightly different. The analogy is slightly different, so we're going to need a new analogy.
I understand what you're trying to say, though.
Yeah, but you need to accept that in the fact that the Earth exists doesn't mean that it's a ball.
Okay, so that's why I asked you, why don't you just simply accept satellite images? What's the problem?
Because satellite images don't prove it's a ball either.
Okay, so that's why I gave you the 2 plus 2 analogy, right? Because you could say it's 4, and I could just tell you, well, no, it's not. I could come up with any reason I want.
No, you can't do that because I can verify. I personally can verify 2 plus 2 equals 4. I can take 2 of these, and I can take 2 of these, put them together, and I will always have 4. You can verify it. I can verify it. It's repeatable. How do we verify these satellite images?
You'd have to talk to the people who created those images. I don't know. I'm not an expert on that stuff.
So the example I gave. Yeah, but and I can verify that Santa bit the mince pie. I put the plate out. I left it. I can vouch and swear to God nobody went down in the night to bite the mince pie. But you have to believe me. Just like you have to believe NASA.
Okay, that sounds selective. Because why is 2 plus 2 equaling 4? Why is that verifiable? But why is it, when we talk about satellite images, say it's not verifiable? Why is that?
Well, do you have a satellite?
No.
Do you know anybody who has a satellite?
Nope.
Have you ever been on YouTube or on some sort of, I don't know, some sort of board where you've spoke to someone who's launched a satellite?
No.
So it's not verifiable then? Not from your perspective.
No, I can't verify it, but I'm just one person.
But you don't know anybody who can. But you don't know anybody who can. Whereas everybody in this world who is of sound mind can verify 2 plus 2 equals 4.
Well, relative to the shape of the Earth, it's kind of irrelevant whether or not I can verify it. I'm just an individual, So
it doesn't.
There's a lot of things I can't verify.
I understand that, but if the majority of people, which is why I asked, do you know of anybody? Have you come across anybody? It's not even just not verifiable to you. It's not verifiable to 99.9% of the population. So it's not verifiable. 2 plus 2 is verifiable. The fact that Paris exists is verifiable. The fact that we live on a ball is unverifiable.
I don't know. It seems like you're splitting hairs now because I can take just about anything and say the same thing. And I can say that.
Try me again then, because 2 plus 2 equals 4 is not a good example. That's verifiable.
I can say that, I can say you can't verify that John F. Kennedy is dead. I could just say something like that.
And you'd be correct. But we do have lots of witnesses family members. We do have second-hand evidence, but I'm not making a claim that he is dead. Now, one would assume he is. One would assume he is, just like you assume the Earth's a ball, but it's not verifiable. I agree.
Yeah. Well, I would just think if it were me, instead of it seems like instead of just playing word games, it seemed like an individual would just want to the facts or do everything they could to find out what the facts are about the shape of the Earth and go from there, instead of just trying to contravene everything. That's
no. I hear what you're saying, but if you want to go into evidence, enough evidence can become proof, and I agree with you there. So even if we work on the assumption that we can get to some sort of fact without direct evidence, which I'm not really a believer in, but let's say you can, like in, for example, the court of law, enough evidence becomes a ruling. How do we get to this ruling that the Earth is a ball? Because the evidence, all of the evidence involves an assumption, an inference, some sort of predetermination that the Earth is a ball to begin with to get your math. So if we're working on assumption in the first place, in a court of law, this evidence would be thrown out. You wouldn't be able to make a ruling based on this level of evidence that we've got for the globe. Because if the explanation of why ships go over the horizon, or why things fall to the ground, or why we have earthquakes, if all of these can be explained on a flat Earth, then how do you know that the cause is because we live on a ball? You don't. You'll then have to appeal to authority and say, well, people have known for a long time, and the Greeks knew 2,000 years ago, or NASA's been to the moon. You're going to have to come up with some sort of assumption or appeal to authority. Do you get my point?
Yeah, I do. I do get your point. I mean, and I've actually heard that before, but I do get it. I get exactly what you're saying. My point is, if you're talking about assumptions. If you were talking to anyone in the scientific community today about this very topic, they would tell you that this is not an assumption. Okay, they would explain to you that they know this. They would be able to show you how they know this stuff. I'm pretty sure. They wouldn't just tell you to just believe what I have to say. Well, don't take my word for it. Talk to them. They would probably tell you they're confident.
Well, this is what I mean. If you followed Flat Earth for the last 10, 15 years, there's been numerous debates against academics, people who are in science fields, people who are claiming the Earth's a ball from an authoritative position. And it's the same arguments. We've known the Earth's a ball because we used some sticks and shadows, and then we looked at the transit of Venus and decided that this could only be possible on a ball. When in reality, that's not true. All of this could be possible if the sky is rotating and the Earth is fixed. Just like there's something called a kinematic equivalence between the geocentric and the heliocentric model. It could work with a stationary Earth and a rotating sky.
Let me ask you this. Now, you believe that the Earth is flat, right? Or a planar surface, whatever.
It's more just that's how the Earth is observed and utilized. It's not really a belief. It's just that's how they treat the Earth. It's how we observe the Earth.
Let's pretend like that's true. What are the dimensions of this thing? Okay, fine. So what are the dimensions of it?
The dimensions of the whole Earth.
Because I'm imagining if you're going to make the statement that the Earth is flat, then you would have these numbers, right?
Well, no, I'd have to imagine. I'd have to go into imagination land and give you some philosophy based on things that I know about the natural world. But it would still be an assumption. So I would be no better than them if I started replacing your cosmology with a flat Earth cosmology. And there are plenty of flat earthers that would do that, but we don't do that here. It's not our job to replace your cosmology. We're just talking about the natural world, the way the Earth is treated and observed. It's completely consistent with science.
So
Real
basically,
science.
that was just another way of you saying you don't know what the dimensions of the Earth is. Is that what you're basically saying in a nutshell?
It's the only honest answer I can give. And it's the only honest answer any flat earther can give.
Okay, fair enough.
Anyone who's telling you, but anybody who's telling you they've got a model of the Earth and this is a true depiction of the Earth is lying. They've made assumptions and they've had to assume things. And if
no
they're
one
wrong,
has ever given me any numbers on the flat Earth, so they haven't done that. They've been consistent there.
Oh, they're out there. They're out there. There's flat earthers who'll tell you the sun is X distance. They'll tell you that this map represents the closest to reality. Blah blah blah. There's plenty of flat earthers who'll do that, but we just don't.
I haven't talked to those people. Okay, well, that's good.
They're not in here. Put it that way. Should try. Yeah, I'm not gonna call out any other channels, but yeah, there are channels where you will get that.
Okay. Huh.
But in terms of being just consistent and honest, we do treat the Earth as flat. Every industry, the Earth is treated as stationary, non-rotating, non-curving. Whether it's aviation, building, ballistics, you have to treat the Earth in this manner when it comes to safety. You know, you can't have pilots trying to account for curvature or Coriolis, else they'll crash the plane or never hit their destination. You can't be accounting for Coriolis in ballistics because you won't hit your target. You can't be building in respect to an 8-inch per mile squared bridge. You need to treat the Earth as level.
I'm guessing you must think there's some, at least some level of conspiracy involved here, because if what you're saying is true, why aren't textbooks changing and curriculum in universities changing, etc.? Why isn't this stuff like all over, every cable news channel in the world? This new revelation. Think they're like suppressing
From my opinion, they created a model backwards engineered from what we see on an individual basis in your celestial sphere, in your perspective of viewing. They've created a ball that matches up with what we see in perspective. And nobody has gone out really in academia to question that, because if you do question this from a position of authority, you will lose that position of authority and you're called a quack or whatever. But the point is, anybody who has questioned this, whether it was the moon landings or whether it was gravity or whether it's the shape of the Earth, they are always pushed out of academia. So you'd be surprised how many people within academia are very, very open, and some of them are just straight up flat earthers, but they wouldn't come out with that publicly.
Yeah, I can understand that. I've heard that before too. Sure, people want to protect their careers and their reputation, and etc. If they have some view that's not part of the mainstream,
Well, funding is based on, the direction of research. So if your direction of research is undermining the bases that we've established as true, then you're going to lose your funding. Just how the world works. So there's natural gatekeeping going on, regardless of whether the person who removes the funding knows the Earth is flat. There's natural gatekeeping going on because they are pursuing something, just like Tesla with General Electric back in the day. As soon as they caught wind of what he was trying to do, he was outcasted and his funding stopped. People have seen this happen and they're afraid.
I'm just not really getting this, because to me it seems kind of trivial. I mean, if whatever the shape of the Earth is, if it's a sphere, or if it's a dodecahedron, or if it's flat, or if it's a triangle, whatever it is, why not just tell the truth about it?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.